time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever, yeah, I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever. Running back to my old life, but it leaves it burning. Speaking tongues in my head, yeah, that's the way you want it. She called me baby, you're not wasting time. But how could I let her go? Don't you know I might adore you? I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever, yeah, I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever. We could do whatever, yeah. Do whatever, yeah. Do whatever, yeah. Do whatever we could do. Tick tock, we alone now, and my thoughts are frozen, yeah. Seeing pixels in slow mo, in a weightless motion. She called me crazy and I'm wasting time. Easy, don't leave me now. Yeah, for the sky and all its diamonds. I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever, yeah, I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever. We could do whatever, yeah. Do whatever, yeah. Yeah, do whatever, yeah. Do
Hello. Let's see if this works. Yay! Hi chat. I have a stream deck now. Well, hello. It's been a while since we did this one. We've done one of these. I'm excited. I'm nervous, but excited. It's always great to give you a bit of feedback. And that's what we're going to be doing today. As it says up there, we're going to be doing a ref sheet review. So many of you, a lot more than I expected, have been putting your ref sheets in the Discord for me to have a look at and tell you whether it's good or bad. Yay! But no, I'm going to be going over a fair few things, like what I think is good about your ref sheets, what I think is not so good about the ref sheets, and things to consider that different artists might like. There's not one do it for everybody ref sheet. Nothing is perfect, and a lot of this comes from my own experience as a 3D artist. Obviously, when I take on commissions, the big thing that makes my decision whenever I want to accept a commission is the ref sheet. The character design is probably the top thing, but I'm not going to be talking too much about the character design. I just want to talk about the layout, because even if you've got a fairly basic character, if you have it laid out nicely with all of the detail there, absolutely wonderful. I would put a new character, but I'm not sure. Anything that you think might need covered up, I would ask you to censor. Even if you don't think it's too bad or it is technique. If it's the furry typical safe for work, yeah, probably still censor it down a bit. And yes, it is still possible. If you join the Discord, there's literally a channel in the art zone called Ref Sheet Review. My plan of attack is to go through these ref sheets. I'm only going to be spending around 15 minutes on them because I don't want to be... I don't want to be spending a ton of time on things. It's like the nipple, but it's not. So for me, personally, I actually censor all nipples. I don't agree with the whole female presenting nipples should be censored and males shouldn't be. I kind of just censor it across the board while on Twitch. So that's kind of my stance with that. I think it's a bit unfair because, you know, not everybody with breasts might be a girl. So, yeah, that's kind of my stance with that. If you've got a one view ref sheet, send it in, but I will still obviously be talking about like how I would work with that. But so, obviously, shall we look at the first ref sheet? Yo, it's my own. Yeah, and we're able to obviously hide me down in the corner or bring me back up, so yours are all up there. This is my own ref sheet. This actually needs updated because, as you can kind of see, my design's changed ever so slightly. I've got more patterns on the side of my face now. But this is kind of what I would personally view as everything that a ref sheet kind of needs on it. Now, does your ref sheet need to be advanced as this? Absolutely not. In the past, we've actually had some ref sheets which have only been a front view and part of a back view, which have carried enough information to get across the point. So, simply just doing that, simply just slapping everything down on the ref sheet, doesn't always have to be the case. It helps. The more information that you're able to convey helps. Now, the one thing you want to try and avoid is big blocks of text. That's a big thing. You want text that's there that says exactly what it needs to say. If anything, I actually maybe talk a little too much on this sheet. But yeah, I'm working on a ref sheet for my new persona. Well, excellent. This should help. I'm going to go through them, like I said, I'm going to go through them in order, and we're going to try and spend not more than 15 minutes on each one, just to kind of give people a fair chance. I will probably be running this between 4 to 6 hours. These, obviously, I have to think actively through them, so they aren't exactly the easiest things to do. It's like 4 hours of critique is quite a lot of critique, but I want to try and get through as many as we can. So, we better not dawdle, better we not. So, let's have a look. So, we're starting off all the way up at the top. And I'm only doing one per person, by the way. I'm not going to be doing, like a load of them. So, hello, Draw Time. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And it seems like my audio has broken yet again. Whoopee. You know, I said, I've got this new toy and I hope it doesn't break anything. I bet that's broke it. Let me try something. Yeah. Right. So, first one that we've got Bruno, 21, male. Perfect. One thing I would like to say to everybody, because believe it or not, not everybody does this. name. Please always put the name of your character on the sheet. It sounds like such a simple thing, but quite a few people forget, so I always like to see that. Now, big thing with this one, what are we already missing? We're missing a back view. We've got like these patterns that kind of come around the shoulders here, but we can't really see how that's gonna things. Age and sex on it. Yes, those kind of things are great. Like just anything that describes, again, you want to try and convey, try and convey as much information as you can. Hope you've been doing well, kid. I'm definitely getting better. I am on the road to recovery. Still got a bit to go, but I'm getting back in motions, so we're doing good. Well, that sound alert still works. But yeah, so we've got loves bread. See, one thing I absolutely adore about any ref sheet that I ever see is something that tells me about the character, something that gives me a bit of personality, a bit of flair. Again, I'm coming from the idea that I'm looking at this ref sheet as if I'm going to model the character around it. I want to know what that character is. And I want to know what their kind of personality is, because you can kind of play into it a little bit. So we got the front of the face.
Oh,
we're able to see most of that.
Sub.
Oh, there we go. My alerts are working now. Oh well. For URL, bread. Yeah, this is your character URL, by the way, isn't it? Bread. Happy birthday. It was my birthday in April. But yay! Thank you very much, Morgnag. 10 months. Oh heck. And thank you, Seagull City, for the follow.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Welcome on in. So, no back view. One thing I do like is that you got this view here. These kind of views are really nice. Corpus, thank you for the 100 biddies. Ha. I really like these kind of views because you've got things like these patterns here, which we're very easy and able to see. The only thing I'm not too keen on is if this is a color or a shade. To me, it's kind of a little bit confusing onto what that is, so I really feel a back view on that would really help define it, because we're looking on this side and it can kind of see like a line, but I'm not sure exactly how that would fit on the character, especially since it goes over the fingers and it seems to come across the foot here. So that's something that I would definitely consider. One thing I do like, now we do have these shaded bits here, perfectly reasonable. You've got nice flat areas over the actual image itself, which is what you want.
Yo, look at all
More, thank you for the 100 bits. By the way, if any of the audio is a bit loud or if anything goes a bit all over the place, let me know. Still tweaking stuff. Like I say, I'm still kind of getting back to the swing of things. The hair does maybe have a bit too much shading on it, but then again, we've probably got that here. Which leads me down to this part of your ref sheet here. Colors are great. These are fantastic. Problem is, what do they relate to? Like, what's this light brown versus this dark brown? Where does that get used? How does it get used? One thing I would definitely say is, if you're not going to point out where these colors sit on the character, label them. Just put a very quick label: eyes, head, butt fur, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Just as long as it kind of identifies what that where that color is. Now, there is a reason I really like these palettes, because if you're an artist, you've likely got the reference sheet open up somewhere, Pure Ref, or in your Photoshop file or something like that. You're going to be using the eyedropper tool a lot, because you're going to go and try and grab the color. Or at least I do. Not everybody does. Some people work from the colors that they can see, but majority of artists will use an eyedropper tool, so having those there is really nice for people to grab stuff. So I really enjoy seeing those. And again, personality. Pretty much a back view. The other thing that we do not see on this character that I would definitely want to see as a 3D artist is the front of the hands. On this character, we can only see the back side of the hands in all of the poses. We can see this bit, we can see that bit, but we can't ever see the front of the hands. And again, because we've got this little line that goes across the character here, we kind of want to see what is on that other side. Does that kind of show that?
Nice one, my furry friend.
Does it show beans? Do they not have beans and stuff like that? But look at that face. That's actually adorable. Hello, Fucus Pellis. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Look at the nerd and all. Look at him. Absolute thing. I don't like people who don't use the eyedropper because they can get colours wrong a lot for me. It depends, like I said, it depends on the style of the artist. Again, this is one of the things. Me, personally, I will use the colours I see on the reference sheet. It's one of the reasons why I ask for a reference sheet. I want to make sure that the model has the colour that you want. But that's, like I say. Is there anything else that I would probably say on this? There's not really much wrong with what's here. That's the thing. There's not what I'm able to see here. There isn't much wrong with it. It's just there's a lack of that back view, a lack of information. So I would have to make some assumptions. I'd have to make some guesses about how things would sit on the character, how this pattern kind of comes around. Does do these like little fur dots carry on the other side of the shoulder? The tail as well. How does that tail work? How does that tail connect to the butt? What are your dergs? I have got myself a 1.5 litre bottle. I'm actually going to take a drink of that now. But yeah, so the ref sheet is great, but it feels like it just needs that little bit on the side just to kind of show the back view. You could even use this exact same outline and just flip it around, show the inside. That looked cursed. Look, I just do a massive pogger face whenever I take a drink. It tracks my face whether I want it to or not. Although I can do this now. Hello, chat. It's me. It's 2DK'd. But we don't like 2DK'd, do we? So yeah. Drawing Minty myself now, I realise how lazy the ref maker was with Minty, so I planned... Again, it depends. This is still what I would say is it's a decently made ref, but this is something that I couldn't work with for a 3D model, and this is kind of what I am getting at. For me, it's kind of like I'm trying to push these to the top tier, but I think, yep, there we go, we got a level 2 hype train, heck. But yeah, is there anything else I would do? There is these whiskers as well. One thing that I definitely... Are they whiskers or are they just lines on the face? See, that's one thing I'm already getting confused by. If these are whiskers, I'm not sure if that's just a way for the artist to show more expression, because we've got some around the ears here. So definitely clarify a few things. Remember, you are able to clarify the important things, such as Cade is chubby. Make sure that things that might be misinterpreted. Alright, because the way you got to do it, if you're handing a ref sheet to an artist, now, I'm an artist, we're not very smart people, right? We're not very clever. So what we've got to do is try and take as much from this as possible. And what that does is it reduces the amount of communication that I have to have between you and me. Because as much as you like talking about your own character, you probably don't want to be, yeah, this bit, that marking goes there, that marking goes there. You prefer just to talk about, like, other things. So, yeah, like, as much information as you can, but not so much that you're absolutely overloading somebody. But yeah, decent ref sheet. Lacks a back view, that's the big thing. Name those colours. But yeah, no, pretty decent. Flat colours, shows the gradients where the gradients need to be, and all that. And yes, the idea is working now. We're getting things fixed. It's starting to get back to normal. Okay, so next ref sheet. So this one we've got from Kolf, and this is of Kolf Stella. So by the way, I haven't really looked at many of these ref sheets before this. We're just going to go pretty much into it. So we got a side, front, and back view. Excellent. I'm actually going to ever so slightly just make myself smaller so that we can see the ref sheet in total. So we've got all of that. Very basic information. Name, excellent. Again, some people forget that. It is really important to put the name on. We've actually got an inside of the mouth view, which is something... No, we actually did have an inside of the mouth view. Excellent. So he did. But we do have one on here as well. So that's good. So we can see the inside because guess what? If you're making a 3D model likely needs to speak. And that means, you're going to see the inside of my gob. So you kind of want to be seeing those things. So colors... This pattern does relatively follow along with that pattern there, which is nice and consistent. We've got a front view of the hands and a back view of the hands. Excellent. All the proportions seem relatively nicely in line. We've got these markings on there, which are quite clear that they go around the whole hand. We do have a marking on here, the back of this, a heart or such. And the markings go around the neck. All seems consistent. The head shape overall feels a little bit like inconsistent, I will say that. The chin, I'm not entirely certain where this chin follows along, but considering it's a bat, I would imagine it's much more, bat-like. So we'd probably be wanting to look for that. Hair can be a pain on these. One thing I am a bit unsure of is exactly where this hair begins and where it doesn't. I would say probably around here. But I would expect like a little bit of scraggly on the back here, just to kind of make sure that that's there. We actually have a wing view, which is nice, and shows where the fingers actually kind of come from. So we kind of got 3 fingers, and this kind of looks more like a pattern. We got feet. We can see the beans. One thing that again, furry trash. Call me as much of it as you want. I do like it when people show me the pattern of the bean on the feet as well, just to make sure that we're getting it right. Once again, we've got colors over here. Now, because this character is much more simple in colors, you can probably get away without labeling these. But again, I just think labeling the colors, and if you want to go that extra step and put a hex code on it, means that there's absolutely no misinformation being carried across. Flat colors though, no shading, what you want to see. It's very basic. It says what it needs to. Now, what would I do to improve this? So firstly, one thing I would always say, again, try and put something on your reference if you can. Put some personality into it. Make that ref sheet yours. It doesn't have to be the cold, hard, technical document. It can be fun. Because again, remember, if you're commissioning an artist, this is possibly the first thing they're ever going to see. And if they just see a design, they might go, yeah, it's neat. But if they see a character and they feel like that, I can give this energy, I can give this some stuff. It's something that even if you're not confident with drawing expressions, give it a go. Try and bring something to it to just make people happy. Well, make your artist happy and make the because if your artist goes, oh, I want to do that, absolutely, like, it's better for you. And Prankist has chosen violence. But yeah, we got bat, female. We got the lesbian flag. Perfect. That kind of stuff. Again, more stuff I kind of want to see. But a little bit more information. There's other things that are missing. One of the things that I would say, and did Bruno miss it out on it as well? Bruno did. Height. The height of your character. Because if you're getting a solo piece, that's fine. Like, you don't really need height if you're on your own. But if you've got 2 characters, how do those 2 characters compare? Doesn't matter whether it's in Imperial or Metric or whatever. As long as you put your height somewhere on that ref sheet, it just makes it easier when an artist has like 2 different pieces, especially if they're from 2 different people, to put them side by side, because not everybody has those height diagrams. You crave violence. Well, hello. Welcome to the right chat. Art, reference sheets, and violence against dragons. Is there anything else more that you want? But yeah, so it's not a bad reference sheet. It's got the technicals down. Of like, and again, I'm not here to comment on art skill, anatomy, or else sort of that. I'm just here on how presentable this ref sheet is, and this is perfectly fine. This is very adequate. It's something that I would mostly be able to work with, apart from apart from obviously, like I said, the bottom of the feet. There is another thing that I can notice on this ref sheet that I am missing information for and thinking about it, and that is I can see this pattern on this tail here, but I cannot see how it ends because it's obscured by the butt. So I'd want to know, where does that pattern end on that tail? Just like I said, just little things. Like, and again, these are minor things. This is still a perfectly adequate ref sheet. It just needs a bit more information. Give it a bit more personality. I actually like the character quite a lot. The blue hair and the orange ears and all that works quite well. But again, I'm not meant to be talking about characters, but it's cute, okay? I'm not allowed to say it's cute. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Like I said, I'm going to try and get through them. So we got Professor Renderer next. So we got this one. So, one thing I would always say about characters, especially if you're giving them a reference sheet, you want to, this is going to sound incredibly furry of me, you're going to want to give them a nude reference. People are going to want to see that body. Even if they wear clothing on the regular, it's useful for people, especially if they're modeling the character, to be able to see how the underlying features work, because then they can build the stuff on top of that. So having a clothed reference is fine, perfectly adequate, but I would just make sure as well to check, just to have one where the character is also nude as well, just in case. You never know. Or maybe they don't have a body. Maybe it's a floating head on top of some ghostly things. Fine. One thing, Professor Renderer, your name. Put your name on the reference sheet. Why am I saying put your name on the reference sheet? Because, no doubtedly, at some point, this reference sheet is going to find its way onto an artist's computer, and the file name is going to be x735-KXZ JPEG large. They're not going to have any idea who this belongs to just by it on its own. And that comes from personal experience, where I found ref sheets that I like and I can't remember who it belongs to because no name on the thing, just like you would with a piece of work that you do for school, or you know, something that you sign off at work. Name. You don't have to sign it yourself, just something. Other than that though, front, side, back view, excellent. If you want to play it safe, with a ref sheet, front, side, back view, you're pretty much onto a winner. You really can't lack information when you can see those three things. Now, if you want to be really pedantic about it and be like, oh, well, you actually missing information from looking down and you don't get the idea. Yeah, you can have one looking down, but I don't think I've ever seen a furry reference sheet where looks down on the character. But, yeah, so. I can see these shoes. So we've got the shoes. We can see that there's at least the bulge at the bottom of the pants where I would assume, go over the shoes. That's kind of how I'm reading that. And yeah, proportions actually on point, so no issue there. Gloves, things, so you can see these glasses. Okay, so that's quite useful. This is quite useful. There's a second image as well, which I will go over because it does seem like it's part of the ref. I'm just not doing multiple characters, but you do have the other one, which I would consider combining them into one image at some point. Because again, I do not... This is a personal thing. This is very much a personal thing, but I do not like it when there's many ref sheets, many different images for a character. For me, it's nice to have all one. Though there are things you can get around like that with what do you call them? PureRef. PureRef is a really good piece of software if you want to just slap a load of references down onto the same sheet. And yes, you should be using references. Doesn't matter if you're doing 3D, 2D, whatever. Use references. So this is kind of useful. So there is one thing that's a little hard to read, and that's the glasses themselves, because those glasses look like they're kind of built in, because we've got this there's this little tangent here. So this line comes up and it kind of tangents off. It makes it kind of look like the glasses kind of sit on the face. So if that's what I kind of read that as. Hello, Saitsa. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. That's what I kind of read that bit as. Ears, fine, because we can see where the ears are. Hair, consistent. Apart from on that side it goes that way, and on that side it goes that way. So that's an information thing that I would tell me. It doesn't really matter which way the hair goes, it just go one way or the other. And hello, welcome. Put yours back to the big boy mode. But yeah, a decent ref. I sub to tier 3 to help out, but I don't actually understand the tiers. So you get some extra emotes. I actually need to commission some more emotes for the tier 3s and stuff, but it just helps me out a lot more. Generally, that's the only real reason, if you really want to. I don't like locking stuff off to tiers. Right. So, we've got this, like, underside of the collar here. So that's kind of useful, but what does this say? Because we've got this bit here, but then we've got this here. One thing I would just generally say is like, try and label what's happening here. So Kate, question, been inactive in here in a bit, but why the change of hair colour? So during the subathon my hair went red. I have blue hair. The dye's still coming out. We'll go back to blue eventually. I just like the purple for a bit. It's a nice summery feel. But yeah, 3 buttons, which are consistent. Again, I mean, to be fair, the I could model this character from this ref sheet, and that's not including the other character, like the other sheet to go with it. And this one I like as well, because this one adds that bit that I'm talking about. That little bit of personality. It looks a bit smug. It looks a bit like he knows what he's doing. He's got his little equipment here. I like these touches. They're not something that's like important to communicate.
Nice one, my furry friend.
The technical point, but there's something that communicates character. And hello, Carl. Hi.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Poppin'? Welcome on into you too. I hope you're both having a lovely day. But yeah, so these kind of like little details. This shows quite a lot, and I'm just realizing the tie is there. Yes, so we do have the tie. I mean, generally, it's quite a simple design. So I'm quite happy to see this. This is one that I would think. Again, name your character though. Put on the name. Put on the name, please. If you can, put a color palette on somewhere, and just give us a few little details about him. He's a scientist. Like, I know you've talked about your character before, how they've got some personality. Put that on the ref somewhere. A little bit of text, emotions, him doing something, and like those kind of things really help out. But yeah, we'll leave that with there. I hope that helps, Professor Endra. And yeah. Let's move on to the next one. So, the next one I'm going to go on... They've actually submitted 4 different ref sheets. But I'm going to open up 2 of them, because one of them's got clothing on, and I'll cover the clothing one in a bit. But this is something that I would like anybody to do. If you want to have a shaded ref sheet like this, if you want your ref sheet to look pretty, have one that's flat as well. That is... honestly, such a nice thought. Just having, because I wouldn't work from that one. Like, for this one, I probably wouldn't really deal with it. That's
nice
the one I would want to.
Friend.
That's the one I would save and put my thing. And hello, Koenig Shund. Welcome on in. So let's have a look. So this is what I really like seeing, especially with the 2D drawn references. 2 3/4 views, one from the front, one from the back. If you do like, you can see how much information we're able to see on this character, and this artist who's done this reference sheet has done a very good job of making sure a lot of it is visible. I say that because look at the hand positions. How this hand's facing forwards. This one's lifted a finger up, so that tells us how flexible those fingers can be. And then on the other side, we've got the pure back side of the character, more hand positioning, that kind of stuff. Those little details really all add up. And yes, we are looking at the book once again. So held by lower arms, held by upper right arm. that's kind of cool. I believe that might be on the other references, but that's really neat. It's nice to see the little details on the horns as well. And those horns are quite clear, I would say. I believe, did they have a... So yeah, the horns are very consistent. They go back, up and around. That's nice to see. And once again, look at this. We've got our good old expressions on the side. Some I like to think. Shaded refs are my first mistake when I started drawing. I changed the... Like, it's fine. We all do it. I mean, my reference is slightly shaded. If you actually go back to my reference sheet, mine has slight shading because it's made from a 3D model. If you make it look flat, it looks wrong. But you can get away with a tiny amount. Just make sure that there's ways around it. I've just realized this one's missing the color selection. Huh. My own reference sheet has issues. I thought I'd fix that though. I must have grabbed the wrong one. Oop. So yeah, so wings. We can see the wings. We've got the front. We've got the back. We can see quite clearly the tail. We've got a clear defined point of where that stops and how the tail comes out of the back, out of the back joint. We can see how it would all connect up. We've obviously got the different arms with the different shoulders.
Nice one, my furry friend.
It's Pika Girl World, welcome on in. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day. Generally, this is a really good reference. Now, there is a few things that I would want to kind of put out there. And Mixer RGBD, welcome on into you too. There is one thing that I would definitely want to look at with this, and that's your color palette up here. The eye one is fantastic, although what I would do with eyes, when you've got gradients like this, break it up into the 3 colors that make that gradient and make them solid color. So what we could do here is like cut this in half and have one side as the true kind of eye with the gradient, and then have the other side with solid color, solid color, solid color. Because you can see there's 3 different colors there. It'd be nice to kind of have them solid. So again, if any artists are using the color picker and want to use that method, that's available to them. The other thing is these colors aren't labeled. What's this blue? What's this dark blue? I mean, I can kind of see that the dark blue's probably the gums. Oh, is that something we're actually missing? So we don't see his tongue. We don't really see... I say his, I don't actually know if it's a he or they or she. So... Another thing that we could maybe do with put up and down on the reference sheet, just to be sure, just to be safe. But yeah, there's no actual internal of the mouth. One of them is the tongue, other is the gums actually. Oh, right, okay. But like I said, I'm only able to go off the information that's given to us here, which is great, because like I said, this, well, how I'm viewing it now is exactly what I would do when I go through the commissions. But yeah, the darker colour is there, and that's there. But that would be nice to have a little label with it. Again, try and communicate stuff as quickly as possible. You don't really want people to kind of like, so that goes there, and then that there? As soon as you start doing that, that's when you start getting little mistakes here and there. Though, this is a gorgeous ref sheet. Like, technically well drawn, so there's that. Because obviously, the technical levels do come into it a bit. Obviously, if a reference sheet looks really nice, it looks better if the anatomy and all the technical draftsmanship is done well. This one is. I appreciate this as well. This is something that I definitely recommend. If you've got a character with wings on the back, remove one of the wings so we can actually see what the back's actually meant to look like itself. And hi, Silver. Hope you're having a wonderful day. The one thing I would maybe say, because I'm always very particular about this kind of stuff, and this is just my own thoughts, so you can be absolutely 100% free to disagree, is that if you've got these kind of like little bits coming out, say whether the artist can take like liberty with them. Like, do we need specifically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the, like those main ones on that? And yes, that's what that is. That's the circle. That's where the wing attaches. which is a really that's kind of your common practice way. We actually saw that on renderer here, where you've got this circle with the X. That's very common reference sheet language to say that we've removed a part of the body to make it easier to see, and that is something I do definitely recommend people do. You can see that I literally just slice his arm off there. Brutal. I'm not saying mine's perfect, it's absolutely not a perfect one. Generally, I mentioned it's got plated scales, no specifics. Excellent. I mean, then again, like I said, there's a lot of this stuff that I talk about that you can put in DMs, but I am a very... I've worked with quite a few artists over time. Some, like myself, are very conversational. I will talk about your persona all day long. I love it. I've talked many a time about identity and all that sort of stuff that comes into it. I absolutely adore them. But some artists will literally just have a Google form thing that you fill in, you put a reference sheet in, they'll send you an email and they'll say, I'm doing it, and then they'll give you it back. So you've got to be confident that whatever you can present to them has everything that you want on it, and anything thing. Cade, when mine comes up, can I send you the higher res one? Yeah, absolutely. Just let me... Sigil. Is your character still named Sigil? Because if they are, I'll just message you at that point. Because I want to go through them in order, obviously. Is there anything I would improve? Again, really just label them the colours. Pretty much it, really. There is an alternative version of this, and since it is the same character, we're going to look at it, which has got the clothes on. Which I quite like. The one thing I would say is if you've got clothes on your reference sheet as well, try and put a separate, or if you want, put it with it, another what are they called? Color palette. Put another color palette with the clothing if you can. Although, once again, flat colors, it's fine. People can come click onto it, absolutely fine. I'm being very nitpicky with this one. I'm really, because I like the good ones. I like the good reference sheets. This is something I would consider a good reference sheet. Absolutely something I would definitely consider modeling if this was to be submitted to me. Hands down, it's got what I need. I'm just really trying to think, is there anything that I would improve on it? And not really. Even my usual complaint, which is we can't see the bottom of the feet, well, we can pretty much make out the details from the bottom of that anyways. Yeah, generally pretty good. Pretty good. What was the other one that was sent? Let's have a look at that one. If anything, just because it's cool. Yeah. Oh, I like the wraps on them, actually. That actually works really good. Kid, not the character. I'm too like, oh, I love that little touch. I actually like this design. Let me talk about the design for a tiny moment. Just like, I really, really appreciate details like this. How we've got this overall shape here in the wing, in the horns, also replicated in the armor plating. Stuff like that. Absolutely adore that sort of stuff. BTW, for the case of someone who wants multiple versions of outfits, so you don't have to build from Polygon 1 every time, would you make a base swimsuit version or just be able to mass produce that character with different outfits? So for me, the way I would work, the way I like working, because my process kind of relies on it, is I will always make the base mannequin first. I will always want, it doesn't matter whether the character's pretty much always going to wear clothes or whatever, I will want to make that first. The reason being is because I'm going to rig it, and rigging and weight painting it, and it's a lot easier to weight paint clothes onto something that exists already than trying to weight paint it without it. And it also gives you further options later on down the line of, you know, you get bored of that outfit, you can just change it out, as opposed to having to remodel the character again from scratch. Funny thing is, with Minty, I mostly want her as an anthro, but the ref is feral. That's again, like, it's like I say, it's fine. A height measurement's needed anymore. Again, that's actually a good point. I should have myself a little note list, shouldn't I, down by the side. No height on the character reference. So how big is this character compared to, you know, this boy? Like, do we end up being like this, where we've got this one and this one, right? And there we go. There's our height comparison. Who knows? There's no heights on either of them. So like, this is canon. big bet. But yeah, like, no, genuinely though, that's actually a really good reference sheet. I would genuinely say that is what I would consider a good one. You want to see how many Google Chrome tabs we're gonna have by the end of this? So you're layering clothes on the top of the base even. I typically model the clothes into the base unless I'm trying to attach it. It depends. Like, you can do it that way. There's nothing, again, as with any form of art, there's nothing that says you can't just simply model the clothes on directly. You can do that. It actually makes a couple of things easier. For example, you're not going to really have to deal with clipping and stuff like that. But it does mean that it makes it more, like I said, it makes it more difficult. And I view avatars as not just a one and done thing. To me, an avatar isn't just like, it's not like a typical art piece where you commission it and that's kind of it with it. You kind of commission it and then you might want a little bit extra on it, or you might want to change an outfit later on down the line, or maybe something about your design changes and you just want to tweak that a little bit. Things like that. That's my reasoning for doing it. It does take longer, but it also makes, for me personally, easier to weight paint and stuff, because guess what, if you're working off a body that's actually moving underneath it, then the clothing is going to follow along with that a bit more naturally anyways. So yeah, no, Dragon Nova, good reference. Definitely one I would, like, there's little improvements I would make, but mostly it's just labeling a bit more stuff. And yeah, and really cool character design. Really like it. Alright, next one. Like I say, we're not hanging about with these ones. So we're on to one by Casual now. Well, this is one they commissioned. And this one's of their character Cena. So, first look at it. Yeah, I like this. Front and back view. Don't have a side view. And for me, that's not a problem. Side views, though, or 3/4 views or something like that, do one good thing, and that tells me the volume of that character. How far is this? How wide is this, like, torso section or the stomach section? Is it thin? Does it come out quite far? Is it kind of average? A 3/4 view, or even better if you've got the front and back, a side view really just puts that to sleep. Because again, it's not that it can. I would make an assumption with that. I'm not going to be like, no, not working with it. I can't. No, you can't understand it. It's like, no, I would make an assumption with it. But that's the problem. This is why I like doing these ref sheet reviews. Your reference sheet, and I'll keep saying this throughout the entire stream today. If you can get your artist to make as few assumptions as possible, you will be happier with the end result. Because again, this is the first time I've ever seen this character, so all of my interpretation of this character is coming from this sheet. Same as probably a lot of you in the chat are looking at this character for the first time. They've done quite a few good things well though. Hands, showing the hands and the back. Fine, absolute thing. Why is the ones? So this is something that a few people do. A few people have like a chibi style one, and that is kind of common. And that's just kind of to show them off in a different style. And what that would tell me is that the artist who, the person submitting this character doesn't hold the style of that character too close to them. Which is a piece of information that's actually kind of useful to know, because to me, that means, oh, I might have a bit more artistic freedom with this character. I might be able to push things a bit more cartoony with them, because I've got a cartoony thing on the ref. Again, this is assuming that for some reason, we live in a world where people can't, DM me and tell me what they want. And just in a world where only your ref sheet is ever submitted and that's it, and the artist never communicate. I mean, to be fair, some artists never do communicate with you after you've submitted it, but let's not get into that, shall we? But assuming, like I said, I'm going off the assumption that all I'm allowed to see is the ref sheet, so all I'm taking the information from is the ref sheet. The chibi doesn't have the tail. The chibi doesn't have the tail, but it does have the little X there. So that, once again, kind of tells me tail's not there. If anything, I actually appreciate that because it tells me how this underside of the tail works. Because we can see that this like little, I kind of want to call it like a floof skirt. It kind of goes underneath the tail. So that would tell me that underneath here, this continues. It doesn't like end and merge into the tail. I can't work with this enough because I don't have angles to make a cardboard cutout. Like, again, there's a lot of this which can be pushed through. And you can avoid a lot of it by just simply talking to your artist. But if your ref sheet's good in the first place, you don't even need to. Okay, head, I like this. And I like this smirk. Again, it's one expression. This is one expression on a ref sheet, and it adds a lot of character to them. Along with the little description there. Gets along with other people pretty easily, or gets along with other people pretty easily, but many are scared away by her appearance. Hey, sweet. Sharp clothes, horns, and teeth. So that's kind of a neat bit of information. At least that tells people to not like round it off even on the chibi version, which you can actually see there. Like they've actually not rounded those off. So yeah, I suppose that's fine. Dew claw on the outside. Yep. Arms fairly easy to read. We're able to see where that pattern is and where that is. Although it is kind of a little bit on the difficult side to make those out, but they're just like kind of only kind of things. That's a fair point. Where do those tusks actually attach? That is something that this reference sheet is really missing, actually. We've got a little bit here, but what we could maybe do, because we can already see the back fur here, we could just simply come down here and just cut this bit of the fur away here, and simply see where that horn actually connects in on the back. I could, once again, you can make kind of a bit of an assumption that it kind of just fits along with the side of the face, but we don't like making assumptions, do we? Anything else? So we got 1, 2. Again, another nice thing would be like, are these spines like dedicated always 6? Are they open for interpretation? Again, very nitpicky. I'm doing very neat. Like a lot of these will be good, and I'm not here just to go, haha, ref sheet bad. I want to genuinely say when a ref sheet is good, it's good. And this one's pretty decent. It's just missing that one view. That's the big thing I would say it's missing, because a lot of interpretations, a lot of assumptions have to be made from that. Although at least with the face, because we've got this 3/4 view, we can see how long this snoot's meant to be. We don't. Well, we have a tongue here, but we don't really see the gums. We don't really see the inside of the mouth. I would want to see the inside of the mouth for it. Is this some kind of croc alligator? It looks like, I don't know what it is. It just looks cool. Hi, Fru. Hope you're keeping well. And I'm gonna have a drink because I need to keep my mouth moisturized. Where's the hydrate redeem? It's turned off at the minute because the hydrate bottle just doesn't. It hits my face and it doesn't despawn. So I'd be hydrating forever. My bunk didn't. Oh, did it not? Oh boy. I'll check that in a bit. But yeah, we got a color palette down here, which is nice. Once again, though, it's kind of like, what are these colors all referring to? You can make assumptions. Boom, boom. What's this gray? Oh, that's the claws. Yellow is like the tongue and a bit of the flesh. White teeth, I would imagine. What's this pink? Inside of the ears. Okay, so maybe that one's fairly readable. Again, maybe personal preference. I just like the little descriptors on them. I just like knowing exactly what's what. But no, I would genuinely say that's a pretty good reference sheet. Just lacks that side view. Okay, next one. Right, we're getting through these today. So we got one by value. So this one's a 3D model. So 3D models, obviously, as you probably already know this value, aren't always the best suited for reference sheets. Not when we're talking about things, but you have done one of the things that gets around it. So this reference sheet is shaded. So we've got these small little dots here to show the color. Now, one critique I would definitely have with those, they're too small. The little dots are too small on the image, because once again, think of it, somebody's going to have this image open up on reference screen or somewhere else, and they're going to get the eyedropper tool. Now, because your character is shaded, they cannot realistically use the character, so they've got to grab onto the eyedropper and onto these little circles here. And I'm on a 2K screen here, and I can only just, like, I have to really position the mouse. It'd be nice if those were just a bit bigger, because we can be a little less accurate with the grabbing of it. Tiny little recommendation there, but something that I would definitely think. You have done and shown us an internal view, though, which I appreciate. Thank you. And this is another thing that I really like seeing whenever you've got these like kind of color palettes. If you've got gradients, do this kind of thing. You've done this the same with the body and with the eyes. Doing that makes our jobs a lot easier. Really like to see that. So 45 oh, so you're just saying 45 degree view. I was thinking, like, are you saying this is 45 degrees? Because I'm pretty sure that's 90. But no. The only thing is, we do have a back view. So we got the front, we got the back, and we got the sides, which is actually really nice. And because your character is it slightly asymmetrical? It is. You've got certain bits on some sides and certain bits on the other side, which is nice to see that you've got both sides shown there. Things. Am I going to get fired for watching you at work? Well, if you are going to get fired, don't watch me at work. There's more important things in life. That's just the heat of the tree. But like, I like this kind of thing as well. See, this 45 degree view actually really helps identify where this is kind of spinning around. But again, it's a 3D model, so of course we have a lot more advantages. You have a lot of advantages when it's a 3D model for a reference sheet, because guess what? It's 3D. You want to pause, or you want a certain viewpoint, great, just turn the camera and there you go, you got it. Obviously, you did say in the Discord post that you are aware that it is only half a body. I am going to say, you do need the full body really for a reference sheet. Another thing I would definitely say, though, is put some more expressions on the sheet as well. Again, you could even do that in these views as well. You don't have to keep the character purely technical. You could have this one looking at the camera a little bit, this one looking over to the side, maybe with a smirk, and you can do stuff like that where you can have bits where you're showing expression, even though it's technical, you're showing expressions, you're showing parts of the character. I mean, I know you kind of like, it's chilled back, it's laid out. It'd be nice to kind of see a bit of that in the reference sheet as well. You got your name on it though, and commendations for putting on your social medias as well. It means great if it's saved as image.smoothie on my PC. Great, I know where to find it. It's there. You got the thing, you got the type, what type of dragon you are. So if somebody makes a Twitter post about just drew this third tree dragon, they get your species right and they don't call you a cat or something. He, they, happy lad. Again, see, that's nice. A very personal thing. I like these details. I love to see the stuff where it's the personality of the character as well. And feel free to reinterpret markings and plants. So even though I've said, like, yeah, well, we can see how this actually wraps around, you're fine with people doing their own thing with it. Which, again, if you've got a character like this where they have intricate details, like we've got these like plants around here, we've got one there, we've got some there, and there's some elsewhere on him as well, and it's nice to kind of see that. One thing that is a little unclear is these markings here, so maybe amplify that a bit or point that out that there's this little marking here, and is that on the other side? Kind of. We've got this little mark there. We've got a little bit of a mark there. It's the boy. It's a good value. It's great value, in fact. engraved into the body, so they have some depth. Again, excellent. This is what I want to see. This is what I want to see. If there's something that's important to your character, put it on. Tell the artist. Pretend that they know nothing, because they likely don't. Me just out here on Twitch calling all artists dumb, but look, I'm one. I get to say we are. I painted the boy. Pain. Oh no. But yeah, no. For what it is, it's good. I would just, like I said, I would definitely make these color pickers a little bigger. Just to try and just to make it easier for people to literally grab them. Because again, I'm zooming in right now. Most of the time, this is going to be somewhere over on my other screen. I'm just going to very quickly want to... Oh, I just want the mints. There. There. I mean, I need a new mouse. My mouse is actually awful at the minute. But anyways, not enough me complaining about technical problems. Let's move on to the next one. So thank you, Value. I hope that kind of came in. Sigil, if you're still there, send us your high quality one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just skip on to... Oh, there you are. Perfect timing. Right. Okay, there's that one. Let me pop back onto the thing. Now I've got to scroll up because Discord does Discord. We have a lot to get through, so we are getting through them. What are we on? We're just over an hour. Okay. Okay, so Sigil, he, him, no. Chest and back markings are mirrored. Arms and legs, not. Thank you. Again, boom. One thing that you kind of got to remember with graphic design and stuff. Well, man, will stream, but yes, it'll be on a VOD for 2 months on the channel, but I might actually download this one and put it onto YouTube as well. So no, chest and back markings are mirrored, legs are not. Text. Whenever it comes to graphic design like this, wherever there's a big block of text, especially where there's the biggest text, it's where your eyes will naturally look. So I'm glad that it says that right away. So now when I'm looking at the character, I'm already assuming that those are going to be different, which is nice to see. Okay, so first thing I always look at, hands. We can't really see the front of your hands. You can't really see the front of those hands. What we can see though is your tongue. Excellent. We can see your teeth. Great. So we got that sort of stuff out of the way. The markings here very clear. And it's very obvious to where this hair starts and begins, which is nice to see. This is the kind of stuff that we want to see. We can semi-see these back markings and for leg markings. I would definitely somewhere, either just to the side here, like let's say you had a bit here, flatten that out. Like imagine that you've got a rolling pin on his leg and you've just flattened that out. And so we can see what that pattern is meant to be. If it's something specific, which the fact that you've noted it down here, to me tells me that that needs to be specific, that this pattern is very... You've got a plan for it. Eye colours glow. Split tongue. Excellent, we can see that there. Face, head. Fairly seems all nicely proportioned. Got this marking around here. So this marking here, this is right, okay. Let's have a think. So to me, there is a little bit of confusion here. Like we've got this little bit here. I'm not sure if that's hair or if that's a marking. Because if that's a marking, I'm not entirely... Is that coming around here? I think so, yeah. I think that wraps around the shoulder and then comes into this second bit here. Yeah, that's how that's working, isn't it? That's kind of how that's working. I would generally, again, if these markings are something that's specific, if it's not, just say that you're free to take some liberty with them, but keep them not symmetrical and stuff like that. If you want them to be very obvious, flatten it out. And then we can kind of see, oh, that's how it would wrap around. Okay. Ears. We can't really see the back of the ears. Then again, we can. We can make it out. We can make it out that that's there. So, no, that's not really a complaint.
Nice one, my furry
muzzle.
friend.
Yo, snake in a jar. Hello, welcome on in. Did I get a tattoo? I have got a tattoo, yes. Hello. One thing I'm gonna say. I'm gonna be furry trash. What do the beans look like on the feet and on the hands? I suppose that's the thing. I need where beans. But no, it's actually quite a nice reference. You've got the 2 3/4 view, so in terms of volumes and shapes, I've got everything I need. I've got what I would want to work with. Because I can make out the muscle definition, I can make out how wide the character is, I can make out how tall they are. Although, yet again, height, character's height, put it on there somewhere. Same reason, just in case you weren't here before. I always recommend you put your character's height on the ref sheet, because if you're being put with another character, the artist will want to know what the kind of height difference is between them. Whether they're the same, whether one's tiny or whether one's massive, or whether that's all the case at the same time. Long tail, again, these little details, some people don't like them, I do. I really like these little details because it tells me what's important to the client about their design.
Oh, thanks for the
Minty. Sub. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub at 3 months. Yo. Having a drink. Is there anything else that I would really focus on? One thing I will say is the face is really nicely laid out. Like, I could follow along with that face. I've got a very good idea for the shapes and the style. Nice of it. And again, we got like a little bit of we got a little drawing on here with just that little bit more personality. And same over on this side. Maybe
nice
that's
one,
something I would maybe just say. Maybe a little bit more detail about the personality of the character as well. Like, to me, he comes across as a bit of a smug. He knows himself. Though he's got like a kind of cute side to him. And hello, Wolfieverse. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. And yes, generally, I'd say this is one's. It's definitely good. If I was to work with it, I would work with it. Like, if this was submitted, it wouldn't be one that I would discredit. I would go, no, that's fine. Damn, kid, being interested in making me put. Do keep some money for your own emergencies, though. Don't subscribe to me on Twitch if you've got other things that you need to be dealing with. Hello, Nazra. Welcome on in. But yeah, no, I like it. Although, oh no, I can't work with it anymore. Sorry, Sigil. I've just noticed something. The claws on there are brown, but on that it's orange. Terrible. Can't work with it. I'm done. Offended. I'm off. But you get little mistakes like that. It's fine though. I'd just assume that's just literally a fill error. Okay, let's move on to the next one, because like I said, we've got a lot to get through. The bean isn't even coloured in that part either. No, terrible. Mods, bans. don't ban Sigil. Sigil's lovely. Right, next sheet. So we got Sushi Beetle next. Ooh, this is an interesting one. So this one, we've got 2 styles on it. We've got both a feral and a anthro type. Yeah, I think we've got it. We got it, chat. First one to put the height of the character on. Let's yeah, baby. So the height of the character, that is an interesting style beam. Okay, so right, I love the fact that this is the color palette here. From an aesthetic viewpoint, I love this. Like, I love that color palette, but the technical part of me is going, I'm gonna misclick onto the wrong color there so many times, just because like there's the tiny bit here and stuff. I love it. I would maybe, I don't know. I want to kind of say have another one up there, but realistically, then you're just wasting space. So this one we don't have a back view. But because we've got the side view and this 3/4 view, we can make a bit of an assumption from that. Yeah, that's the color palette right there. It's very clever. Again, design point, I'm like, I love it, but I'm just like, maybe it should be a little bigger or something, just to kind of push that. But again, that's very nitpicky. That's, again, anything I say, by the way, chat, I'm not somebody here to be like, I know all of my advice is going to be relevant to you. It's stuff that I'm talking about for myself, so it might not be perfectly adequate to leave it that way. I love it from an aesthetic standpoint. So we got alternate hairstyle, which is nice. Again, so we can kind of make an assumption about this bit coming around here. But like, so we got this like almost tuning fork style, but we've got this dark pattern that comes fairly far down the back. I'd want to kind of, just to be sure, just see the back of that character. So we got one of you there, but it slightly splits at the end, and then it splits more on the Pharaoh one. Okay. I'm more focused on the Anthro one because that's typically what I tend to work with a lot more. But I will have a look at the Pharaoh one as well. Though the Pharaoh one is kind of just a drawing, but it's enough there to go off when you've got this bit here. So we've got these bits that come around the side, but then there's not really any markings on there, so I'd have to assume that that sits entirely on the shoulder. To be honest, I haven't figured out the back when I made this. Just go. There you go. Just let the artist figure it out. That's what I'm hiring you to do. Yeah, the background is something that I was going to get to in a bit. Just because the background's got some colors, especially if you're dealing with somebody who's got, say, like color blindness and such, it can be a bit disorientating to have a multicolored background kind of like this. I would maybe say to flatten that out, or at least reduce the effect of it so it's a little bit less intense. Generally, of a ref sheet, you kind of want any details to be on the character itself. You don't really want to detract away from that. You've got a lot of space here on the reference sheet, and I would definitely say put some information about the character on there. Again, emotions, expressions. You've got a bit here where you could maybe put 2 more expressions on to show, like, what's this character's attitude? What's this, oh, right, okay, yeah, I should have thought of that. It's me being thing. Yeah. But yeah, I would definitely say just add little details, some expressions and stuff. But yeah, like, other than that, that's fine. So we got this texture on here. One thing I've seen once before, and I really liked it, was when somebody had a texture like this, they actually had this little black and white outline of what that gradient actually looks like what this texture looks like separate, which is something that as a 3D artist I would appreciate, but that's very much a 3D artist thing. That's not a definitely not something for 2D artists as much. Is there anything else that I'm seeing? Kind of the usual thing. Can't really see the front of the hands. Would like to see the front and the back, and if possible, the side of the hands as well. Because again, hands are one of those things that we use a lot. Very expressive. Face looks pretty fine. We've got, like I say, we've got the mouth there, so this is fine. We can see the mouth absolutely fine, so we don't need to have an open mouth part on the drawing. Face is fine. This is consistent, so we can see this scar. I would maybe pull attention to that though, because I only noticed that scar when like this missing part of the brow when I've zoomed in there. It'd be very easy for me to miss that. So I would maybe put up, again, little bits of detail, just like we saw on Sigils, where there's like these little detail bits here that just say the important parts. Things like that really help out. The only disadvantage to doing that is it then does localize the reference sheet to a language, which can be a little bit of a problem. But it's just something to consider. So the one thing that I'm a bit unsure about is we've got this bean shape here. Is that actually how the bean looks on the bottom of the foot? Does it have this like little gap? Again, something. No, I would maybe note this down just to be absolutely certain, because I'm like, is that just a pattern or is that actually how it is? But no, that's actually how it is. Okay. And again, your artists, you can talk to them. So there's a lot of this stuff that you can work over anyways. Just like I just did there with you now. Does this is this? But again, it's something that I had to ask the question for, so worth considering.
Nice one,
like
my
I say, the design is fairly similar on the thing. Wolfboy3344, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Is there anything else I would really want to say?
Nice one, my furry friend.
And Sir William Foxwell's Stark, welcome on into you as well. Hope you're also having a lovely day. Not really. I actually, like I said, there's a lot I like about this one. There's a lot I like about this one. Just more information about the character. If that character actually doesn't have eyes, make sure to note that down. Because I would just assume, like my assumption would be that you've just left the face markings off on this one, but I'm not sure. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Not really. I like on a design level. I definitely like the design. Like again, I'm not meant to be commenting on the design. I'm trying to stay over the design, but I think it's pretty cool. But yeah, I hope that kind of helps. I hope that gives you a bit of how I would view it. Is it something that I would model? I would want that back view. I would want that back view just to be sure. I probably would be able to work with this, but yeah, I'd want that back view. Thank you. She feels very great, but I love. Hey, look, it's fine. I like the colors. It's got this soft blues, and you've got the accents of the hot pinks, which is really nice to. They work really well together. And I'm doing well, Sir William Foxwell Stark. Oh my, it's Kate, the best 3D furry. What do you mean the best? I'm the only one. There's no others. I am the furry 3D artist on Twitch.tv, and you ought to follow me if you haven't. But yeah, no, I like it. Bit more detail, pointing things out, and again, the color. I'm sort in two pieces about that color palette. I love it. Aesthetically, I love it, but I know from working with it, I probably not. But oh, it looks so cool. But yeah, we're gonna move on because I gotta keep going. Gotta keep going. That's the wrong button. Right, who's next? So we got Lura next. This one is a quadruped. Right, okay, so we've got a side, we've got a front view, we've got different views of the face. Oh, that is nice to see. I appreciate this, where they've removed the arms so we can see this underside of the torso, because that's a very interesting detail. That's something I definitely appreciate, because that's hidden, actually, on this view. So we can see that there, and we can see it there as well. This is something that I actually I like seeing. I don't do this on my own one, but this is something that you can do, especially where you've got the color palettes right next to the thing that you've got. Now, my argument would be that this doesn't really need to have this gradient in it. We could have just used the solid color, but the fact that you've got the solid colors right next to it is useful to see. We got height, we got name, gender, what it is. A little interesting fact. Again, we got these little details here telling us, just making sure that the artist knows. Like, again, things can get misinterpreted all the time, so it's nice to see. Hey, strong and bulky body. Okay, so if you're drawing this character, as you've got to make them look strong. They're not going to be average. They need to look like they've got some beef on their arms. And we've got the two different versions. So mask is optional but preferred. Again, giving you kind of a bit more leeway with how you want to approach that. Right side of the face is heavily scarred, which they've both said and marked down, and it looks very consistent. which is nice to see. Colours are flat on the character itself, which makes it easy to pick. And we've got, if I move myself out of the way, we've got the hands, both the outside and the inside, along with the huge claws, which it does say on that bit there, huge claws on hands. So, really nice to see. We got the full inside of the mouth as well, which is useful to see how those teeth work. Because again, I'm not coming at it from that perspective. I'm coming at it from a 3D artist perspective. I would want to model that on. So seeing how that's all laid out is really useful, because guess what? The character's probably gonna talk. And so we need to see that inside. This is nice as well, though. We got like almost like a scientific diagram of it, showing how this body kind of fits into shape. I love it. Is there anything I would really... Well, it looks like this character's got quite dexterous hands, to be fair. So I would imagine they're actually able to use, like, even though they're walking on all fours, I believe they've actually, like, from that design, the kind of, because it's almost got that gorilla stance. Again, we're getting a bit more into design talk than reference sheet talk here. It's got that gorilla stance, so I'd imagine it would have some dexterity when it comes to its arms. And yeah, like I said, we've got the eyes, we've got the colours. We've got the separate eye bit here, which I like seeing. Same here. We've even got like this bit here showing that this character does not have wings. They can have extra arms. So that's something. So that's neat. I would maybe want to see that a little bigger, because that's actually a really interesting detail. But the fact that they can actually have more than just the 4 legs, they can actually have up to 6, or probably possibly more. Who knows? Art and redesign by Lura and Light from the Dark. Again, beautiful. I always like to see that as well. Just a subtle, hey, this is where this character is. Because again, if this reference sheet gets saved somewhere randomly, we can see it. Hair, does the hair all look at it? Looks fine. White ring around pupil. Even though it's already here, it's making sure. Again, that's one thing. You can visually represent something, but if it's possible that someone could interpret that as a mistake, make sure to point it out that no, that's how it actually is. We got nice shape across the face. Again, everything's fairly consistent. It's very well laid out. There's not much I would really say. The only thing I would maybe say is, again, we are maybe lacking a little expression, but yeah, there's one colour missing in the ref. We got the white, we got the darker colour, claw colour. Around the mask, the light blue. Oh yeah, that is there. That is something that could maybe be done with being put on this as well, though. You are right about that. I did notice that, but thinking about it, like I said, my usual complaint is make it easy for the person to colour pick from. And to be fair, that's a very thin line. Is there anything else that I would look at? Yeah, it's there. It's just like, to be fair to the other people that have critiqued about the small, like really small color picking sizes, it is there, but it's difficult to color pick. But then again, you're only really going to color pick it once or twice if it's looking straight at you. 2 rows of 6 spikes, 1 middle row of 5 spikes. Excellent, thank you. This is all I want. I just want, whenever you've got something like that, I want people to say if it's something that is defined. In this case, it is. It's very defined. But sometimes it can be up for interpretation. I love seeing those details on reference sheets. That's nice. Is there anything else that I would look at? I'm really trying to find something to look at. One thing, again, as always, is like, I would assume that the bottom of these feet is probably the same as the hands in the fact, like the toes kind of have this color on, and then it goes into the hand, and then finally on the foot. We don't really see the back view, I suppose, of this character. But then again, we've got this here, which tells us it's white, but we don't really know what... Then again, no, we've got it there. It kind of comes there. Kind of Okay, no, maybe we do. Maybe we do. Really trying to find something. I want to find something. I'm kind of like that teacher that's like, I need to find something wrong so I can mark them down. Hi, Nebula. This is not only a good ref sheet, but again, minor talk about the design. I really like it. It really works well. Love it. Like the colors all meld nicely together. It's really nice, and the overall, I've got a good feeling for them. I could almost like move these around. So would I make a 3D model out of this? Absolutely. Like this is beyond. Like, oh, this kid went from art dad to art teacher. That transition was scary. I must find something. Well, you didn't use checkerboard shading properly. I'm gonna remove some marks from you now. No, it's fine. It's actually really nice to see. Yeah, I really don't have much more to say about it. I think this one's been mostly praise. I do like it. It's very good. It's very nicely laid out. Don't really feel there's much more to say about that. Like I said, maybe just a bit more about what the character does. Like, are they aggressive? Are they passive? Are they, that kind of, those kind of little details might be something just to add, but you can get away without it. It looks absolutely fine. Right, next one. Let's not hang around. Oh, so we got Teal. So Teal's is fun because Teal actually submitted theirs last time. So I'm gonna scroll up and see if I can find Teal's old ref, because we did review this in the last time we did the ref sheet review. So it would be nice to compare the two. I'm gonna be scrolling up for a bit. Or I could just search from Teal, to be fair. There it is. Right, okay, so we got the old one. Okay, so we got the old one and we got the new one. So, this is personally, I love these kind of ref sheets. I was promised there would be buts. I mean, there's kind of one there. I mean, if you go to my ref sheet, I've got a butt there. There you go. The promise has been fulfilled. Okay. So we've got this one. Again, I love these little details because again, somebody could send me this and I've pretty much got everything I need. I don't need to ask anything. I've got like everything I need. So we've got color palette for the clothes. Excellent. Okay, read it properly. Lucas Burt's Sea Otter gives us a birthday, so we can derive the age from that. Once again, Teal, no height. Did you actually put your height on the old one? You didn't. Height. Well, I know you're small. And hi, Rico. Welcome on in. Chill, easy going, easily overwhelmed, fairly bubbly, insecure sometimes. I personally, from somebody who chooses the character designs that they work from, I love seeing this stuff. Tell me a little bit about your character. Tell me how they are, what they feel, what they like. Those little details are what makes me excited about a character. And if you're submitting a reference sheet to somebody, if you can make that person excited about your character, they are way more likely to pick you. I know that sounds like, well, duh, but there's reference sheets in, like, say, the professional environment are very technical and broad and very just, they are what they are. The character must be drawn like this, hair must be done like this, and all of this stuff is that. Okay, the height is on the sheet. Where's the height? Oh, there it is! And I think it did add that. Yes, he paid attention, because I did remember mentioning that last time. I'm not very smart. Look, I'm looking at the left and I'm reading across, and I probably should read the whole thing, but I like to try and chat. But yeah, I like seeing that kind of stuff. Likes, dislikes, reference sheet made by himself, and even says that's his tag on both Twitter and Fair Affinity, which is nice to see. So yeah, it does mention his height. Again, I like this one because he's got a clothed ref, and I know Teal usually is clothed. Like, you mostly see him in clothes. But he's got the reference sheet without that on as well, to give us an idea of what that looks like. And this is one thing I remember. This is one thing I definitely remember saying on his old one. Yeah, I definitely remember saying it on his old one. He's improved that this time. He's now got this view of what it looks like without the fur, which is something really nice to see. I appreciate that I was listened to. Listen to me. I have a tick by my name. That means I'm correct about everything I ever say. But no, yeah, I like that. Webby beans. Yeah, again, we got the stuff telling us how it all is. We can see how his beans are. We can see how his neck works. We can see... He's got his expressions here. Spots only appear on his right side of the face. Ah! I'm writing all this down to make my new ref. Again, I hope all this does help you all out. Props are optional if not asked for. Excellent. Wristband, glasses, crystal necklace, and Barry the Rock. That's the true That's our true reference today. That's oh hi Stirring. That's that's the character that we're really here for, isn't it, chat? Barry the Rock. Again, little details like this. I love seeing it. I really love seeing it. And again, if we look at the old reference sheet, like this reference sheet is fine, and there was a lot that I remember saying that he did well. He's labeled up the colors on the bottom. He already had likes and dislikes and stuff like that, but he's just taking it that little bit further, and you can see how, while the reference sheet is of the same character and it very much feels similar in like style and such, it is better. This is a better reference sheet, hands down. And we've still got, like I say, the marked up bits down there. We can see this here. Is there anything I would improve about this? Because, like I said, this is kind of how I would want to see a character laid out. I like this detail as well. 4 or 5 fingers, doesn't care. Just do whatever. Meanwhile, we all know the truth, chat, don't we? We all know how many fingers that your character should have, right? I hope yous all do. Tail bottom. This is something that, as a 3D artist, is such a nice thing. I'm actually gonna move myself over there just a second. These kind of things are really, really nice to see. Because we got a paint under there, chat. We got a paint under there. So it's nice to see how this pattern actually flows underneath and over and up the crotch. Of their own, or like a collection. Oh, collect them. But yeah, I'm moving myself back there. Anything else? See, the whiskers appear all... like, this one doesn't make me question about the whiskers. They are there. Whiskers are on all of them. The floof is very apparent. I don't really think I would struggle with this reference sheet, you know? I think if I was given this reference sheet, I'm trying to find anything. Because everything's consistent. Everything's there. We've got expression, and like I say, it's a big improvement over the old one. Very big improvement over the old one. I think this is pretty good. Like, again, and he added the height. I redact my previous statement about him forgetting his height again. No, he actually put the height on. I just got a small crochet blue mushy boy, and I love him. Adding him as an option prop. Dude, again, those little details, and it'll make you feel better, right? Because I talk a lot about identity and your character and how your persona can be. Like you can make it part of you, and you can express yourself through it, right? So if that's kind of the case, and you like something, you can make your character like it, and then it makes it more relatable not only to yourself but to other people, because then they'll be like, oh, they like that. Like it's cool. Like I like that kind of things. And I mean, hey, these likes and dislikes are very much, very much like it. And again, it just makes you happy because that ref sheet, again, this ref sheet, you've got to remember this. If you're commissioning an artist, your ref sheet is your introduction. It is your resume. It is your job application. It is everything. It's what they're going to see, and they're going to go, do I want to make this character? Do I want to draw this character? Do I want to do anything with this character? And if you can get them excited about it, yeah. Okay, Teal. Very good. It's really nice to see the improvement because, like, this one was fine. That's the thing. This ref sheet works, but this one's better. It's got more detail on it. It's got more about the character. There's more personality. There's a bit more. There's more flair to it. I love it. It's really nice to see this improvement to you.
My furry friend.
Cinderquest, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. And I'm aware. That's it. You came in here and you sent me away. It's Cinderquest's stream now, chat. And yeah, we're going over some ref sheets. So we've just done with Teal's there. So now I need to go all the way back down. Because now I need to find Teal's new one and then click on to the next one. We've done a lot of these ref sheet reviews over time. And we will be doing more. I want to do them probably every 2 months or so. Alright, we're back to where we are. So this one's by Octo Punisher. This is a very interesting one. But I like it as well. Okay. So, this one, 2 views. One's 3/4, one's a back view. We can definitely get away with that. Now, first thing is the colors on this character are very intense. But, look what we have over there. We have a nicely laid out color palette that even gives you the hex codes. I appreciate the hex codes a lot. If there was one thing I would say about where the hex codes are placed, though, I would probably move the hex codes down so there's a very big bit of color to color pick from. Again, I'm very much color picking, make it big, make it large, this sort of stuff. I was confused. This one is mine, yeah. I was confused by the artist because they made a base design and said they were making the ref sheet based on it. That happened, but this looks almost exactly like the reference for the reference sheet. So this is actually pretty close to what it was. I mean, blood type, that's an interesting detail. Hi! Yes! Thank you. But, we've got kind of like a fairly consistent pattern. We've got it going from like this yellow across to this blue. Maybe not actually. What I would maybe have done is with these spots, because we've kind of got this like left to right kind of coloration. You can see how it like starts this yellowy on this side and then moves over to the purple on this side. I would have maybe put these spots colors in that same order. And if you wanted to make it even clearer, you could actually put it on the bottom and have it move side to side so people are very aware of which way that kind of almost like rainbow gradient colors across. That could be a good way of communicating that across. These little bits here, these like
nice one, my
these
furry
bits
friend.
there. So have you written anywhere on it? Bubbly Feeling? Hello, Fizzy Fresh Fennec. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. So Bubbly Feeling produces bubbles whose quality depends on his mood. The true power of this quirk is kept secret. Oh, again, I like those little details. Just can randomly can produce bubbles. Why? Shh. No one knows. Little things like that make me happy. So Clouded Leopard, gender male, likes bubble tea, dislikes salty food, all type of thing. So when it comes to likes and dislikes, when it comes to things like that, one thing I do differently as opposed to likes and dislikes is usually like positives and negatives about the character themselves. This you don't have to do this. This is very much this is what I prefer to do. And if I go back to my own reference, you'll see instead of likes and dislikes, I tend to actually put positive traits and negative traits. He's kind, excitable, optimistic, and loyal, but he's defensive, is envious, is stubborn, and can be quite selfish. And that, to me, as an artist, when you're trying to think of something visual, gives me a lot more information to work with. It gives me a lot more... ideas of what kind of expressions or environments would this character get into. What kind of, like, if they were with another character, what kind of interaction would they have? I would say try and go for positives and negatives. You don't have to. Likes and dislikes can do that. But if you say, like, for example, not to call this one out entirely, but likes bubble tea, you can't really do all too much with that as an artist. It doesn't really tell me anything about the character themselves. It tells me about a thing they're into. It's kind of like me saying, I like Warhammer. Great. What does that mean?
Raid Aid Legends.
Ortsuin, welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful day. Welcome. If one of my mods could shout them out. Why can't I art? Art hard. Art hard. It's very hard to do. But yeah, welcome on in. Hope you had a wonderful stream playing marbles. We're just doing our ref sheet review, so we're going over this one at the moment. Are you melting yet? I am. I've got my fan blasting at my face right now. I hope my noise cancel's
one, my furry friend.
Hello, Shadow2464. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. So yeah, one thing I would maybe do to kind of clear this up is to have like a little chibi version of this character up at the top without the spots on, just to kind of show these like underlying patterns as well, because they can be a little bit hard to read. I can kind of read them though, to be fair, but some of them would be nice to kind of separate those out visually. You can see the beans. We can see the front of the hands. We can see the back of the hands. Excellent. Always appreciate that. Again, we got a good feel for the volume of the character. Is there anything else, really? Eyes. Yeah. Nose. Paw pads. Mouth. Got the inside of the mouth, which we can see the inside of the mouth. This is all it needs, by the way, chat. This is all you need. To reiterate a question, because I think I've entomophobic with it, so I don't like to be drawn pics with those things in the background or something. Should I just put that on the ref sheet or continue to just explain it to artists? Explain it to artists. Put it on the ref sheet and explain it to artists as well. If you've got any phobias, if you've got anything that you're not comfortable around or that makes you feel scared or stuff, make sure that's communicated across. Absolutely. For example, I mean, even something that you might not think's relevant. Let's say somebody's drawing a beach scene. If somebody's got like a thalassophobia or something, they might not want to be put in the water. Things like that. So it's always very much a good thing to put if you've got any fears that will possibly come up, make sure to let people know. But yeah, no, otherwise, like as much as it's a little bit overwhelming, in terms of like how the colors actually are, they're all fairly well planted down. I would say somewhere though that like if it's up for interpretation, which if I were you, I would leave these kind of up for interpretation. It's up to you, of course. It's your character. I can't tell you what to do. But yeah, just obviously more of those, like more of these things on the back. I don't know how to describe these, like almost like bubbles. Got your name on it as well. Again, if you wanted to, you don't always have to. If you wanted to, you can always put on your social media and stuff just to make sure that it never gets lost. By the way, the spots are supposed to represent more 2D bubbles. How realistic is it to have a more bubble texture for the spots? So they're meant to be like, oh, they're like bubbles sitting on the character. Is that what that's meant to be? Oh, best thing, say that. Again, it's one of those things. If you can explain something to me now, and I now get what that is. It's a bubble kind of. Oh, so those like the bubbles being spawned off the character, is that what they are? Because if that's what they are, that's a one, cool detail. Two, definitely note that down on the sheet somewhere, that's how it kind of functions. Because then someone can go, oh, well, I think it might look cool if there was like one popping off like the arm or something at this moment. Like, that'd be kind of cool. The largest spots on snow leopards are called rosettes. Oh, yo, I'm learning myself. But yeah, it's a reference sheet I could probably work with. I don't think it's the kind of design that I would usually choose myself, but there's enough
one,
there.
my furry friend.
There's
definitely enough there. Singers332, welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Rosette tax. I mean, I've done a snow leopard before, and it took me ages because you got to paint the inside of it, and then paint the outside of it as well. It takes ages, but they do look good. Okay, I'll move on to the next ref. So this one's by like the French toaster. So names on the sheet, excellent. We've got a color palette on it, decent. Although none of it's really labeled to what. Like, what's this yellow relating to? I actually cannot see any yellow on the sheet anywhere. So I'm unsure as to what these are referring to. Oh, hang on. We gotta go. But we got 2 3/4 views, so we can kind of make out like the overall like shape and definition of it. This looks a fairly flat thing, which is kind of interesting to see on like a Protegent style character. So that looks fairly almost like box-like. Although we don't really have any volume here, so I am struggling a little to see how this kind of curls around the character. It kind of does look a little flattened. Yeah, I don't think the yellow is in the ears, is it? I can't really see where that yellow is. No height. I would always like to see the height of the character on the sheet. We do have the name. We actually have the artist's signature down there as well, which is always nice to see. We got some expressions. Nice to see. Again, I like seeing these expressions. They bring a bit more out to it. No foot beans. Can't see the foot. We do have kind of the front and the back of the hands. Kind of, but I would prefer to see them splayed out. Curling the fingers makes it hard to see. Splaying your fingers out and making sure that it's like, oh, I'm miles away at the minute. I've just realized that. Just making sure that your fingers are splayed out makes it really easy for the artist to see. Inside of the mouth, you can see how that connects up there. I mean, to be fair, it's a simple character, and this is something that I said last time. The more simple the character is, the less you actually have to say. I'm just gonna have a drink a sec. I once drew a snowy scene purple, and everyone thought it was an artistic effect until I realised half a year later. Oh no. I mean, hey, if it looked cool, it might have been cool. I know my ref sheet only has my front at the time because I couldn't afford to get multiple poses in the sheet. That's absolutely fine. Like, when I'm talking about these, I'm talking about putting these ref sheets up to their, like, you know, the best quality, pushing them as far as we can go with them, like, making them as best you can. Not everybody can either do that or afford that. But this is just kind of, again, where I'm kind of trying to talk to. Doesn't mean you have to do all this stuff. You can just take some of the knowledge and know if you're getting a reference sheet thing. It is a very interesting design. We can kind of see that tail joins up onto the bottom bit there. We can see where this colour on the back of the foot ends. It ends around the ankle. We can see that it ends around the hand. That's fine going into the body. I mean, to be fair, you can tell a lot from this reference sheet. Like, I could definitely work from that. And again, I like the only thing I'm struggling with really is this torso bit here. It's just because the volume, I'm not really able to tell how that volume's kind of working. Unlike, I can see on these, they've got the volume there, but this kind of just feels flat, and then this kind of feels flat. No details about any of the character, though. It is literally just the reference sheet. The one thing about it is that the character drawings, considering that there's only really the two, they're quite small on the whole sheet. I would maybe just make them bigger, because we've got a lot of space around the outside there, which we can just use up. We might make it big. The things that you want people to see, big. But yeah, not really much more else to say about that one. Just a bit more information. Height, especially, but things like gender or stuff like that is definitely useful. Is it difficult to differentiate between different dragons? Is it difficult to differentiate between certain dragons? Depends. At first, you'll find a lot of people's early dragon designs kind of fall in line with what everybody else does, but over time, their designs tend to evolve and change and grow, and then they become a bit more things. Because I'm a water dragon, and my dragon has like smooth amphibian skin, so similar to a salamander. Well, there you go. You're already describing how it differentiates from the norm. But yeah, we'll move on to the next one. So we got Colin here. He's a bit beat up, isn't he? So we've got this boy. We've got Colin. He, him, Fennec Fox. No height, but front, back, side view. Excellent. We got the front face view as well, without any of the scars and stuff on, which is actually neat to see. And these are consistent as well, which is nice to... Then again, I say that. You come down there. Oh, no. That feels like that should come a bit further down. From where this bit is here to where this bit is here, it feels like that should probably come a little further. I like the colour palette on the side. That's actually kind of nice. But again, I would say...
Nice one, my furry friend.
Into New York. Welcome on in. Hopefully having a well video. So yeah, so we've got the markings on the eyes, which we can actually see them pretty clearly. We've got the head. See how that all nicely lays there. We've got that. We've got the scar on the ear, which is very clearly on one side. We've got that bit there, which again, marked up quite clearly. Marked up clearly as well. Front and back of the hands. Very, very nice. Again, it sounds basic, doesn't it, when you say it out, but it's useful to say. Front and back of hands. Really helps out. Vita Cordes, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. There's not really much bad I have to say about this. The only thing is, beam pattern on the feet would be nice to see kind of how those are meant to look. Tail length, this pattern here as well, where this kind of comes down and across and apparently over the tail. Is that kind of how that works on the tail there? Because it feels like this should come down there. And the facial marking is inconsistent. Is it? We got that bit there. I think this bit's just hidden because this bit's like pushing outwards. Like, I don't think that's actually there. And hi, Sir Phantom Phoenix. Welcome on in. Actually, it's Ink Toon York. Oh, okay. I'll just call you Ink then. No worries. It's the brown that goes over the muzzle. Oh, yeah, you are correct about that. Yeah, that goes that way, and then that goes... Okay, yeah, I see that now. Yeah, it feels like that should probably come across there. Is that the same on this side as well? It is, yeah. Yeah, so that's... No, you were right about that. You caught that and I missed that. Which that is fundamental. That's something that would want to be changed. This dude is so... Look, but he's still happy. Look at him. Look, chat. This is how you know, like, somebody's just doesn't care. He's just happy. I can appreciate that. I would, once again, usual critique. Some expressions would be nice. Why is he so beaten up? Like, that'd be kind of neat to know. Be kind of nice to make it out. Something that just, like, say, are these battle damage? Was he accident? Is he born like this? Who knows? Like, stuff like that would be nice to see. Because the character's interesting, but I don't know anything about him. Dude was hit by a truck in his lore and he works by... Well, I mean, he's still going, so... But yeah, like, I love it. Like, if you've ever got scars or stuff like that or markings, let us know, because it's cool. This is awesome stuff. I want to know why he's like this. But yeah, apart from that little issue there, which, yeah, I actually noticed that. Now that you've mentioned it, chat, I can't help but see it. Is there any other inconsistencies, really? I don't really think there is. Because the hair's consistent. Because we got these like 3 tufts and then this big tuft at the back, which is represented there as well. And yeah, usual thing, height. I'd maybe like to say label the colours up a bit.
Nice one, my furry
just so we know
friend.
which one's which one. Dantendo, welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Hello to you. Really trying to think if there's anything I'm missing. It's just this tail connection as well. I'm not sure how that tail really fits in, because I know we've got this bit here, but that pattern feels like it should like end before or something. It's a bit unsure. And a bruise on the fur. Just absolutely beat it up. But yeah, no, we'll move on to the next one. Like I say, I want to keep this one fairly thing. Oh, there is the clothed version of this one as well, which does have a gas mask on. Which again, this is what I like to see. If you're gonna have a version of the character where it's clothed, have one nude as well, so we can see how that body type actually is. So yeah, there's one where he's got all his clothes on, which are all fairly consistent. Are some of these colours actually on here relevant only to this? Because that's something that's a little bit on the confusing side. I'm just noticing that now. And hello, Angry Beards. Welcome on in. Because I would generally only put the colours on the image that are actually used on the image. Yeah, no, the pants are fine. Pocket, 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 pocket. Button, yeah, it's fine. It shows quite clearly what the clothing is. You really wouldn't struggle to model that. Minty's ref is looking... Look, as soon as you start looking at your own ref, you'll notice... Like, once you start getting into this critical thought, you will notice all of this stuff. Oh, and don't... Sir Phantom Phoenix, don't worry about it. I'm not too bothered. I might comment a little bit on if the anatomy makes it hard to read something, but I'm not here to criticize your anatomy, your style, or, you know, your general draftsmanship. My main goal with this today is to tell people about how to lay out the reference sheet, technically. It's less about the skill of it, it's more... Because laying out a reference sheet is a technical skill, I would say, more than it is a artistic one. But artistic stuff obviously plays into it. Okay, we're going to move on to the next one, which this one is by Scott Rahul. This one is an otter dragon. So we got the 2 3/4. Again, this is probably one of the things. Oh, you're absolutely fine lurking. I'm not gonna... Wow, lurking in my stream, not active in my chat all the time. Terrible. Can't... No, of course you can lurk. You're absolutely fine. No, so this one I quite like. Oh no. So, it's got a name on it. We got the type of the species on it. We are missing the height on it. We don't really have any details about the character or what they like or what they don't like and stuff like that. Oh, hello. We're going over yours now. So yeah, so name, species. Would be nice to see height. Once again, as I'm usually going to keep saying, height is a really useful thing to have on the sheet, just to make sure that, like, if you're drawn with another character, that we can know how big the character is going to be. Oh no, I better leave then. No, you're all fine. I love my lurkers. You're all wonderful. Mwah. I only just joined as I heard what this channel is about and love the idea of... No, it's fine. Again, you're all absolutely fine to lurk. Like, I'm giving feedback here today, so it's probably better you shut up, chat. Quiet down. Quiet. Silence. Teacher is talking. Ah. Who threw that? Who's getting detention? But yeah, no. Anyways. Okay. So once again, I appreciate color palettes that are labeled. I really like it when color palettes are labeled up because we've got the scales, and I like this. Like the way that you've done the scales, where you've actually put the highlight or the shade in the actual color itself. That I appreciate. We've got the skin, we've got the fur, hands, feet, eyes. Excellent. Me, artist brain small. Now look at word. Word tell me where color is. Excellent. It's what I want to see because I'm not smart. So are we consistent? Because that's the second part of it. Yo, you're gay. I am gay. Well, half gay. I'm half straight as well. It's almost like that I'm two things at the same time. Perhaps bi. Who knows? Ow! Wow. Okay, fine. I'll get on with it. Right. So we got a consistent head color, consistent head shape. Body is fine. So we've got the wings here. The wings have been chopped off. One thing I would say is if you've got this back view, on this wing here, you can actually leave the wing connected up just so we can see how it fits on to the character. So hide one side where we can see the majority of the back side, and if it's symmetrical, obviously if it's not symmetrical, you can't get away with this, but if it is, which on this one I'm assuming it pretty much is, you could have this wing here as well, just to show us how that actually physically connects on the back. That's a belly. That's fine. It's fine. It's all fairly well described. The only thing I don't understand really is where does this start? Is this kind of starting off this fur? Because I don't really know if that's what's happening. It's a bit hard to read. Like, I imagine that this is like kind of twirling around the leg and then comes over the bottom of the lower leg. But I would maybe just clarify that a bit. It's a bit difficult to read. We got the claws, we got all of that. We got the front of the hand, we got the back of the hand. One thing I would say, so I can see the red bean there. I can see a red bean there, so that's fine. But again, try and show the whole hand. I know hands are a pain to draw. They're a pain to model. Like, so it's something that I would definitely say, try and show the entirety of the front of the hand, including the fingers. Though thankfully for lengthwise, we've got that on the back of the hand. So that's... this is fine. This would pass. It's kind of like a B in terms of showing the hands. It's just, it would be nicer to see the whole hand. And you can make the example with the feet. One thing I tend to do with feet on characters is I tend to lift the back view up. So that way you can kind of see the back of the... So you can see the underside of the foot. That's one way I tend to go about sorting out the ref sheet myself. But this is a good example of 3/4 going quite far. You can do a lot with just 2 3/4 views. And this one, apart from that little bit of discrepancy here, where I can't really see where this is meant to start from, this is a very consistent ref. It's fairly easy to read. The only thing, again, as always, height. Maybe put something about the character on it. They're an interesting design, but who are they? Do they enjoy things? I imagine they do. Do they hate things? Are they passive, aggressive, kind, angry? Like, you know, these kind of details. Those stuff, again, I know a lot of people don't think that's relevant, but if you're doing it to a submission, I'm doing this off my own thought process when I'm choosing commissions to do. I will look at that information. I will read it, because if I'm modeling a character, I want to know who that character is. I want to feel for that character. And expressions always go way further to help with that. And it shows like the range that your character can go to. Are they more cartoony? Are they more realistic? Stuff like that. Like, for Malk, I chose your character based on the expressions of them alone. I would show the reference sheet, but it's a little bit too dangerous for Twitch. But the expressions on your reference sheet were fantastic. I love the energy, and that's actually why Malk was one of the ones I've selected for commissions this time. Like, it's what I mean. It can carry a lot. But yeah. But yeah. There's some bits that maybe are a little harder to read, but overall it's kind of like scales around the character with this fur all kind of melding up at the top. I'm so glad you like it. I do like I say, not all artists are like me. So obviously take it with a grain of salt. But if you're submitting to an artist who's going to be choosing through a vast majority of reference sheets for things that they want to do and that they don't want to do, it's your CV, it's your resume, it's your application letter, and the reference sheet's probably going to be the only thing they're going to see. They're not going to search out your social media and look at your other drawings and go, oh, actually, I like that. That's where they're not going to see that. They're just going to see the reference sheet. And so if you can make your design into a character, that takes it from being functional to being something that people want to work with. And you really want to push that. You want to make the artist really get excited about your design. Because I do. I genuinely get excited about some of the reference sheets that are submitted to me. Make me really excited. I'm like, oh, I can see it now. I can see them doing this expression. I can see them doing this dance in VR chat. And that gets me going, I want to make them. That's more so, in all honesty. Like I say, once I get a feel for who that character is, that's what makes me want to work with them. The ref sheet is just the application. But yeah, no, decent, very good one here. I will be able to work with this one mostly. I would just need a bit of clarification here and there, but I feel like you can sort that out. I really want to find a good signature for my artworks because it's so hard to place it and it just doesn't fit. So you want to know something interesting? Where's my signature on this? I don't put my signature on it. I don't really find the need for it. But that's me. I just woke up. Well, we went over yours, Teal. I'm very glad to see that you've included height now. But we've already went over yours, so if you want to catch that, well, it'll be in the VOD. And I will likely upload this entire VOD to YouTube as well for anybody who's interested to watch the whole thing at some point. So if you miss yours today, feel free. Right. Okay, next one. Move on to the next one, because we are currently just over 2 hours in, so we're about halfway there. Next up is Red. So we got Red Dragoon. Once again, first thing I'm always going to say, reference sheet, please have one where it's just the character. No clothing, no nothing. Even if they always wear that clothing, from a personal thing, I would always say, have a version without that on. This is an old ref. Well, hey, we may be able to help you when you come to make a new one. But critical information, excellent. Red. I think you're one of the few ones that's actually put that on today. Weight, maybe not massively important, but definitely useful. Definitely kind of useful. Height, extremely important. Age, less relevant. Face is fine. It is fairly stylized, which you can get away with in reference sheets. You can. It makes it a bit harder, but it should be fine. Because we've got this notch in the nose here, which is on all of them, so that's fine. With this like dip in the snoot, which is again carried across on all of them. And again, we got the expressions. This tells me a bit about the character. I like that. I like how animated they can be. We've got the 3/4 view, so at least we can see the front and the back. The way these pants kind of fits over this foot, it's a bit more difficult to read Not impossible, but I am not entirely understanding the shape here. Got the next there. It's all flat coloured. Again, like to see that as well. We do have a colour palette, but once again, it would be nice to see that labelled up, just so that we know what's what. Obviously, I can see that this is the eye colour, but it'd be very easy to get these two mixed up. Anything else? We got some outfits down here, which I like to see. I like this, whatever this is. Big bush around his hair. I quite like that. Anything else that I'm looking for? Anything else? Hands. I'd like to see the inside of his hands, because we're only seeing the outside of the hands there. We've got some markings here as well on the side of the arms. Again, this is kind of why I would want to see the character without any clothes on. It's not because I'm horny, it's because I just want to see what that design looks like underneath so that we can work with it. Because we've got this stuff on the tail as well, which kind of goes in. Does that go across the back? Does that stop at the back? Does this like reptilian bit go all the way around? I mean, obviously I don't think it does. I think it actually stops kind of around the belly, but stuff like that. We're lacking a bit of information there. One thing I would say is try not to use quite as stark a red colour on the background, because it's a little bit of an eye strain. So what I would say is, like, try and use a duller colour for the backdrop. Let your character stand out. We don't want this full saturation here when we want to be looking here, because my eye's kind of being pulled across from here and here and here. So I would usually go with a complementary colour or something a little different. Again, if I go back to Cade's on a purple background, but much where you need to look, I even make it lighter, and what that's to do is to try and reduce the amount of like distraction. Because while you're looking up here, you can look between the text and this bit, but when you're looking at the character, I want you to look at that character, which you've kind of done, but I would say that it's been done the wrong way around, and that should really be reducing the saturation of the color around it. Once again, likes, dislikes, positive traits, negative traits, things like that would always be nice to see. And like we've got it down here, like obviously in a pirate uniform and stuff like that. So it's like, what time period are they kind of from? Is that relevant, or is that like cosplay? Like again, it's this kind of stuff. It's be nice to see, be nice to figure out. I do like the resting expression on him. That's nice. This is what, again, it's one thing to really consider. What's your character's resting expression? Like, for example, with Cade right now, my resting expression, if you actually look, if I zoom in on my face, where's my face? There it is. You'll notice my resting expression is a slight smile and generally looks, you know, more positive. That's because that's Cade. You can do that on your reference sheet as well. You can really set what your character's idol is. And if there's one thing that this one's doing well, I really get the feel for that character. And hello, welcome on in, Mango Wolfcat. That's something that's nice to see. I feel the character. Like I said before, there's a lot of style here, which can help a reference sheet. It might make it more difficult to replicate the exact style, but if you're given my advice here is, if you're going to give a really highly stylized reference sheet to another artist, you've got to give them some leeway with the style, because they're not going to recreate that exact same, you know, they're not going to make it as stylized. Same with any artist though. Like that happens with any kind of art. No one's going to produce the exact same thing. But the more stylized a piece is, the more I feel like I'm going to need to take some liberties, because there's certain things that I wouldn't be able to replicate. It's a decent ref sheet though. You could work with it. I would just really want to see what the actual characters' shapes are. But yeah, no. Otherwise, fairly alright. We'll move on to the next one. Like I say, I want to keep us going, because last time we spent like half an hour on one of them, and I'm trying to get through them. So what's the problem with this one, chat? What's the first thing that I've been talking about on most of these sheets? I want to see if you can figure it out while I have a drink. Exactly. No name, no height. If this is lost in my folders, sorry Rex Collie. Streamlabs, behave. No details, no nothing. I know who this is because he's a friend of mine, but sir, name. The weird thing is we've even got the signature down at the bottom. But yeah. Other than that, front, back, side view. That gives us, like I said, fairly static, fairly good. They've done the useful thing. Again, if you want to show off the paws in a more realistic way, boom, there you go. Doesn't even have to look balanced. It's because it's a reference sheet. We're looking at a reference here. So we can see it's a plantigrade. We can see it's got that. We've got the front of the face there. We've got the side of the face there. We've got the open mouth. Excellent. We've got the front and the back of the hands. Excellent. The visuals show the patterns fairly consistently. Like we can see how there's this mark comes down here. We can see that again there. And then we can see these 3 dots here, which represent those bits there. So that's nice. That means it's easy for me to see. Okay, so that's something that's consistent. The hair starts at a very defined point and ends at a very defined point. The eyes are a very defined colour. With the muzzle markings, fairly consistent, although that one's kind of like really squishing it in, where that one doesn't really have it squished in quite as much. But you can still read that. Color palette, once again, isn't really marked up, but there's not that many colors on the character, so it's a bit easier to see that that's just the main color. That's like these secondary, and the white is obviously the white. Once again, though, like the expressions here is nice. This feels like very wholesome, very fun, very yay, which is nice to see. But I would like to, once again, I'm going to say it every time. Height, gender, something about them, something like who is this character? What do they like? What do they enjoy? Is there any, like, you know, anything? Give me something. What's this marking on the back? The back is interesting. I want to know what that is because it's something different. What is the history behind that? Is there some sort of lore? If there is, I kind of want to know. So you, like you said, this kind of design is getting its hooks into us, but there's no information. I don't know anything beyond this. And again, usual thing, put some expressions down. Now we've actually got expressions on it. We've got this expression here, which actually ends up being technical as well, because it shows the inside of the mouth. Perfect. You can get away with that. I would just add some expressions just to give him a bit more life. Give him, meh. But yeah, not really much else to say about it. They've done well. Like I said, this is what I was meaning about, like, the difference between the red here and the blue here. This level of saturation is much nicer. Kid, you smell like cheese. Well, there's my response to that. I'd like to know some, like, little details as well, like this fluffy bit here. Does this need to be, like, really fluffy? Honestly, if I see something where it's like someone just puts, like, really fluffy and then points to something that's obviously really fluffy, I just love it for some. I don't know why, I just really enjoy that. It's just like, well, I can see the really fluffy, but the person's like, no, you don't get it. They're really fluffy. Really fluffy. Stuff like that, though. Again, if you can put little jokes, little humor, little bits of personality into your reference sheet, the person who's looking at it's gonna think that's cool, that's neat. But yeah, we'll move on to the next one. So we're on to Penumbra by Yori. So we got this one now. So we need to zoom out a bit just to see this one. So 2 3/4 references. 2 3/4 references. We've got the name. We've got the gender. We've got the species. Where's the height? I want to know how tall they are. We've got an inside of the mouth there. We've got the front view. We got the back view. Small. Again, these little details are
Nice
stuff
one,
that
my
I
furry
personally
friend.
really like to see. And hello, Mashy Sandwalker. Welcome on in. Small feet paws. Okay, so the bottom of the feet needs to be small compared to the rest of the body. Long tail. Very long tail. This is something I really like seeing. It's a lot harder to pull off. So don't always feel this way. But what you would do is you'd pull this, like that transparency is nice because I can see where the tail is and how it fits onto the body. That would be in the Discord, which is, that should be it there. There you go. If you want to join in that Discord, there's ref sheet review in there. Dropping in there. I'm trying to get through as many as I can. If we do run over, I might have to save some of them for the next time. But I do plan on making this a bit semi-regular. And I'll probably... Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Ah, I've just... There we go, Yori. I'm sorry, I deleted you. That's it. No more Yori. Wasn't even done with you.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Colin Haxi, welcome on in. Right, so... We got galaxy hair. Now, it's an interesting design. We've got this kind of like head, which is very odd shape, but I like it. Again, though, I don't really want to be focusing on the design all too much. I want to try and focus on the way it's laid out. So we've got these markings here, which are then shown here as well on the back, which is nice. You've done a version where the hair isn't there, and markings don't have to be totally accurate. We can see this marking on the center a bit of the wing here, which is nice again. You've used the transparency to kind of show where those wings actually connect onto the body. Asymmetrical neck markings, excellent. Dorsal and ventral, showing off the wings. It's a really good way of showing off the wings. Symbolize stuff. You can make things little small icons. You can make things... You don't have to present it exactly how it is. If I go to Cade's markings here, you can see I've just flattened them out. I've just literally squished him. I've made him bald, so you can see like how his head's shaped without any hair. Things like that. You don't have to have it 100% accurate to whatever it is. If it shows off what it does, which that does, this shows the natural shape of it, and this shows the design shape of it, which is really nice to see. We've got the little color palette there. And again, this is something that I really like, localized color palettes. So this is on about the teeth, and that's all the mouth there. It's a way to get around not labeling things quite as it's a way to get around not labeling things 100% like hair, tail thing. Just put it right next to where it is, and you know, artists might not be smart, but we can figure at least that much out. It's big ear time. But yeah, so anything else? So we got the design coming down here. This bit comes up and under the arms. The only thing that I do struggle with is this pattern kind of comes up under the arm here. I wonder how it kind of comes across and under the arm there. So we could maybe just do with a little bit of a side view where the arms... If I don't get a safe dropped on my head, I could show you. But if we could kind of like... a little... God, you're making me massive. The big ears. Kind of have some underneath the arms just to kind of see. Yeah, the beige colour. Like, we've got the darker colour coming under the arm here. I can't kind of tell... Because we've got it on there coming across the where the breast comes. Does that kind of come up from the back? It's just something a little bit kind of thing. The song threw me off. I thought someone was watching me at the top. Ah! So there's that. We've got the underside of the foot. We see the beans, chat. We see the beans. We see the front of the hand. We see the back of the hand. We see the eye close up, which is actually a really nice detail. And once again, if you are working with gradients, please try to separate those gradients into solid colors. It makes it a lot easier for us to work. For us to work with, because if you put a gradient on, guess what? You're going to want to go from the two extremes of the colors. Saying we see the beans like a sportscaster. Yeah, we see the beans. And the galaxy beans as well. I love the character design. Again, I'm trying not to. That's the thing. Do cute mode work? It's just so. Oh, Frew. Looks like the earrings don't fit your big ear mode. Oh no, did I not fix that yet? Oh dear. Oop. Something for me to fix in the next stream. But yeah, I like this sort of stuff where the hair is open to artistic interpretation, so we're fine with that. Asymmetrical markings there. Neck markings don't have to be totally accurate. Stuff like that. It's very clear how these like spin around the legs, because they go around and up. Again, 2 3/4 views are probably like a really good way of getting your character design across without like absolutely loading it with tons of information. But there's no fear. Once again, it would just be nice to kind of see a bit more detail about the character. Like, what are they like? What's their personality type? Who are they? What are they like? Like they look very confident in themselves. That's what I would get from that expression there. But we've only really got the one expression to go off. So she's kind of confident. She knows herself. But that's about all I've got to go off. So it would be nice just to see that a little bit more. But pretty good. I like it. It's definitely one I would work from. I'm trying to see if there's anything else before I move on to the next one. If there's anything I would change. Still got to solidify her expressions too, since there's actually change her appearance too, but thanks for the critique. Well, there you go. That's just my thoughts on it. Like I said, I try and keep critical about stuff, but also I like the design. It's really cute. And all these, by the way, chat, like none of these have been what I would say are like all of these reference sheets that we've went through so far. I don't think we've really had one that I'd say the only one that's really a bit difficult to use is values, because of obviously it's not full body. But pretty much all of these reference sheets that we've went over so far pretty much do the bill. We've not had one where I said this would not work. I don't think. I think we've had ones with issues, some with less issues, but they've all done pretty well today. You're all getting better.
My furry friend.
Hi, Lightspeed 4456. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay, so we're on to the next one now. So this one is by Sado, and this is Zarya, a kobold. So, name, yay. Height, yay. Gender, age, yay. We got a bit of detail about the character. They're a kleptomaniac. Like, see what happened there? Like, that little bit of just like, I'm reading a little bit and I'm like, wait, what? The fact it makes me do a double take makes me more interested. I'm invested now. How am I? I'm doing well, Lightspeed. Thanks for asking. Yeah, so she's a very cute kobold. Otherwise, average height. So we got the body. Now, the only thing is here is I would make a lot of assumptions about this. By the way, is the beam redeem coming back? It will be eventually, yes. I just don't want to be holding my hands up for like 5 minutes at the moment. Forgot to have a back view in it. Oh, is this one yours, Sedugus? Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it? You said, yeah. So that's one thing I would definitely do. I would definitely have the back view is something I would say. But we've got a front, even without a back view, you've got a front view and we've got a back view with a hand. Fine. We've got we can see that the scales go all the way down the bottom. We've got actually an internal of the mouth. You've got a lot of the stuff that we kind of need. We can see you've marked up digigrade legs, you've marked up that those are horns there, and that they're there as well. And see that they've got a very small snoot. The only thing I would say is that the snoot on this one feels a lot bigger than the snoot here. So I would be a bit unsure to what kind of size you want it, because that one looks a lot more smaller, more like a cat snoot, where this one looks a lot bigger, more like a dog kind of like shape snoot, where it takes up a lot more of the face. So maybe try and keep those a bit more things. So kleptomaniac, poor, lewd, sneaky, spontaneous, and carefree. That's a lot of information. Again, this is the kind of stuff I want to see. Like, we got them in a very casual outfit, and wears hoodies, probably doesn't own them. See what I mean? I'm invested. I like this character. I just want to see the back of them. Once again, we kind of got like weird, like differently shaped feet. I would probably go off this one if I was modeling this character as opposed to this one, because this one looks more plantigrade, where this one does look more digigrade. But since you say that's digigrade, that's kind of what I would go off. Trying to have a think. It's literally just the back view. Maybe some more expressions, and maybe like really refining back things. By the way, are you mostly back to your regular schedule? If not, could you please? Oh, okay. I will have to start doing that again. I'm still not. The reason I've not put a schedule down entirely yet is because I'm still technically dealing with the issue. But I'm just trying to steam through it now. I want to get back to helping you all out. It's nice. But we should be more or less back to a regular schedule now. My mental health's definitely been improving. And hi, Nebula, welcome back. Okay, there's not really all too much to say about this. I do like your use of background color. It's not. It highlights the character. It's very nice. Everything's nice and clear. I like that. Like I say, I love the descriptions. This is what I mean when I'm talking to you all about, like, I want to see a bit about this character. I've got a lot of feel for who this character is from just this. The only thing I'm lacking is, on this time, instead of the character being the problem, it's the technical information. I kind of just need to see a bit more, and maybe just a little bit more consistency in the draftsmanship, or identify which is the more primary thing that I want to be looking at the resource. The official temporary return of Dragon Boy, this time with sound. Hi, Dragon Boy. But yeah, no, I like it. I'll be honest, I don't think I could work with it for a 3D model exactly, but I could probably make quite a few assumptions, because it's a very simple design. I imagine it's just like this spine stuff continues down the back, and then comes out down along the tail. I love the emotion tail. Yeah, we've got like, look. I've just realized what that is. Yo. Right, okay. Again, I like this character. They are them. I like them. Right, we're gonna move on to the next one though. So the next one, we've got a reference sheet by Matt Chocofluff. Okay, sweet. So, once again, 2 3/4 views. And, on this time, we get a bonus, we got an outfit view as well. So this design is a lot simpler. You can get away with a lot. So we got the front of the hand, we got the back of the hand, we got the side view of the face, we got the back view of the face, we can see around the ears, we can see where this hair kind of starts. Although there is a bit of an inconsistency in that we've got this hair here, but it doesn't appear here. So I'm a bit unsure as to what bit will be, which one's the right one. I would assume this one, but I'm not sure. Something that I would want to see, although there's no hair on that one, so I don't know if that's just miscoloured floof. Something that would need to be clarified. So, body, it's absolutely fine. We got this colour coming around here. That's absolutely fine. Down to the legs, not an issue. We can see the beans. The beans! There they are, the beans chat. So we don't need to see the bottom of the feet because we got that there. That's all I'm asking for. Literally just a symbol. Literally just something to tell me what that is. And we get a bit of personality here. We got this like sort of like synth. We got this leather jacket, cool style, pansexual flag on the pants. Love to see it. All that, like, that's nice. This has got a nice mix of, like I say, it's very technical. I'm able to read a lot of it. I don't know if there's anything that I'm really not understanding, because this tail kind of comes in and we can see that this actually ends before it goes back. So that's very clear. Earrings are all there. Like I say, we actually get the two different sides, so we can easily see that there's they've made a big graphic to show that the two eye colors are actually independent. One's blue, one's green. And we got the color palette here. Again, no labels, but because this one's very simple, we don't really see it. The only thing that I would say is, once again, maybe on this one, that mouth being open would just be like, why does the G look like a 6 on that? This is probably how they've done it. Though I would probably say that it does look a little bit like a 6. Like that looks more like a G. But it's not gonna comment on the literacy. Is there a term for a phobia of heterochromia? I don't know if there is. It's something you'd probably have to Google. To think if that character would not wear anything, I would think he's wearing pants because of the fur pattern. It's a nice design. Again, it's simple. But yeah, like I said, that's perfectly fine. Once again, maybe just explain this a little bit. Tell us about this.
Nice one, my furry
Tell us about
friend.
the character. Mike Romero, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, there's not really much to say with this one. Expressions would be nice to see, as always. Bit more detail, as always. Height is missing again. Gender is missing again. That's pretty much it, really. Like I say, it will get a bit repetitive with these ref sheet reviews. Bit more detail, bit more expressions, baby technical stuff. But this one's, technically, this is fine. This is 100% fine. I actually really like the, again, I'm not meant to be talking about the design, but like, if he's half dragon or he's like scaly. No, the legs look floofy because we've got these like little bits of floof here. We actually have a look down the ref, so I would imagine that that's just like Matt is a good bean, is he? Well, there you go. Apparently, hang on a second, chat. Hang on a second. I've got to do this for you now. Matt. Approved by chat. And a wonky love heart. There you go. There you go, chat. We've done it. It's approved by you. Yeah, welcome on in. When it comes to fine details, do you only want to see... Do you want to see it on the sheet where you're expected to model, or can you pare down if needed? So for me, personally, the way I see it is if something is important to you, it should be on that reference sheet. If it's a fine detail, if it's a small little... If it's something of interest, bring attention to it, in my opinion. Not everyone will agree with that, but I think you should bring attention to it. Because it's something that makes your design different. And again, ref sheets, it depends on the artist. Some artists, like you say, you commission, and if you're commissioning an artist who's always got open commissions, you're not really having to think about, are they going to like my reference sheet? Because they're probably just going to go, is that what you want us to work with? Yep, great, fine. But then if you're working with some other artists, such as myself, or model artists, or people who generally are in a bit more higher demand, your reference sheet is going to be something that they are going to use to assess whether they want to do your character or not. So if there's something interesting about your character, be like, yo, look at this. Yo, look at that. Because if you're excited about it, they will be too. You saw before, like literally on the last reference sheet, how there's some sort of little details in the clothing, and that makes me happy because I'm like, look at that, that's cool. That's what you want. And this one I get that with this reference sheet a little bit. Like this character bit, this pose here, I like. It tells me a lot about kind of the attitude. It tells me what I should kind of expect from them, the things that they're kind of into. And yeah, it's a pitch to the artist. And again, if you're because the ref sheet is the reference, it's the thing they will be looking at for the longest time. They won't probably, like, I don't want to sound offensive, but they probably won't go through your gallery and look at your other pictures. They're probably only going to look at this reference sheet. And if you can make it so that they enjoy, just if the reference sheet on its own is enjoyable just to look at, it's going to make them do a better job. It's going to make them more involved with you and the design, because if they like it, it goes both ways. I still remember that my ref you made you, Sarah. Look, it's fine. It's just they're nice, okay? But yeah, no, I like the design. This is a good reference sheet. Definitely could work from it. Technically good. Just needs a little bit of that character brought in. Right, next one. So this one is by Kitsuna. This one is of Levi. So this one is a feral dragon. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. That's won me over already. It's best reference sheet today. That face, I am in love. Right, okay, so Levi, we got a name. We got quite a lot of details about it, which again, I like to see. Tells us the height, tells us the length and the wingspan, which is kind of nice to see, especially on a dragon character. Likes, dislikes, and tells us about the personality. Again, you don't have to write this down. This doesn't have to be a text block. You can do this with drawings, but if you're somebody who struggles to draw, or if you want to save a little bit of money because you're trying to, you know, you don't have as much money to spend on like getting all 3 big references and loads of expressions and stuff, because that's not what everyone's able to do. If you can't get the personality there, just write it down. I don't know, but I'm beginning to be drawn to furry culture, but I have no idea what's going on. So what I'm doing here today, Tranquil Flame, if you've not seen these before, what's quite common is for furries to have their own reference sheet of their characters. Which is kind of like, if they commission another artist, they'll often submit a reference sheet, which is one of these things. It basically is a Bible to the character. It tells the artist what's on that character, what's through it. So what we're doing here today is I'm going through the community. They've submitted me their reference sheets of their characters. I'm going through them and giving feedback. And if you're new to the furry community, welcome on in. It's a nice place, actually. So, but yeah, like it's kind of the, whenever you commission an artist, which is where you go and, you know, pay an artist to draw you art, you'll give them a reference sheet. So this is what we're going over. But yeah, so we've got wings. This is, again, the character's just purely white, but they've still went to the effort of this, and this is something I really appreciate. They've shown both the inner and outer side of the wings. Great, we can see it's just purely white. We've got a detail with the scales, so obviously they don't probably want to draw all the scales on all of it, but they put the little hexagon scales up here. What I would do is I would have maybe pulled this down to somewhere maybe around here and put a little arrow or something designating exactly where this goes, because at the moment that could, I mean, I'm assuming that just goes everywhere, but does it go on the face as well? Is it on the body? Is it around down the tail? I'm kind of unsure. It does show the beans. Excellent. There we go. Shows the beans. Hi, Icy. Hope you're having a wonderful time, Icy. And yeah. Now, we only have really a side view. So it would be nice to kind of have a front view or something, or a top view or such. We did have a feral reference before, which was really good to look at. Where's that one gone? That one there. So this one was a Pharaoh reference, and this one's really good. It shows both a side view and a front view. Even actually shows a top view, which is really nice to see. So if possible, it would be nice to kind of see that. The other thing that I'm a bit unsure about is like this wing. I can tell that that wing's been removed, but it would be nice to have like a little marker there just to designate that. Generally, it's quite common practice just to put a circle with a little X in the middle of it, just to designate something has been taken away from here. Other than that, it's a fairly simple design. It would be nice to kind of say if these plates are, like, if they need to be exact or if they're just a general thing. But, yeah, other than that, really quite think. We can see what colour that is. See the inside of the mouth. So we get an idea for the colour there. No colour palette on this anywhere, but of course we've got massive amounts of colour here to pick from, and there's not really too much. Although, while you could maybe get away with it for the character, I would maybe put like a little colour palette for the inside of the mouth somewhere here, just so we can easily colour pick these. Because again, once you zoomed out, once your artist is like trying to randomly colour pick, you have to be really careful. Is there anything else? I mean, we've got some expressions. We got again, it's just more views. I'd want to see like a front view. I'd want to see a few other things, but it's kind of just a dragon. Is there anything else I would do to it? So I do like the background as well. They've done something good. Hey kid, you still doing ref sheet reviews? We're doing them today. So this is one that I like because they've obviously painted this background, but that doesn't detract from the reference sheet itself. That's an important thing when it comes to doing your backgrounds on it. Most of the time you can get away with a solid colour, but if you are going to do something a bit more aesthetic, do make sure to like do what they've done here, where the saturation is really low. All the values are low. It's nice. It doesn't detract from the character. And hi Eric, hope you're doing well. Okay, I am going to have a very brief break because I need to just nip to the toilet for a second, and we will be right back in just a moment. So I shan't be long. Why is it whenever you need to go to the toilet, there's always a family member in it? I'll do one more and then I'll need to go to the toilet again. Can I send her? No, it's anybody. You don't have to actually be a sub for this. I do this for anybody. If you want to subscribe to me, I appreciate it, but I'm not gonna force people to sub just to submit a reference sheet. So next up we've got Rico, which spawned over there for some reason. So, first and foremost, resolution of the image. Do you have a higher resolution of the image? Because try your best to not send low-res versions of the ref sheet across. I'm not like trying to have a go, but just what you can see here is, whenever these ref sheets get really small, we get JPEGing, artifacting. So we get things like these bits here. So what that means is when we come to do the color picker, it can slightly take the color off. It can slightly take it out a bit. But name, species, height, weight, sex or gender, birth, boom, sorted. Absolutely. Yes, if you can, try and always use a PNG for a thing. Pay $20 for better resolution DLC. But no, we've got like, again, it's another simple character, so yeah. We got the front and the back of the hands, pure white on the back, black beans on the front. We got 3 fingers, we can see that. We got a nose, we got the spot on the one side, which is consistent. Once again, though, I'll maybe just mark out that, hey, there's a spot and it's only on one side. What's on my arm? This is, it's an RSI brace. Because, yeah. I just realised I'm like way away from the screen there. But yeah, so we got this blue. That blue kind of comes into the halfway point, which is nice to see. I like that this tail has been separated out here because I can see that this blue does just come in and come down there. That's quite nice to see. For some reason, my ref is a JPEG, but somehow it's formatted as a PNG, even though the file says it's a JPEG. You've been doing some computer shenanigans there, haven't you? We've got the colours here. Now, I like how the eyes is labelled. It would be nice to see the other things as well. Though, again, it's not exactly a complex design, so we can get away with that. We've got blue, we've got white, we've got black. And then we've got the inside of the mouth as well. So it's kind of fine. I don't know how to explain it, but there's no crust at all. You can save JPEGs in fairly high quality, mind. Like, just because it is JPEGing, because all the JPEG is doing is it's just trying to find the pixels that are kind of similar and crunch them down into the same... It just tries to crunch the image down to make it more efficient. But in doing so, especially after you do it multiple times, it starts getting real crunchy. But yeah, no, this is a very simple reference sheet. It's very technical. The only thing, again, it doesn't really tell me anything about the character. It's a design. It feels like this is one that... It's a reference sheet that would work, yes. But if I was to see this submitted... There's nothing here that makes me go, I want to make this character. There's nothing that tells me about them. I want to know about them. I want to feel, what do they think? What do they feel? Oh, Cookie, sorry. Cookie, it's in the Discord. If you go into the Discord and you submit it into the channel called Ref Sheet Review, because I'm doing them in order. Because obviously I do first come, first serve when it comes to the critique stuff. So yeah, relatively fine. Nothing complex. Once again, is there any beans on the feet, or are they just plain? Be nice to know that for sure. Generally, like I say, there isn't much. Technically good. Got the details. Again, these little details, do appreciate. Just want something. A good way to tell if something is missing from the ref sheets is when the artist asks for it. Exactly. And note those things down if you can. Because even though, like, people make reference sheets all the time. I made reference sheets for ages. But you don't really get them right for a while. It takes a while to understand what people want to see. And even then, like I said, some artists see different things. For some people, this is all they want. Some people only want to see the basic information. So for my reference sheet, this is mine. Let's zoom out for this one. So I show 4 traits for each one. I actually show 4 positive traits and 4 negative traits. This is one thing I want to say to you. So I don't want to go into the whole, you can't write Mary Sue's and blah, 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 blah. Put some negative traits to your character. And they can just be yourself. Like, those negative traits are literally my own negative traits. It gives it something to work with because, especially if you've got 2 characters in a scene, you're either going to have those characters cooperating or conflicting. And given the artist the option to have something that conflicts, it makes it interesting. People like that conflict of character because it means that something's going on. But obviously, it doesn't always have to be that way. You don't always have to think of it as like a comic or an animation kind of style thing. We can just commission things just to look cute. I do a lot. Just like go, yeah, just draw him however, just make him look cute and hot or something. I don't know. But that's kind of something that I try and do. And you can see there I actually describe who I am as a person and who Cade is as a character. And yeah. So yeah, that's kind of like something that I would just describe just to push a little bit on this reference sheet. It's perfectly usable. That's how I would describe it. If you want to know what a functional ref sheet is, boom. There you go. Good old, a definite C. It passes. It just doesn't make me excited. It doesn't give me anything to be energetic about. And definitely try to do it. It's not letting me. Yeah, there's a slowdown on it. So if you just wait 15 minutes or so, it'll let you do it again. Just be careful with what message you pop in. Okay, so who's next? Very useful. Utilizing the, like, please do. This is what I do these critique streams for. I don't try and do these to put anyone down or say this bad, that bad. I just want people to improve, because if you have a better ref sheet, you're gonna have a better experience with artists. You're gonna be more proud of it because you're gonna be like, yeah, it's me. Like, yeah, did you say the message before? I didn't. No, just repeat it. Bob it in, and I'll have a look at it. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna open up the next reference sheet, which is Ramon by Ramon Raccoon, 2003. So we got this one. Once you get to me, I'll have to send you a PNG, then since it's JPEG. It's fine if it's JPEG. Like, you don't have to, like, when I say try and make your reference a PNG, you don't have to. It just, the only thing with a PNG is it just means that it's lossless format. It won't compress. You won't get any of this like crunchiness that you get with JPEG. And obviously this is a extreme example, but you don't get that like crunchiness with a PNG. It doesn't mean you can't get that with a JPEG. You can have high quality JPEGs. It's just more likely to compress it because that's the whole point of it. But yeah, so we got Ramon here. First thing as always, shirt, take it off. There's a pattern here I can see. I can't tell how that pattern's working. It's a reference sheet. I want to see what that is doing. But don't bonk me. Look, I just want the shirt off, okay? It's for science. But no, they do show that they show the front of the hands, and they kind of don't really show the back of the hands, which is a rare one. Normally you get it the other way around. Oh, bye. But yeah, so we got the color palette up there. We got that there. We got the t-shirt logo. This is something I do appreciate. It's something I do appreciate when people have. Like, I don't even think they really needed to do this, but I still like it when they do. If you've got logos or something on a shirt or something that you want specifically. For example, Cade's got a tattoo on him now. You can see on my arm. Now, on my old reference, I didn't have a tattoo.
One, my furry friend.
So what I'm going to do when I redo this reference, I'm going to flatten that tattoo out there as well, just to make it clear to people that, hey, that's what it looks like. And hello, welcome on into the stream, Andy Ferdinand. I hope you're having a lovely day. But yeah, so anything else? So we got this like floof here, which is consistent across there as well. We got the beans and the thing. Yo, thank you for the 3 bitties. Oh, Snow Ghost 2022, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day too. So yeah, like
nice one, my furry friend.
Once again, can't really see if there's beans or anything on the feet, but I would assume because this is what I would do. If I was given this and told to draw them, I would assume they don't have them. I would just assume the hands don't have them, so they don't have them. Again, it's one of those things. Clarify it, otherwise your artists are going to make assumptions. We've got this tail here. We got a pattern around here, but we can't really see it. This is where I would say, like, either make the tail semi-transparent, like we did with, where's it at? Like Penumbra's does, where this becomes semi-transparent, so we're able to see the pattern underneath the tail while still seeing the tail. Or do it like Drakenhen has done it here, for example, where you just completely remove the tail. And again, once again, if you're removing body parts, common practice is to put a circle with an X to do it. Face without the glasses. So I would say the glasses are an interesting one. Glasses you can kind of get away. Not my glasses. Mine I couldn't, because I've obviously got the bisexual glasses on. They're coloured. They're going to discolour things, and Cade's eyes actually have a different colour around the loop around the eye. So it would discolour it. This case, it's just simply a black line, so you could probably get away with it, but again, the green tail is giving me eye strain. So the way to go about solving that is the problem with this ref sheet is the background's just white. And that's what's putting so much strain on your eyes. Notice with the other reference sheets how they've got backgrounds, and that kind of takes it away from it. If these were on white backgrounds as well, it's less the green colour. I mean, the green colour is going to be something, but it's less about that. It's more just there's nothing neutralizing it. Colors are mostly defined by contrast. I imagine a lot of you have seen that optical illusion where you can put a shade of like grey on a white thing and a shade of grey on a dark grey, and even though it's the same shade of grey, on one it looks light, on the other it looks dark. That happens across all of art, and that even happens with like hues and values as well. So because we've got this white here, or it's like a semi-grey, but it's very light. It's really, really pushing it. Make it bright red. No. Yari, we're not trying to make people's eyes literally, like, bleed. But yeah, like, learned about that one on National Geographic. It's color theory. It's one of the first things you learn, that colors aren't just like, orange isn't always just orange. Orange is defined by the things that are around it to make it orange. Like, it sounds dumb, but if you're getting into painting or any of the classical artworks and stuff, you'll see it a lot. That if you actually color pick from it, you'll be surprised at some of the colors that you can actually find in those paintings. But yeah, like, we've got 2 3/4 views, which is what we kind of need for a full reference. It's just lacking that information because there's a shirt on. What I would maybe do is put the shirt to the side or something like that. Other than that, though, generally we're looking all right. Just, yeah, I would just really push that. No height, no more information about them. I don't really get a feel for who this character really is. I can see the design, but the minute they just tell me they're a design, it's something I would likely not choose to work with. Okay, RSI braces a touch to your character. I wear one too most of the time. Mine is black though. I just get the one from the NHS gave us. Just slap it on. They do help though, although they are annoying because they have this like little metal. If none of you have ever worn one of these RSI braces before, by the way, they have this like little metal. They have this little metal brace, and it really, it stops your hand moving entirely. It's yeah. Right, we're gonna move on to the next one. So the next one, I am going through all of the ones that are put in. So this is one of the references that have been provided. Now, if this is all you've got, that's all you've got. I understand that. But of course, this is going to need a lot of explaining with your artist of what you want. What are the legs like? What are the things like? What I would generally recommend is if you're at this stage, even if you're not confident with drawing yourself, try and draw out what you imagine. There's plenty of people out there that can do things like design commissions and stuff like that. What's RSI? So that's a repetitive strain injury. I got it when I was a kid because I used to sit on my laptop. I'd put my laptop on my chest. I'd lie down in bed and I'd be typing like this, like hands bent over, and because that puts a lot of strain on the back of your hand, puts a lot of strain on the back of you. Basically screwed my nerves over. Much better now. I rarely have to wear this actually nowadays, but some days I do. It's just very rare. I don't think I've actually worn it in like a year now, but I've got it. It's there. It's underneath my desk. But yeah, generally, unless somebody's getting a headshot, you really can't send this as a reference. This wouldn't be so. Well, a lot of people wouldn't accept this. They would straight up just decline this. I got it for painting 17 hours straight in several years ago. Oh boy, yeah, that would do it, wouldn't it? Oh gosh. At least you got yours from work and not me being an idiot posting on Facebook or something. But yeah, I mean, it shows at least a decent amount, although, again, we've got the arms folded up, which really we want to see those arms kind of spread out. One thing you'll notice is that the arms always kind of want to be beside the character. I guess that's something I haven't mentioned because it just seems so obvious, but it's something that I want to bring attention to. Your arms should always not cover any part of your body. Yeah, people are like, why have your commissions got so slow? And it's like, they hurt, please be nice to me. Exactly! And you got to take care of yourself as well. It's like, yeah, you're going to be slower. You might charge more because it's taken longer to do them. But at the end of the day, it's you that's doing them. They're paying you to do it. I better stop. Otherwise, I'm going to get into a whole conversation about art commissions, and we will have that discussion, but not today. Right. Next one, kind of the same thing, but at least a little bit more detail. So this is Byler's, by the way. The other one, by the way, was by Dremel Man. This one's by Byler X. So this reference, this is something that you could work from to a degree. Now, there is a problem here. To me, this reads as, this is highly lit, like there's a big light source on it, and this is in shade. And I don't think it's a ref, it's because it's not, but it's been submitted, so I'm going to treat it as if this was submitted as a reference sheet. Because believe it or not, when I opened my commissions up last time, somebody literally just submitted a picture of a wolf. Just a random picture of a wolf. So people do submit just the random images. So getting something like this can sometimes be like a, well, at least it wasn't that.
Nice one, my furry friend.
So, oh, Haradulf, welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. But like I said, that's one of the primary things. You can, yeah, just a picture of a wolf. Just a random picture of a wolf. Not like, I should say, I was like, I mean, true, but it was like, it's like, how am I meant to model your character from a picture of? Okay, fair enough. But it's just, I've had worse. I've had much worse than that. That was just kind of like random. I want to thank you for the knowledge you spread. I'm almost finishing my first avatar, and I've learned a lot with your content. Thank you a lot. Oh, I'm glad it's helped you out, and I hope you do finish it off. Ah! Ah! I don't think I'm stinky anymore. I think that's like... I think I'm very much not stinky. Very clean. Cleanse yourself. Is it too late to submit for Sona? No, do submit one. I cannot promise at this point we'll get through everybody, but do submit one. If I've got the time, I will try and go through it. We will do these again, though. What I'll do is I'll probably cut things off, but I try and do these first come, first serve, and most people who apply once never really apply again unless they've been putting an improved one on. But yeah, so you can technically give a single image to an artist to work with, but if you are, try and make sure there's no lighting effects on it. Try and make sure it's flat colored. Try and make sure that at least it shows the details of it. I'm not going to cover this one too much more because it is literally just a picture, but that lighting is something that you'd want to kind of take out of it. You want to make sure it's flat. Just so I'm not questioning, like, is this... Because like I say, this looks really bright, this looks really dark. It doesn't look neutral. And what we're looking for is neutral. But yeah, next one. So this one is a single picture. There is technically a reference, and I did look at this one before. So I don't like making these about the character design, but there is one slight issue with this character design. The colors are so dark, it's quite difficult to make out where these colors change over. Because of they're all really dim and dark colors, so it would be very easy for an artist to just kind of yeah, it is very dark. It is genuinely a very dark one. Oh, I think my partner's finished. I'll just be a second.
You're all trying to pet each other. You're trying to out pet things. I love you guys. Right, we're back. A bit. I might pop away again in a second, who knows. But let's say this. I'll be heading out now. I wanted to thank you all for the input. I don't have a ref sheet yet.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Actually, my character isn't finished yet either, and you've helped me a lot with this. Also, the vibe in the stream is exactly what I needed, and didn't even think I realised that about now. So, thank you for this calm and yet also for mood. Aw,
nice one, my furry friend.
I'm glad it helped you out, Nintendo. And welcome on in, Cecil Coyote and Ultimate Werewolf. Hi, welcome. Popping into in my Discord, Bogie. There's a section called Ref Sheet Review. Just popping in there. I might not be able to get around to all of them today because I'm only doing a slightly shorter stream at around sort of 4.5 hours or so. But yeah, if you want to pop it there. So yeah, the one thing I would say about this Protegent is I can kind of see this because of some of the colours on my screen, but these colours need to be identified because it's really dark to really see the difference between each of these. And without saying, like, you'd probably be better redesigning the character, because I don't want to say that, because obviously characters are important to you, but this dark colour is going to be very difficult with artists to work. And I can already imagine, again, I don't want to be too harsh, but I can already imagine a few people just declining this design because it looks just one colour. And it's hard. The problem is with blacks, is black's an absorbent colour. You'll probably have heard like black absorbs like heat and stuff, but it also means things like light and colour don't really tack well onto black, like fur and stuff. So it can be quite difficult for artists to get working if they want to do lighting and stuff. But again, I don't want to be too harsh to the design because it's your design. So the other thing is, we can see the front and the back of the hand, that's fine. We can see one side of the face, I would imagine it's the same on the other side of the face, although we could really use another view to the side. We could use, if we got 3/4 view from this side, we could use the 3/4 view from the back. We've got like this goo almost dropping off it as well. So it would be kind of neat to note what that is. No name on the sheet, there is like a logo and stuff, but unless I don't know who that is, I don't know if any of yous could tell me offhand who that is, but you could always use a name, could always use height, use some details such as gender and stuff like that, and stuff. Someone once told me they do not like messing with money. I told them to hang on this for a bit. You spend us. God damn it. Right, but yeah, I like this. This is one thing I will compliment. Oh, get out of it. There we go. The fact that this pattern has been made big and put to the side, that is something I always like to see, especially when we come to things like patterns and character designs like this. I'm just realizing, is that like meant to be a light or something? See, this is the problem. I'm really struggling to tell what things are actually meant to be. If that's meant to be paint, if that's meant to be a light. Things like this could do with being really pushed on. Yo, 1 year with the only 3D. I know there's never been another one. I don't know why. I'm the only one. I'm getting a bit lonely now. Corgi, do you want to become a 3D artist as well? Join me. But yeah, that's my main thing with this. Obviously, we can see that there's patterns on the beans as well, but no beans there. Again, single images for your refs really don't tend to grab so well. So we're going to move on to the next reference sheet, which is this one, which apparently the Discord bot absolutely hated for some reason. I can see why. Okay, so we've got Psych here. This already, right away, I like the look of this reference sheet. I've not even looked at it properly yet, but just I can tell that I'm probably gonna like this reference sheet because Cyclops deer, age 24, pronouns, she, they. That's actually a good way of saying it. Maybe I'll change that, actually. Because I usually put gender down. Maybe I should put pronouns. Maybe that's a better way of doing it. Relationship status speaks. Likes and dislikes. So at least we got some stuff there. But again, once again, we kind of got like food as the dislikes. Yelling is perhaps the only thing of real conflict you could work with as an artist. I'd want to know a bit more about, like, what do they dislike? But anyways, so we've got a 3/4 view, we've got a side view, and we've got a back 3/4 view. We can quite clearly see where the pattern design goes, and how it comes up and around the back. We've got gradients on the hand, we've got the front of the hand, we've got the back of the hand, we've got the front of the face, we've got the back of the head, and the side of the head. Gradients, we've got the colour palette up here. We've got the eyes, once again, done well. Dislikes artists. Wow, Arnie Rat. Rude. Pronouns is starting to be the thing for gender identification. Something about the word gender seems to... I don't feel anyone's ever got annoyed about it, but it's kind of like, I don't know, pronouns sounds like a nicer way of saying it. Dislikes people who refuse to admit they're a cat. That wouldn't be me. I never refuse to admit I'm a cat. What? No. But yeah, so... It's just nicer. It just looks, just to me, reads a little nicer. Can grow crystal antlers or plants when anxious. See, that's a cool detail. That's, again, something like that on the reference sheet. Something that just tells me what they are. Something about the characters. Something to get me invested in it. That's cool. I like that. I like the idea that someone gets anxious and just, like, randomly plants start sprouting from them. Like, that's cool. 5'2", so they've got the height on the character. Excellent. Always want to see the height. And like I say, on a technical level, this is fine. We can see the tail. We can see the tails there as well. We've got different outfits. See, this is something I absolutely love seeing. I believe I said this when Yori submitted one of our other refs, that they have the clothing on smaller versions of the character. It's just really nice to see because it gives you a bit more expression. Again, it's kind of more expressions without actually putting expressions down. This is a really clean reference sheet, though. This is what I would say is a really good example of it. Only thing I would maybe say is, again, maybe a little bit more expressions themselves, like show me how this character can express. I can see when they get anxious here and are happy here. Then again, actually, I can kind of get like this, like, snarky one here as well. So maybe actually, no, maybe you don't even need any more expression. It's just it's a good reference. Simple design as well. We've got the gradients here, but like I say, we've got the solid colors up here. Once again, I feel like maybe I'm the only one in the world who really likes labeling the colors, but I like colors to be labeled so people know what goes where. But yeah, like I say, it's just there's little things that just make things a little better. I would just say, like I said, likes and dislikes is something I would personally replace with positive traits and negative traits. Give the artist something to work with, because they don't like Donna meat. Like, yeah, sweet, okay. Does that help me as an artist? I don't want to be rude with that. Like, I know that kind of sounds rude, but it's like it doesn't really help me do anything. Where if they said doesn't like I don't know, how would you say that? Like distastes takeaway food or something like that. It's just something to give me a place to put them and see them have some sort of conflict. Right, on to the next one. So on to Sebi Espressos now. And this is one of theirs. No questions to why he has a Malamute, apparently. So, we've got name. Yay, always good. Always remember to put your name on your sheet. Age, height, weight, and species. So there's our big main ones. So we got a front 3/4 view, a rear 3/4 view, and a different 3/4 view. What's the difference between these two? He's got purple nails there, and he doesn't there. So what's the difference there, Sebi? Oh, wait. He has purple nails there too. I think that's an error. Terrible! Sebi's reference sheet has an error on it. That's it. Can't deal with it anymore. Terrible. Y'all pay attention to Master Kid. Oh, lots of creative. Exactly. I want to give out advice for free where I can. So we've got what looks to be 4 spots because we can kind of make that out from there. We've got this pattern that comes up and around. And it comes round, up, and onto the tail. That's nicely readable. Which goes all the way to the end. Tail kind of curls, which makes sense because if it's based off a husky, essentially, that kind of works quite well. We got the head. This kind of comes in there. We can see the inside of the mouth, which is again. I don't want to sound like I'm into that thing, but again, if I'm making a 3D model, I need the character to speak. Guess what? The inside of your mouth's gonna be seen, so you've got to show what the inside of your mouth looks like. Okay, so that at least shows me that it's pointy teeth, like canine-ish. Hair. We've got like the likes and dislikes down here. Apparently, it just doesn't like being called a newt or a furry newt. It sounds like the Sebi that we all know and love. Doesn't like overly crowded places, bullying, violence, English classes, leafy greens, and being kidnapped. Like, to be fair, Sebi, to be fair to you, my dude, I don't think many people tend to enjoy being kidnapped, but sounds like someone's got a bit of an experience, a bit of a story to tell there. Be a bit more concerned if it actually said that in the likes section, but there we go. But hey, at least it's something. It made me giggle. It's making me look at it and go, huh. Again, you want these to stand out. If you're submitting these, you want them to stand out in some way, even if it's just to make someone laugh a little bit. But yeah, like, so I can see the tail fairly clearly. Ears, can read the ears very well. Eyes are very clear. There's no real color palette on it anywhere, but it is a solid color drawing. So yeah, totally have to specify that they don't like. I know I need to add that to my ref sheet now, don't I? I'm gonna put that on mine. Meanwhile, Sebi shows you his 400-page law book. Just, whoa. Dislikes being killed. Dislikes. Secretly no, Bogie, no. But yeah, the one thing, so we do have the front of the hand. I was going to say that there. I was like, I see the back, I see the back, I see the back. I was like, ooh, no, I see the front. Don't really see the bottom of the feet, but just imagine that they're just plain. Plantigrade, very obvious. We got the very furry, very floofy. You can see where the hair ends and starts, and that stays fairly consistent. We do have this hair that kind of comes across the side here. It would be nice to see that from, like, it would be nice to kind of see that the other way around, just so we could see how that hair actually flows off the side of the head. Not really like 100% relevant, but it's something that, again, it's something that now I have to make an assumption with, where otherwise could be clearly demonstrated. Anything else? I mean, the clothing outfit, again, this is what I like to see. If you're gonna do clothing, do this. Put one without and one with next to it, so you can actually see and compare the difference. Do they like loose-fitting clothing? Do they like tight-fitting clothing? Like, there's a lot of stuff that you can tell just by putting the two together. Is there anything else that I really want to say about this one? Because there's not really too much wrong with this one. It's very, again, it's one of these ones, again, which is very serviceable. I just feel, again, it kind of lacks a bit of the character. There's some of the character down here in the fact that he doesn't like being kidnapped, but I'd just like to see some of that in the expression. I'd like to see some of that in the character. I like the design, but nothing, again, makes me go, wow. Nothing makes me really go, I need to make this character now. And having some of those expressions, having some of that personality kind of coming through. Because we got the smile here, and we got a smile here, but that's pretty much it. But generally, you're alright. Not too bad a job, Sebi. Okay, so we're on to the next one. We're on to Salty Sea Foxes now, and they've been working on this one for a while, so it's quite nice to see them finally finish it. And they actually were one of my previous, I believe they were one of my previous reference things. So let's have a look how they've done. So, they've noted down things that are important to them. We've got a side, we've got a front view, and we've got a back view where it matters. Because we can make out some of the details from here. You can see where these are all sit in place, and that is consistent. We can see where that's consistent with that. We've got the front of the hand. I like this. We've got the front of the hand. We got the bottom. We got the side of the hand, and we've even got the front. Now we don't have the top of the hand, but I would assume that's green. But generally, all right. Made these really big. Again, if you're gonna put a color palette on your character, like put it big. Make it easy for the artist to go and color pick. It just makes my day better. I can imagine it helps other artists out a lot. Absolutely fine. So what's this referring to? Rounded faces, ridged edges. I would imagine that's referring to like these bits. Torso hexagon. Arms, legs hexagon. Blunt triangle teeth there. So we got the glow here. I would make these a little bigger. But it is nice that you've included that. I do like that. I can be a part of the bean team when I'm a boar without beans. Look, hooves are accepted as well, okay? We do not discriminate. You should know, Bogie, I don't discriminate against anyone. Darker stripes represent ridges, not actual colour. Crossing point feels like this. What are hooves if not hard beans? Exactly. Just look, if you believe hard enough, your hooves can be beans. We got these. Generally, this is what, like I said, this is what I want to see to reference. Only thing, this is very technical, but it shows all of the technical information I'd actually want to see. I'm actually quite pleased with this. Like, and this is what I mean, like, will we say that the draftsmanship maybe needs a little work? Of course it does. Maybe it does. But they've done a really good job, and this is why I say a reference sheet is not about your artistic skill in how you're able to draw something. It's how you're able to present that information. And if you're able to present it, that's the main goal of it. So this one's technical. The one thing I would say for them to do next time, or to advance this one, is again to add expressions, add a bit more about the character. Technically, this is fantastic. This is what I want to see. But we just want some more expressions. Now I want to know who the character is. Now I could see the design. I want to see who this character is. But this is a good job. Otherwise, I'm actually, like I said, I'm genuinely impressed. You did a good job on this one, Salty. Just trying to think if there's any. I'm gonna have a look though. I'm gonna try and see if there's anything I can pinpoint and say, "Ha! Did it wrong." So that's telling us about the triangle cross section. That's telling us there. Torso hexagon. No jiggle. No jiggle. No. Name and height. Hey, there you go. You've actually captured it yourself. I completely didn't even phased over that. Name and height. Absolutely. Name, height. This eye one here, I'd probably make that a bit bigger as well. Again, anything where you're showing colour. What you've done here is great. If anything, they're a little too big, but I'd prefer them to be over big than over small, because guess what? When I'm using my stylus, when I'm using my mouse and I'm going to colour pick something, I want it to be easy. I would maybe label them up as well. But yeah. Generally, like I said, I could probably model from that. One, like I said, it's a neat design as well, actually. A seahorse, like, fox thing. It's cool. That's another thing you're missing, your species type. Put what your species you are so people know what you've actually combined here, what this hybrid species is. From now on, each colour palette will be one, but Teal, no. That's the exact opposite of what I've been saying. No, behave. You make me angry. No. No angry kid. You don't want angry kid. Okay? Right. So yeah, name, height. It's just your details. You're getting there. Yeah. Oh, and the beans on your feet, because I can kind of see some beans here, but I can't really see them on the side here, and there's not really anything showing that off. So that's something else I would probably look to just put somewhere. Like, just put a little view at the bottom of the foot, just so that we can be able to see how that actually looks. Kind of like what you did with the hands. So there is one thing that I'm a bit confused about now looking at this. I can see on this one it's got like these bits coming off it, but I can't see that on the actual hand here. So I'd want to know, is that something that's optional, or is that something that's meant to be on there fully? That's another thing that I'm seeing. It's like a it's a seahorse and a thing. Yeah, I just forgot them in the full drawing. Right, well, there you go. Pop them on. Anything else? Because, like I said, I want to be fair. I want to try and see if there's anything that we can go over, and if we can find anything, great. Generally, though, I think that's about it. I'd maybe make this a little bigger as well, because it's a little, compared to everything else, it's maybe a little small. So what I'll maybe do is maybe like just increase the size of this, or put this down here, and maybe move your color palette up here or something, and make this a lot bigger, just so it's a bit more clear to what people can see. Yeah, no, I think that's probably about it for that one. Right, next one. This one is by Superman, and this was of their Lightning the Whiskey. If it'll load. Oh no, there's not loading. No! We have to do this the hard way. I'm gonna. Oh no! There we go. Says Lightning the Whiskey. So this is their reference sheet. Okay, so first thing, very simple character design. Big file. I don't even think it's that big really. It's a JPEG, so it shouldn't be. So we got the front of the hand, we got the back of the hand, we got the side of the face, and the back of the head. We can see where the hair starts. Ears fine. Tail. One thing, tail is a little inconsistent. It's thinner there than it is there, because it's also fluffy there. I'd imagine it's the fluffy one that we want to use. We've got white. Can't see if there's any beans on the feet or anything. That would be nice to see. We've got some glasses here. That's fine. Although that's going to make, realistically, I'd probably have one of these without the glasses on, so that we can see the eye color, because both of those intercept over the top of the eyes. No color palette, no height, no real information about the character. It's very much just a technical design, which again can function, and it's perfectly fine just to go with a functional one. I just like being honest with you and saying that functional ones, if you put a functional one next to one that looks really cool, the one that looks really cool is probably gonna get it. And I know that sounds mean and harsh, but that's kind of how it is. Lightning is too thick to load. He's a large lad. 3 toes, 4 fingers, thumb, fairly consistent. It's a white design. Now, the yellow outline, see, this is one of the things that I mean about, like, color kind of is affected by contrast. That's a white, but it almost looks, does that look to you, chat, like it's a little bit yellowy in tone? And that's because of obviously the yellow outlines. It will give that little bit of a thing. Yo, Rico, thank you for the sub. I don't know why I think I looked. Oh, there it is. Took a bit of time there. Thank you very much for the sub. That's very kind of you. Oh, thank you. But yeah, so that's this one. There's not really much to say about it because it's a very simple ref sheet. It's literally just kind of it's a white dog, like, and No internals of the mouth, though. Be kind of interesting to see if we go with this lightning theme of yellow. Is the tongue in that yellow? Is the inside of the mouth yellow and stuff like that? Again, no expressions, no real description of who they are as a character. It's just a design, which is something
Nice one, my furry
You're gonna
friend.
head out. No worries, Yori. Thank you for staying for so long. It's very lovely having you here. You have a lovely time now. Melina Catalina, though, welcome on into you. Ah! Alright. I'm clean. Okay. We probably will only have a bit of time to get through a few more. So, we'll try and get through a few more if we can. Is that one censored? That one... Yeah, that one's censored. Okay. Okay, so here's another reference sheet. So this one's, once again, two of... I might do a few... Again, I might do these again in another 2 weeks. I might continue on from where we are, but I might lock down the ref sheet review so that it's only people who've submitted now to get it. Because otherwise I'll be here forever, because everybody will want their ref sheet reviewed. So, we got a front view in kind of 3/4, and we got a back view in kind of 3/4. And we've got inside of the mouth, we've got a close-up of the eye, and we've got this. First thing I would say is this background is very distracting for what the reference sheet needs to deliver. Again, we do not want the background to distract from the image that we're meant to be looking at. It's a reference sheet. We want to very quickly glance over it and glance back. We don't want our eyes being darted around the screen because of, you know, lasers and stuff. So the first thing I would do is definitely tone that down. You can still have it. Again, we had a lovely example of where was it? I think it was more there. You can have aesthetic backgrounds, just make sure that it does not detract from the character themselves. This is fine because you're still looking, the main values are in the character. Obviously it's white, but the main values are there. That's what you want. You don't want the background to distract from that. I can quickly look at this, see the character, and quickly look back. Whereas with this one, I'm quickly going to look over it, and I'm more interested in this area here. This to me is like the brightest area. So my eyes naturally looking at that point. Otherwise, though, we got fairly consistent on the face. Although we've got a marking that comes down the side of the eye, and it kind of does there, but it's a bit. I don't quite know where that's placed, and it's not on there either. We got this kind of coming around here, so it must be on the underside. Okay, this tuft and tuft there. Generally, it's okay. I imagine that's the tail. What I would definitely do is have the tail kind of come out a little bit here as well, just so we can see it. Other than that, once again, there's a name on it, but there's no height. There's no real information about who the character is. There's nothing here that really... Like, they've got a sword. What's this sword for? That looks kind of cool. Although, once again, the sword's coolness is kind of detracted because I'm actually looking over here. I keep looking at these points, and I can tell that I'm looking at these points because if you do this long enough, you figure out where your eyes are looking. Yeah, generally, same critiques as always. I would just say, make sure that background is much more subtle. Make sure that your... I'll put some expressions on it and stuff. My eyes are looking at the purple picture. Like I said, it's all over the... That's the sensor they decided to use. I'm surprised that... Hey, they censored it, so at least there's that. But yeah, they do show the outside and the inside of the hand. So that's at least commendable. They don't really show the bottom of the feet, but I imagine it's probably the same as that. Don't show the... Oh, no, they do show the inside of the mouth. That already said that. That's over there. I know you likely been asked about this, but what do you use to record motion on the model? So there's 3 things that are in action. There's the camera, which captures my overall motion of my body. So when I'm doing this, my webcam through VC Face is capturing my motion and the audio, some of the audio of my voice. The second thing is iFacial More Track, which is an iPhone. It's an iPhone thing that adds the facial tracking to my face. If I actually hide that away, you can see my face becomes a little bit more dead. Bring that back, that's there. And then I've got Leap Motion. That's a little device that's on my desk, and that sees my hands. And that's how I do the VTubing thing. But yeah, generally I would say this one definitely is one that probably needs a bit more improvement. And it's something that I probably... See, the thing is, I could probably model from this, but I probably wouldn't have a great time with it. Cade, A pose or T pose? T pose if you're doing it for VR chat as a poly model. A pose if you're sculpting the model and then you're doing retopology. And if you plan to put, if you're able to put corrective bones into it, definitely go with the A pose. But if you don't want to put corrective bones in it, go for the T pose. Is it spelled? It's leap motion. Leap, like as in jump leap. Right, we'll move on to the next one. So the next one is Z by Bob Gaming. So this one, Z species, hi. Hey, guess what? We got hi. She may have a crown, but they have no significance in Beetle Burb culture. I think that's a spelling issue there, but it's fine. Color swatch. So you can use color swatches. These are fine. You can definitely use them. Crown jewel. That's fine, but what I'll do here to the side of it is have this as, like, again, have this as the gradient that it is. As for the character, once again, we've got clothing on. I always recommend for your reference sheet, do it without the clothing on. Just give us a mannequin, because I want to see the mannequin first. If I'm putting clothing on, I want to be the one to decide where that clothing goes and fits. We've got, like, the front and the back of the arms, though. That's fine. We've got plenty. We can see this. One thing I am a bit unsure of is we've got this marking here, but we don't have it here. One thing I would definitely do is have that leg as a separate bit to the side and just show how that pattern would fit around that leg. And same with this bit here. We can see this pattern coming down here. Does that come all the way down the body or not? Again, clothing, it's in the way. We've got the crown on there. We've got the hairstyle, which is fairly consistent. And again, this one's one of those ones where it's fine. It's technically fine. It works fine that way. One thing I would definitely do is work on the composition of the reference sheet as well. We've got a lot of space up here. This could definitely be used for something. Some more information about the character, some more drawings of expressions and stuff. Because again, it's a very dry reference sheet. It shows me what the character is. It doesn't really tell me anything about them. Which again, some artists will appreciate. I want to keep reiterating that. I'm coming from my own perspective on this. I prefer it when there are descriptors about it. And hopefully I've made my point about why I do that. But for this one, like I said, just put that little bit of expression in. Make me excited about the character. Give me something to think about. Where's this character gonna be? Another thing is, like, the beak here is a lot bigger than the beak here. This one looks really small, where this one looks quite large. Those inconsistencies on a reference sheet really need to be... They need to be put... It needs to be consistent across the board. That just looks really small compared to that. Other than that, no, it's perfect. Like I said, technical, it's fine. Works perfectly okay on a technical level. I would just make some improvements there. Right, next one. So the next one is Kamiki by Fallen Gone. Once again, same critique. I know this is a technical one when you're submitting something, but if you're submitting it to this ref sheet review, I'm going to assume this is what you would submit to another artist. This one's been JPEG'd. You can see, like, the little bit of discoloration, especially around where the colors change. If I really zoom in, you can really see that discoloration. Please, once again, if you are going to use a JPEG, use a high quality one. If not, best is to use PNGs. Use PNGs, use TIFFs, use anything that doesn't compress the image. Other than that, reference. So we got, once again, 2 3/4 view. This I've noticed this time, this is quite a common one. Personally, I actually prefer the 2 3 common views. I get uncomfortable with small clothing way too easily. I read that out of context, I think. Okay, so we got a color palette. That's actually kind of cute. You can do that. Do things like this. Make your color palette. Give your color palette some character. You can actually get away with that. And that actually make, again, little things like that just add to the quality. They make it feel more professional. They make it feel like it's more thought out. I don't actually do that, but I like it. Although once again, it's kind of unlabeled as to what this is. Although we've got the eyes over here, so the eyes are there. Colors are fine. Like I said, the head shape's actually really nice. That's consistent. Ears, we don't really see the back of the ears all too well, but there's not really... See, there's this little bit of fluff here, but I'm not quite sure how this fluff kind of sits on the ear, because that ear there kind of feels like it's being twisted a bit. If you get what I mean. If we're looking at that head from forward, it looks like the ear's twisted around a little bit, which maybe made it easier to draw. But it now kind of does this kind of just sit on the edge? Is it a big ball on the end of the ears? I can't really tell. I'd wanna see what that actually is. Can I make one keynote for references that is a big yes no? Go for it. Again, if any of you have any ideas or things that you'd probably say, just say it. Again, as long as you're literally not bullying somebody and saying like, oh, I don't like the design. Like, I know I said I don't like the Protegent that was black, but I'm trying to emphasize why that wouldn't be the case. Feel free to think. If you're using a free to use references or base, please do not crop or credit the watermark. Yeah, that should be common sense. That should be common sense, but unfortunately, some people do credit them. Now, I'm obviously not up to date with the bases and stuff, so... And to be honest, realistically, submitting somebody else's free to use base to this is maybe not the most helpful thing for you. But, hey, it is what it is. But yeah, so we've got this one. So this one's actually got the credit down here, which is quite nice to see. But I'm going to treat, like I said, I'm going to still go over what I would think. Now, if this is a free-to-use base, I can definitely understand why this one's, again, just a technical one. There's no information about the character. I don't get any height. I don't get any... likes, dislikes, positive traits, negative traits. I don't really know what the character is. Though they have done the good. They've shown the front and they've shown the back of the hands. They haven't shown the bottom of the feet though. Now it looks like those beans are blue, but when those ones are pink, I'm just wondering if that's just a mistake. Like being called No! I'm not adding that, Bogie. No, we're not. I am not a cat. How do I look like a cat? I've got 4 ears, horns. It's not cat-like at all. Just because I land on all my feet, it's fine. There. Wait, you're not a cat? I'm not a cat, no. How do I look like a cat? Must be an Avali. I'm not an Avali either. I don't have, like, razor teeth. Can a reference sheet ever have too much details about what the character is like? In my opinion, no. But what I would definitely do is if you have... So if I go back to my own reference sheet, if need be, there's one... You might notice there's one thing about how this is laid out. That also works as the reference sheet. I can cut it down if need be. And that still carries a lot of that information. Like, it's basically chopped off all of this extra stuff here, but you should be able to work from that if you wanted to. That's a good way of doing it. Generally, for me, whenever I'm laying out, because laying out a reference sheet is quite a hard thing of itself as well. That's a goal as well. But one thing you kind of want to try and think about is, can you segment it? Can you remove parts of the reference sheet and make it still readable? Because some people won't want the whole thing. Some people do just like the little amounts, but personally, I'd prefer the whole thing. But yeah, like, marks are consistent relatively, although, like, these two are thick and then those two are thin, but then they'd be on that side, wouldn't they? So, But yeah, try not to JPEG the references. It makes it hard to colour pick from. More information, more expressions, as usual. I guess it's probably sounding like a bit of a repeating record at this point, aren't I? But it's what I genuinely feel makes a good reference sheet. It's what makes it feel professional. Okay, next one. That's Ramon. We already went through you. So this next one's by Serena or Sky Blue Arts. Oh, this is really sweet. So. Okay, so you can have lots of detail, but when adding tons of detail to a reference sheet, yeah, exactly. Because again, remember, when you've got a reference sheet, as an artist who does this as a job, when I've got a reference sheet, I've got that reference sheet open on a screen beside me, right? So this would be over on my other screen while I'm there working away on stuff. What I want to be able to do is I want to be able to glance over at it and get the majority of details really quickly and then go back to it. That's my goal. However, the one thing that you've got to remember is that this is, if you're submitting to an artist like myself or a fursuit maker or somebody who has who has a big queue or a lot of demand where there isn't all the where you might submit a reference sheet and that's your application to it, that's when this stuff becomes more important, because you need somebody to feel excited about your character too, because it's your resume, it's your CV. I've said this a few times on the stream. It's your thing to impress that artist. So again, it's that whole, if you're just sending it across to someone visually, then I can just use that. I can just send them that, because that's all they need. They just need to see where Kate is. But if I'm applying for something and I'm like,
nice
I want them to
get
excited about it, I'll send the whole thing. Bisexual male, 1995, welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. But yeah, that's like I said, that's kind of, I can just impress with one feature, just zoom in on the belly and there you go. And everybody wants to do your reference sheet. Everyone's just like, yo, want to do that one. Right. Okay. Sorry, we were on Serena, weren't we? So this one. So this is what I was actually going to get into, where I've just cut Cade's down there before. This is kind of perfect for that. We've got a 3/4 view front and side. It's very clear where those patterns kind of go. It's very consistent across the board. Obviously, it's a simple design. We've got a front and the back of the hands. We don't see if there's any beans on the bottom of the feet, which would be nice to see. Again, you don't have to lift the feet up and show us the feet. You could just literally put like a little bean or something, or a little symbol beside it to show what that would look like. Because again, as a 3D artist, I can't hide anything. I've got to model every part of your character, and for me, I want to make it sure that it fits your identity as closely as it is for you. Like, be that, like I said, be that the gender, be that features on the face, be that everything. I want it to be as close to what you want as possible. So showing all those details is something I definitely think. And hi Shivers, yeah, welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. But yeah, so this one has the collar on. I mean, I do use style. This is one thing I do say. I will change I will do the character in my own style. But for me, obviously, again, Bogie, you probably know this pretty well yourself. Identity is something that I find is super important when it comes to your persona, and I want to make sure that that is carried across properly. And doing that and having a good reference sheet to do that in the first place makes my job a lot easier. But this is what like, if I was going to say, like, the basic kind of fundamentals of your ref sheet, a very clear, here's this one, like, here's the character's patterns, perfect. Here's the character in clothing, brilliant. Here's a few expressions, fantastic. There's a feral version if they want to do that. There you go, absolutely stellar. And there's a colour palette and colour palette for the mouth and colour palette for the clothing, separate of the main one, so we can easily see what goes where. Very good ref sheet. Only issue, height. Gender, or pronouns, I should say. I might actually, like I say, I want to try and probably use pronouns instead of gender. And things like that. Like, just those little bits of information. If they're added to this sheet, and that would actually be super simple, because this bit here, we could just move this name over a little bit, and then we've got all this space here to add in those details. Or you could put them down at the bottom if you wanted to. And that would make this really good. Don't really need a side view because there's no patterns or anything that really have any complication there. Yeah, genuinely, this is just a really nice ref sheet. This is kind of what I would maybe say is like very good. This is a baseline. This is what you should be aiming for. If you don't want to write all the text, if you don't want to write all the details, you just want a visual thing to send to an artist. This is what you want. A very clear view of the whole character. In this case, it's 2 3/4. Sometimes that can be three views of a front, side, and back. One version of it clothed to kind of show if the character is clothed. You don't actually have to put that one on. They have. I do appreciate that. And expressions. It's just a good reference sheet. I don't really have much more to say about it. It's a good reference sheet. A Bruiser Bunny, welcome on in. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. I did have a question about clothing for characters. If they only plan on having the character have one set outfit, would you model underneath the clothes, or would you model with the overall clothes in mind? So for me, Shiva, I actually model the entire character regardless of how many outfits that the character's going to have. The reason why is I view an avatar as more than just it's more than just a set piece of art. It's something that grows, it's something that develops, it's something that if I don't make something for, somebody else might end up wanting to do. And if you model the character with those set clothes on, you've limited yourself. It makes that character that avatar, that's it. That's all that can be done with it. You can't really adjust it after that point. If you model the base first and then model the clothes on, maybe that's all they want right now, but maybe in like 6 months' time, their friend gets into making 3D clothing themselves, and maybe they won't come and commission you. Maybe they won't ever speak with you again. You never know. But maybe they'll want to let their friend model something. Now, if your character has those clothes hard modeled on, tough out to look. If you've got a base model and the clothes are just put on top, guess what? You can go with it. It's fine. Like, so that's my perspective. Now, you can do it if you want to. You can absolutely just do the character with clothes on. Some models I've come across have just that as part of it. That speeds up the process overall. Because you don't have to bother about the model underneath, you don't have to bother about things like clipping and rigging, is like making sure that's all working properly. You can get through it, but generally, I'd say for long term, even if the client doesn't think they want it, it's probably better to make that model more last. Like, I like the idea of a model that lasts a long time. One of my favorite ones is one I made for Bolt the Railway dog. I made that about 2 years ago. He still uses it and he still adds things to it. I love seeing it. So that's my excuse, so to speak. But yeah, no, Cookie, fantastic reference. Would like a bit more information, but as a technical ref, this is like near perfect. Okay. Next one. So we got Minty Coco. So we got Minty Coco here. So this one's a Pharaoh reference. Okay, so one of these days I'll be able to commission this cute cat for a model. Maybe, we'll see. But look after yourself first though, Bogie. Minty Coco. Wow. So, like I say, you said about this being a JPEG. This is what I mean. This is a high-quality JPEG, so you don't have to worry about artifacting on this one. That's fine. That's perfect. So, we've got the front view of the face. Look at this like little bean. Look at that. That's actually adorable. Of course, just a goal in life. Well, I hope you do achieve it one day, Bogie. So we got this. We got that there. We can see how long the snoot is. We can see how this hair kind of falls. Although this hair does fall on either side. Don't really have any height information about it, though. We do have this. Like, I like this. Again, I'm not meant to be talking about the design. Okay, don't talk about... I just find it really cute, okay? This looks really sweet. The only thing I would say is this backpack here kind of covers how this body is. I can't really see, like, if this body comes under and it continues on like that, or if it comes up and it kind of comes up like there and then goes back down for the tail. That's something that I would probably say about, like, again, it's kind of the whole clothing thing. Try and have a version without any clothing on, just so we can see exactly how that character would be. Now, I would read that that's just all the same on the there. I would probably put a little color palette somewhere on it. She's a mocky raptor and the feathers head. Oh, it's really, again, I really like the design, but I'm trying my best not to be like, oh, I love the design. You show the mouth open, excellent. Always want to see the mouth open so I know what it looks like on the inside. So when the character talks, we can see what colors are inside the mouth. The eyes are nice. One thing I would definitely say is, like, if the eyes are always meant to be a star, make sure that's noted. Like, put that somewhere on the sheet, like, always stars. I'm like, I love the repetition of design, the star. Okay, not design. We're talking about the ref sheet. Only thing is I'm trying to find something now. I mean, generally, it's pretty alright. Feral references you can kind of get away with a lot on, because generally you can go and have a look at, like, animals and stuff to kind of fill in the gaps. But it would be nice. Again, we did have a wonderful feral reference before with this one, where we have, like, this bit here, the front view, and the top view. If you want to go all out, honestly, that's a brilliant way of doing it. Height, yeah, again, no details. Could do with knowing the height. Are they big? Are they big? Are they tall? Are they small? Are they a little bit? Are they a little tiny? Like, this kind of information, very useful to know. And again, same thing as always. What are their likes? What are their interests? What are their positive traits? What are their negative traits? Things like this. Pop that down on it somewhere. Just, again, adds a bit of character. This feels like, I feel like they're an adventurer. Tell me about that. Give me a little bit of a taste of what this character gets up to. Things like, again, there's a lot here. Like, the visuals are really nice. And again, we got some of the expressions. Like, we got this, like, it's like almost this innocent explorer. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, like, reminds me of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon kind of thing, where it's like, yeah, we're going on an adventure. That kind of, like, happiness. I'd love to see some of that actually, like, elsewhere as well, just to reinforce if that's kind of what you're going for, you're definitely on the right track with it. But yeah,
nice one, my furry
that's pretty much
friend.
it with this one. Average Homer, hello, welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. I'm gonna have a drink. Who would have thought that talking for like 4 hours straight is kind of thing? And tell you what, I'm gonna go for another hour or so because there's a lot of ref sheets here. I want to get through a few Marios. So no, Minty loves collecting herbs to make potions from him. See, that tells us so much. That little sentence, you get what I mean? That little sentence just adds a lot.
Oh, thanks for the sub.
Shivaji, thank you for the sub with Prime. Hello. Well, oh, that's very kind of you. Oh. So we're going to move on to the next one. So yeah, I do like this reference sheet. I probably would be able to work with it myself as well. But yeah, I hope the feedback helps. So we got 2 more to go before we get to what was done today. So here's one for Archival. Ref sheet by 2. Hey, sorry. Right, okay. So this is a pre-made ref sheet. So I'm more gonna be bothered about the colors and patterns on this one. So once again, I would kind of, like I said, label these up. The eye, though, I do. So the eye, these black lines here, I would recommend not to have them. Same with the highlight on the eye as well. generally you want, if you got an eye reference separate, you kind of don't want those like edges there, because what's somebody going to do? They're going to use that to color pick from. So you don't want them to accidentally, because sometimes with color picking, you can have it set so like it'll find a pixel and sometimes it'll grab the wrong pixel. Or you can have it set to a group of 3 by 3 and it might grab a little bit of that black and bring it in, slightly discoloring it. Talisman, I appreciate this sort of stuff where you've put the talisman separate. That's good. Even though like you can pretty much see what it is there, I appreciate the fact that it's there separate. Feathers on the left ear, boom, they're there and they're actually apparent. That's good. Again, I like it when you've got these little things. Back marking and marking on the arm, you flattened them out. Perfect. One of the things I was going to actually say was a thing that could need done, but no, you've done it. Because you've obviously got the marking there and the marking there, but you can't really see it, but there you've got it there. And same with the back there. Optional loincloth. We got the front of the hand. We don't really have the back of the hand, but I'm going to assume it's the color blue. We got the inside of the mouth. We got the side of the drawing here. We got the wing, and we got the the other side of the wing as well, which is nice. One thing I do think that could maybe be done is this could maybe be a bit of a flatter color. I get it's a reference sheet, but maybe that could do with a flat color, or if that's the style that you want to, if that's what you want to make sure that people have that kind of like translucency through it, mark that on as well as a note, like dorsal side slightly translucent, just to make sure that people are aware, because that's gradiated all over the place. Hair's fine. Generally, this is a pretty fine reference sheet. There's not really much I would say here. We've even got a couple of expressions that show off the character themselves. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's a good reference sheet actually. What a hot chubby dragon. Look, I get it. We all like bellies, okay? I have definitely gathered a like-minded community, haven't I? Belly. But yeah, no, I actually quite like this one. Looking at this reference sheet, this is a nice reference sheet. Same thing as always. I would just want to see like just a couple of sentences. Like I said, you don't want to go over, like, you don't want to write an essay and put that on the reference sheet. That's not what you want to do. But just a few little things about their personality, who they are, maybe what makes them angry, things like that. Just those little things that just push it. They really help give that, like, they really help identify that character, and they make it feel more you as well. Because it's a character you can play, not just a suit you wear. But yeah, no, otherwise, pretty good reference sheet. There's not really much else I would say about it that I probably haven't already said. So, next one. This one's for Icy Clips. With some censoring on it. So, at least we got that. Didn't want that personally since it was too much text and option. No, I've write a story about. I mean, again, you don't have to. Just what all I say is if you are ever applying for a highly sought after commissioner or somebody who does like art commission slot, you want them to be excited about it. They're not going to read the stories. They're not going to read or look at any of your other artwork. They're not going to look at your streams. They're not going to do any of that. They are going to look at that ref sheet. And that ref sheet is their main thing. They will decide on it whether they want to do it or not. So anything that you can do to make that ref sheet more interesting, to make them go, I like that. Like, for example, Sebi's had dislikes being kidnapped on it. Why is that a thing that's specified? I don't know, but it made me remember that about his reference sheet. So that's something that I would definitely advise when you get to that sort of stuff. So, what's missing, chat? What's missing on this ref sheet? Go for it. Want to see how long it takes you to realize. Height, name tits. Well, there we go. We've got we've got like the three options, I suppose. Yes, the tits are missing, but they've been censored for this one. The main thing that we're bothered about is the name. There is no name on the character. We could again. This ref sheet might end up in someone's folder as file 763.jpg/large. They ain't gonna know who this belongs to. So yeah, right. We got the color palette here. That's fine. We got the pattern coming down here. That's fine. We can see that there's two there. They're consistent. We got this coming down the side bit there. We got this coming there. Feet are fairly relevant. We can't see the inside of the hands though. This is one thing that I would always say. Always try and show off, if not the feet, at least the hands. No name means it's up for grabs, right? No, don't steal this OC. Belongs to Icy. This is interesting. I would maybe want to see this pattern here without the white hair separate, just to see how this kind of fits on. Does this kind of come up and around the hair, or does it not? Again, with no mouth or eye. There is eyes, but again, it's hard to pick it. Ears are there. I imagine the eye is actually the same colours. Nose, we got a little pattern here, but it's quite hard to see, and I can't tell if that's on both sides of the character or not. I can only really see it on the one side. Oh, they've got two tails as well. I didn't even notice that. I was just kind of looking, and it's like, oh yeah, they've actually got two tails. If they have beans, I have assumed they'd be yellow like the nose. Yeah, generally, that's how things kind of end up being. So, does that mean if Kate had a nose, they'd be blue? Where's my blue nose? I need a big blue sniffer. Oh yeah, there you go. Right, okay, Icy's just got to submit an emote every time they submit the reference sheet as well. But yeah, generally I would definitely show details like that. Once again, height, gender, pronouns, all that sort of stuff. It's all good stuff to put on a reference sheet. All that's going to happen, this is one thing I'm going to say to you, chat. All that's going to happen is if you put extra information onto a thing, an artist is just going to ignore it. That's the worst thing that can happen. If you don't put that on, the worst thing that can happen is that the file gets lost somewhere and then they don't know who you are and they don't care because it's just a random design that they've got in their folder somewhere. To be fair, I'm planning to get a new revamped ref sheet. Well, I hope the criticism today from this one and other ones has helped. Definitely. Oh, Sushi Kato, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. One thing I would definitely do, go and make sure to get one with some expressions on. I always personally prefer it when there's just one or two expressions on that show a bit about the character. Again, you can just do a reference sheet as a purely technical thing. But if you show that little bit of character, if you show that bit of personality coming through it, it just makes it more engaging. And again, imagine the ref sheet as the only thing that artist might ever know of you. Because, I'm sorry to say, but most people do not care about your character. They only care about what's presented to them. And if you can make them care about your character through that, then you're on a winner. But yeah, we'll move on to the next one. So this is the next one. So I think this one's JPEG'd as well. Yeah, so once again, little bit low on the resolution here. I know that's a very technical problem, but it's something I will bring up every time. Try and make sure your reference sheet is high res. I'm talking about like at least like 3000 by 3000 pixels. Like make it big. Have it large. Make sure the artist that you work with does actually work with it big. But yeah, so we got the reference sheet here. So we got the front of the face there, we got the front of the face there. So there's a lot of stuff. Now that's a little bit confusing because this flower here is higher than the horn here, but this horn is further forwards, where here it's further back. That's quite confusing. I like the design, but that is something that's a little bit odd. We got this bit here. These also kind of... See, this looks like it's one big combined thing, where this one looks like it's 3 or 4 even. I'd say with this one, there's a little bit of an issue with consistency across the turning. Also hiding the hands a lot as well. So are the hands like, what's the inside of the hands, the outside of the hands? Another inconsistency I've noticed is the hands here are all green. Meanwhile, the hands here have a bit of white on them as well. Plus that looks like I can't tell if that's a darker green or if it's just the line art actually messing up with my sight. It's probably the line art. No name yet again. Please name the character. We do have a color palette. Only 4 colors though. Would be nice to kind of have once again this gradient of the eye, although you could probably pick from that. Are these spots, do these need to be exactly where they are, or can they be wherever? Generally, I'd say it's mostly just like you said, the layout of this could do with a bit of work. Back of the feet. There's another like slightly inconsistency. So these ones point upwards, these ones point down. So again, which is it? They're also down here, and then there's only 2 on this side. So like, that's the problem with this one. It's mostly just there's a lot of little inconsistencies, which are gonna make me now question which one's the real one. Like which one's the true one? Is it that one? Is it that one? Is it that one? You wanted. I know it's hard. I really know it's hard. But you've got to try your hardest to make sure that it is consistent across the drawings. It's the one drawing where you've got to be consistent. Any other drawing, if you're just doing a full body just for fun, doesn't matter if a few things are off. But if it's your ref sheet, you're expecting an artist to work from that, and you want to make sure that they're working from something that they can feel confident you know what you're on about with. I hyped for Return to Monkey Island. I've never played a Monkey Island game, I don't think. Bottom of something this way. But yeah, and once again, some expressions, something about the character. I don't like the design looks kind of nice, but what? Who are they? What do they do? What are they? Why should I care about them? Like, that kind of thing. Alright, next one. So on to Vagan now. Let me just check. Okay. Yep, that's fine. So I can zoom back to you. And boop, there we go. So, we got another one. So we got Cora, 26, 5'9". Yay! Somebody put the height on the character. Thank you. Put your height on your character. Look, it's fine. These are all the references I've covered today, by the way, chat. Every single one of these is a reference sheet. So, yeah, don't say I don't ever do anything for you. But yeah, so we got this one. It's Fox, non-binary. We got that there for Phil and Div. Oh, that's the gun. Okay. Suit. That's suit, and that's the fur. It's there. Okay, so that's relatively fine. I can see that there's beans. You can see the beans, chat. But generally, once again, I'm gonna say it every time because I find it's really important. Hands are a very important thing. Don't take shortcuts with them. Show the back and the front of the hands. We kind of want to see them. Same with the feet as well. Do those feet have beans on them? And again, you don't actually have to show the feet off. You don't have to lift the feet and put it in my fit. I mean, you can if you want, but you don't have to. What you can do is just put like a little symbol beside it to show the pattern and stuff of it. Overall though, color's very simple. You can see that it's a digigrade leg. Also, Kate, I'm currently drawing a ref commission and this helping so much. I'm glad it is. Like I say, it's stuff you already probably know, but when you don't actively think about it, it's hard. Even like I said, I get it wrong a lot myself when I've made reference sheets. It's a hard thing. But yeah, I hope it does help. So the one thing I would want to see is kind of a back view, but I am going to make the assumption that the back is exactly the same color as the front. I can't imagine that there's much difference, so you could at least get away with that just by simply saying when you send the reference sheet in, yeah, it's the same on the back. Like, it's fine. The hair, I like this pattern on the hair, which it's kind of a little bit consistent, but that's more of a draftsmanship issue. I don't really want to focus too much on the draftsmanship. We do have a front face, side facing, and 3/4. I would say that this is a little confusing because this would, to my brain, reads that as it being a lot bigger than that. But again, that's a minor thing. Although the nose looks a little smaller on this one than it does there and there. As for the gun bit, the gun's a bit. You'd want to still, if you're showing off props, try and do the exact same thing that you would do with the main part of the reference as well. Try and keep it flat. Try and keep it coloured naturally, so it's, again, easy to see what's going on. This is cool. I like the style of it. But as a reference, it's more like concept art than it is a reference. And a reference has a very specific use. And clean line art. See, clean line art is something that I would try and say to get done, yeah. Like, make sure, like, again, I like the style, but that's concept art. Reference sheets need a technical drawings, as well as your... That's the thing. Whenever you talk about, like, reference sheets, if we're talking in a production pipeline, a reference sheet is literally the coldest document you will see. That's got the character drawn. It will just show every aspect of that character with, like, as much personality removed from it, because because obviously when you're looking at that reference sheet, you want the driest thing, because you want to be like, oh, the character's happy, how's the head looking in the neutral pose? Okay, so it looks like that. Okay. But when, like I say, furry reference sheets follow a different line. They're a bit more, like I say, they're a bit more ubiquitous. You're not just using them as the one thing. It's not the only document you're referring to. And you know, you get to choose which ones you work with. Right, next one. Yep, that one's fine. Right, next one. So this one is by Soul Silvers. This looks like a decent ref sheet. It looks a bit... So the one thing I would say again, the background's maybe a bit too over... Whoa. I would maybe tone that down just a bit. Because we've got a lot of saturation, it's a lot of colour, and it's kind of distracting away from the characters themselves. So that's kind of my first thing. So we got an expression here. We got the inside of the mouth there. We got what the beans look like. We got what the eyes look like in loads of different modes actually, which is nice. I like seeing that because guess what? That's a detail where they don't have to say that their eyes change. They've just shown that their eyes change, and now I can play with that. Great. See what I mean? Like, you don't always have to, like, whenever I say, like, write stuff down or say stuff, I try and say that because a lot more people will feel more comfortable writing stuff. Realistically stuff. Things. Also, I did add personality in the ref kit. Oh, right. Which one? Anyways, so we can see the inside of the hand, and we can see the outside of the hand.
Thanks for
the link
sub.
one. Oh, Quaggy, hello. Thank you for the sub for 11 months. I love you, Quaggy. Mwah. You have attention. Okay, so we've got like patterns. How are those patterns working? So we got this like coming around there. Okay. We got this coming around, and then that comes around and goes up there. Okay. Okay, so that is consistent. That comes around and then down, down. Okay, so those ones are fine. Those ones come around the back of the leg and then cut off there. Okay, that's fine. It's the arm ones. I'm really struggling to read how these arms work. And I think that's because this hair color's kind of bleeding into the outside of it. Yeah, it's a little difficult to read. What I would maybe do is take one of these arms, literally decapitate, like not decapitate it. That's the head. and just pop that to the down the side or something, just without this fur, and just give us a nice clean version of it. Detach, sever, disarm, amputate. Wow, guy, you're all got good names for it, haven't you? Decapitate the arm. Just remove the head of the arm. I suppose that works, right? Got long claws. Long claws, yay. Colours labelled up. I like that. I like that the colours are labelled up. Fire breath. Shows the fire breath and shows it. This is what I mean. I know this might not look as pretty. It might not look as pretty, but I prefer it when colours are in things like fire and stuff are shown like this. So then it breaks down how those colours blend into each other. Generally, it's fine. It's a bit of a hard reference to read, and I feel like that's the hair here, just kind of, because we've got this black, we've got really high values across this whole image. It's quite high value, and it's making it kind of hard to focus on any specific point. Eyes, the head looks fine though, and I like that we've got the version of the head without, that faces forwards without the hair on. Always something I like to see. Generally though, and you might have noticed this with how I read it, what I would generally do is I'd take this section here, by which I mean this bit here, and just simply move that onto the other side. So this bit over here, and then add all your details onto the other side. Why do I say that? Generally, at least with the Western world, we tend to read from left to right. So whenever you look at something like that's got a lot of stuff on it, you'll generally look at the right and the top of it, and then you'll go down until you get to the bottom of it. So generally you want the most important stuff at that side, which is why when you come to my own ref, that's what's closest to the top is the name, and then obviously the character's right there. And that's particularly why. Anything that's less in, like the things that are least important, you kind of want to go in a diagonal across your reference sheet, because generally that's how you're going to read it. Now, it doesn't have to be exactly like that. It doesn't have to be a perfect bit like that, but generally important stuff over at the left and towards the top, less important stuff down towards the bottom. Generally not too bad a not too bad a reference sheet. It feels like it could do with a bit of cleaning up. I think that's what's with this one. It's got the stuff it needs. It just needs a bit of cleaning up. It could do with maybe again, as I say, few likes and interests. Who are they as a character? I just like seeing that myself. Again, that's a personal thing though. Bald Cade is cursed. Look, you all love Bald Cade for some reason. He's simply there just in case somebody wants to draw a hat on Cade and doesn't know how it would work with the hair. Right, next one is Sushi Beetle. Smashing. Wait, did you do that twice? Oh no. Wait, did you? No, just the once. There you go. You get small eye mode. Thanks. No worries now. I do hope that helps. I do genuinely hope that helps. Like I said, I would just move those over to the side. Try and reduce the value. Like I said, try and keep this subtler, because this blue is really intense, and after a while that would become quite hard to look at. Okay, so we're on to Ghosty Fizz. He, him. This is great. Hi, please. Tell us how tall this lad is. But look at it. Oh, Cade, we're not here for the design, but like, look at it. That's such a good design. But anyways, Cade, I'm not here for the design. So we got a color palette here, which is nice because we've got these like little technical circuit boards, which I do like seeing on it, but it obviously does make it hard to color pick. So it's nice that we've got this bit here. We've got the fish inside there as well. We got an expression there. Honestly, this is a really it's a nice put together one. I want to see if I can find something wrong with it. I want to tear it apart. I want to break this Protegent and take the legs off. Replace them with some cold, hard critique. No beans. Yep, we don't really see the bean. Then again, most Protegents, I don't think Protegents usually have beans, though, do they? I don't even know about that anymore. We have the front of the hand. We have the back of the hand, which is really nice to see. Body's left clear. We got, like I say, we've got the 3/4, so we can see like how wide this is. Are those real teeth? I wonder. I think because of the circuit boards, they're probably like a screen, but then again, this has got this like warped effect, so something like that would be really nice to. Something like that would be nice to have identified as like it's a projection or it is actually real. Tail can be unplugged. I like that. The only thing I would maybe want to see is like the true back of the head, because I see this pattern going here, but I don't quite understand how it flows down the back of the body. Like this hair it looks pretty, but I don't quite get how it works. So maybe having a view of the head from directly behind would help. Is any of the pattern that's off? Doesn't look like it is really. It's fairly clear how all the patterns laid out. It's all very consistent from the front and the back view. Yeah, generally, again, another really absolutely 100% nice technical, a very technical reference sheet again. Just once again, not really much personality there, but with this one, the design kind of carries the interest. And that's the thing, if your character's design is just naturally really cool, you're already pretty much gonna be doing better when it comes to the, like I say, selection. This is a character I would look at and be like, that looks interesting. The only thing I'd be disappointed about is, like I said, I don't know much else about them. Like, are they researching the fish? Are they someone who just cares for fish? Are they just pets? Like, things like that, like those little tidbit, just a little bit of information to go like, oh, okay, this is this character. Just something just to give us that little bit of, oh, okay. Other than that, though, no, this is really nice. I like the tail being separate. I'm really trying to find anything to complain about. I want to let me be in old man mode. I want to complain about something. Oh, wait a sec. If I really want to complain about... I'm a millennial, so I should be complaining about... Damn Gen Z being Gen Z, blah, blah. I'm I think... But yeah, like, the design's absolutely fucking wonderful. I love it. Only thing we could maybe do is maybe a better view of, like, this underside of the arm as well, because I don't really know what's going on there. We've got this one bit here, but does that, like, carry on around and then end before it gets here? It must do, but can't really see that all too well. Not everyone who isn't a boomer should complain about the boomers. You're killing the VR chat model industry with your avocado toasts. God damn it! How dare you save money and not buy things? But then I'll complain when you do buy things. Because they're not the things I would buy. Oh, God. Right. Before we get into another generational fight. I like that one. I'm going to move on to the next one. It's really nice. I'm actually going to give that one a heart. Yo. So next up, we're on to Antivans. How many more of these do we have? Oh my goodness, we had... Then again, I might quickfire a few of these, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to tell you what. We're going to stick with it. I'm going to go to ref sheet review. I'm sorry to anybody who hasn't put it in yet, but I'm going to deny messages being sent by everybody. There we go. So that's now closed. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15. I'm going to try and get through some of these, but I'm going to speed up the rate at which I'm going to go through them to try and get through some more of them. So we've got anti-van, we've got a Pharaoh reference here, we've got a side view, we've got a rear view, we've got a front view. I like that. That gives us that gives me a nice sense of the overall volume of the character. We've got what species they are, we've got the age, sex, height, and length, which is nice to see, especially with ferals. Height and length, there's two things that you kind of we want to know both of them. Because they might stand next to a character, but then we also kind of want to know how long they would be next to that. It is a really cool hybrid. I actually really like this. We've got the inside of the mouth, which actually doubles as an expression. We've got a bit of an expression here as well. It's generally kind of like, I'm getting a very mischievous vibe from it. They've lifted up the toes there, so you can actually kind of see that there's no beans or anything on them. We don't really see the inside of the hands. It would be nice to see the inside of the hand, but I'm assuming from this drawing here that it's just plain. We've got these feathers. One thing that would be nice would be to see one of these feathers on its own. Like have a feather down here or something on its own with the pattern
Nice
on,
one, my
so that we can
furry
kind
friend.
of understand what it is. Skift, hello, welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh yeah, you can kind of see it there. It's quite small there, but yeah, we can kind of see it there. This is a really well-made reference, especially for a feral, because feral references tend to have issues. They tend to lack a lot of information, but this one gives a lot of it. Let's see that goes down there, and that goes along there. And see that this colour sits underside the feathers there. The only thing I would maybe note is this pattern as well, because this pattern, I didn't actually notice this pattern for a while. If that has to be accurate, or if you can take some leniency with that. It's like colour. What they've done is they've like lit the character, which to be fair is something I would advise they don't do unless it is literally part of the character's design. Which if it is, that's something that kind of needs noted. You'd want to put that somewhere. Like, because we've got this like reddish colour here. Like, my brain is reading it as lighting, but it's like, is it? Unsure. If it is, it's definitely something that needs noted down. Okay, next one. Like I said, I'm going to kind of quick fire them, so I'm not going to. I might miss things about certain ones, but we'll get through them. So this one is by Dark and Neko Green. This one's Yaki Lungcat, 1.4 meters. Is that height? I would imagine that's height, because I think they're. I feel like they're standing up. Levitates, uses telepathy. He, him, excellent. So character stands up. We can see the front. We can actually see the back of the front and the back of the hands. Excellent. See the front and the back of the feet. Excellent. Again, we're not here about draftsmanship. You can actually get away with a lot. You can see that this goes all the way down to the back and then comes up across the hair. That's actually quite nice. We can. What's this bit here? So this bit's a little bit confusing because we've got like a little bit here and a little bit here separate, but on there it kind of looks like it's almost the same thing, unless that black line kind of is meant to separate it, which I believe it is. We've got that down there on the side and that there down there on the side. Only thing we could maybe do is like a side view just to kind of see how thick this character is. Because right now we don't really have any depth to them. We can just see the front and the side. I imagine they're quite skinny, but that's me making an assumption. Hoodie. So again, we got some clothing options down here. I like seeing this. This is quite nice to see. Gem glows when he uses magic. What gem's that one? Is that on? Oh, that's probably on this bit here. Yeah, no, that's fine. We got some expressions. What I would maybe do with these is put different expressions on these characters. You can even keep them in a similar pose. Just put some maybe different expressions on as such. Just to kind of break it up a bit and be able to tell more of that personality without actually, you know, doing that much more work. We got a color palette here, but it's not really labeled. But it's a fairly simple character, so we can color pick. It's not shaded. That's done well. Yeah, same as always. Maybe just give us a little bit about the character. Tell us why, if he's into this mage stuff. What about the mage stuff? What does he do? Like, why is he a mage? What kind of environment are they in? Blah 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 blah. Those, like I say, those little just tiny details, just add a lot to a reference. Okay, next one. So this is Pavati's, which I would need to censor because it's got nipples on. Because of the, I don't agree with Twitch being like only female presenting nipples have to be censored. I censor all of them because I'm equal opportunities. So I'm going to skip that one for now, and I'll censor it when we come to it. But if you're actually joining that as we talk, Pavati, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, send me an update, Pavati. If you send me through DMs, because I can see that you did submit one. I'm just keeping that closed just to make sure more people don't apply. Okay, mouth detail, excellent. Who is this actually? I didn't even say who this one was. So this one was from Kobold. Well, that's a name, Kobold. Hi, Ziggs. Says the height 2 foot. That's a small boy. Face detail. So, bit of shit. So that's there. Then again, we have a shaded version and we don't have a unshaded over here, so that's kind of nice. So arm detail. So it shows those bits pretty nicely. Again, though, it shows the character clothed. I would always want to see a version of the character not clothed. Because again, the way that I personally model, I would model the character. Equal is rough, but fair. Exactly, I'm censoring all nipples because some men have breasts. So, you know, it is what it is. Right. We got some tools down here, tails. Oh, yeah, we got tail bags. I like how, like I said, we've actually got these like little detail bits. That's a nice touch. That's actually a really nice touch. Goggles is put off separately as well. So that tells me that's actually an important detail. Okay, this is one thing I'm going to say. Don't do this. Like, on a genuine level, don't do this. If you're going to have a color palette, make sure each color is a solid block. I don't want to be playing a game of, did I get the right color? Like, it means you've got to focus a bit more. And again, not smart, me hope for best. Oh no, click wrong thing. Like, try and keep that solid lines if you can. I know it looks cool. I know it's aesthetically awesome, but at the same time, yeah. The only thing is, like I said, we've kind of got a lot of empty space on this reference as well. I feel like a lot of this could be compressed down and made to be a bit bigger as well. But I do like I said, I like the design. I like the overall appearance of it. Just once again, clothing. Try and have a version where there's clothing on it and there's clothing not on it, just to make sure that it's easy to flip between the two of them. Okay, next one. So this one's from Maxange, which is a new reference. So this is very much your typical furry reference. Like, it's a solid one, to be fair. Only thing it doesn't really do is it doesn't show me the depth of the character. It doesn't really show me the width. So I have to make that assumption. But this is probably the best way of showing patterns. It's probably why it's very commonly... This is what fursuit makers tend to look for more. Because this shows more patterns. It shows how things are laid out a bit more. Which usually you'll find fursuit makers and stuff prefer. Cade wants nude refs. I want the nudes. Just without any of the bits. Just the nudes, not the bits. At least not on this account. Anyways, I like this one, like I say, because it shows the back of the hands and the front of the hands. Name, height, age, fantastic. Even does it in both metric and imperial. We got the head, we got the side of the head, so we can at least see the length of the snoot. We got the inside of the mouth. We got the inside of the mouth's colors. There's no real color palette on here anywhere, but we do have it fairly it is fairly obvious. We can see the beans on the bottom of the foot, but again, it would be nice to have like a little symbol or something just to show the shape of that, just so we're absolutely sure what we're going with. Because trust me, I know some people who are really adamant about having their beans being correct. I'm one of them. But yeah, that bit kind of comes around there. It's maybe a little hard to read if that's meant to like be on the main bit of fur or if it's not. This bit's quite clear though. That comes across back the front of the hair and then back down the neck. I was about to say, is it you who's adamant about beads? I'm one of them. Look, I'm not even... Look, my Discord's called the Bean Zone. Let's be real. Right. Wait and send refs for review. So I've closed them for this time. I will be doing these ref sheet reviews again, but I've closed submissions for now. But it will be in the Discord if you wanted to do this next time we do it. It might be in a couple of months because I don't do the ref sheet reviews that often. I like giving a bit of time so people can spread out. But if you want to submit that in the Discord when that's ready, yeah, absolutely. Already been here for 5 hours and I've been talking constantly and my voice is going, but I'm determined to get through the people that have already submitted. But yeah, it's a decent reference. Again, same thing as always. Bit more about the personality. It without sounding too mean, it's kind of like if this was submitted to me, it would just look like another furry. And again, I don't want to be like, haha, just another. I'm just being honest. If this was submitted to my commission queue, I would probably just pass on it because there's nothing here that tells me anything unique about this character. It's just a design, it's just a pattern. It's a nice design, I like it, and it's a good reference sheet. There's just nothing special about it, if that makes sense. And again, I don't want that to come across as mean. I just want to be honest, because I'm not the only artist who will treat it this way. Wait a few months, I was thinking I'll use some of the feedback today and add some stuff and submit next week. No, I need... Because this is something that I want to do different things of feedback. This time it's ref sheets. Sometimes it's going to be models. Sometimes I want to go over the designs, which is why I'm trying to not speak too much about designs today. Because I don't just want to do just ref sheets, if that makes sense. So we got Nuku, she, her, Nova's cousin, I do not see. Ooh, so we got some expressions, we got some... So we got very plain character here, but that's absolutely fine. It's very stylized, so keep that in mind for things. We can see the fingers, the front, the hands, and the kind of the back of the hands, kind of the side of the hands. It's quite clear that the feet are just kind of what they are. We got the color palette, not really labeled the color palette. Pick one day a month and do a shot. Like, for me, it's probably going to be Sundays. I'm probably going to do critique streams on Sundays because I know most people can show up to the Sunday ones because obviously it's the weekend, they have time off. So I'm probably going to try and do it on Sundays. With models, so what I'll do with models is because I know people won't want to share their models in a public Discord, I'll probably set up a DM list for that. But I'll announce it all in the Discord. If you're in the Discord, I'll announce how I'm planning to do stuff. Just bear in mind, I've been on a 2-month mental health break. I'm still not 100% there, but I'm trying my best, and I'm trying to get back to consistency. But yeah, so eyes, very clear color, very obvious. It's a simple design, so it's absolutely fine. The only thing I would maybe say, let's see if we can find. Obviously. No real details, no real things. I joined. Yeah, the channel's shut. I'm not accepting any more today. I will be in the future, but just not today. Just because I've obviously got quite a few to go through. The thing, yeah, I like simple design. Like I said, I'm not trying to comment on the design. It's simple, so there's not really much you really need to show on a ref sheet, if that makes sense. Oh, thank you for the follow there, Leafy on boy. Like, if it's simple, there's not much you need. Oh, Vita! Codus, thank you for the sub with Prime. Heck.
Oh, thanks for the sub.
But yeah. There's not really much I couldn't say. The only thing we can maybe do is maybe a side view, just to kind of get an idea of how wide, like, how deep the character is, but you can kind of tell. It's kind of like a tube. So yeah. I do like the expressions. Again, this little bit here, literally just two things that basically read as emotes make me like, yo, I like this character. Same with the head as well, like just something just to kind of give us an idea. Because at the minute that kind of all looks flat, but I'm not sure if that is actually like flat-faced. But yeah. Moving on to the next one, because like I said, I don't want to spend too long. I'm already like running an hour over when I should be. But we're here. Right, okay, so this is a free-to-use base. So I'm not going to comment too much on the thing. I'm just going to look at the patterns. Make sure the pattern is kind of consistent, because that's the thing that will have actually been worked on. So the whole tail is brown. Which comes around there, that's fine. We've got the inside of the mouth, we've got the tongue. We've actually labelled up the colours, which is nice. The only thing I would say is try and keep these labels below or outside of the colour thing, because again, someone's going to come out here to colour pick from that, and if you've got white text there, trust me, it's super easy just to randomly click on the white mark on the white text. But yeah, like yeah, I don't really want to comment too much on the ref sheet. It's fine. It's a technical reference, and obviously there's not going to be much in the way of there's not going to be too much in the way of like expressions and stuff, because if it's a free-to-use base, it's obviously meant to be used by a lot of people, so you can't really identify expression or character with that. So it is a limitation when you come to using the free-to-use bases. But as a reference sheet, this is perfectly fine. Like, it works. It's functional. It's just obviously not much else. There's no flair here. There's nothing to really make me go, wow, it's a functional reference sheet. It's perfectly fine. Okay, next one. So we've got Gaby here, but by Gaby, by Vintage Coyote. So very stylized reference. Since mine came up. Oh yeah, tell you what, we'll do yours because yours did come up a bit ago. Okay, where's yours? Sorry, they're relevant to design for you. That's fine. That's fine. Like I say, personally, I like it when things like that are on it. Pavati as well, by the way. It's just Twitch is being Twitch, okay? And it's like thing. So we got a 3/4 view from the front and 3/4 view from the back. That's nice. You're gonna have this informational section here. Again, that's good. That's what I want to see. Like, I like those little bits of information. And again, you kind of done what I said, where the importance of things comes from left to right. Guess what? The actual important part is there. And you've got expressions here with a toonie ref there. That's fine. And then different clothing options there. Yeah, honestly, as a layout, that's nice. That is gonna, yeah, exactly like what Suki said. That's gonna be a good ref. You've got the elements there. Obviously, you just need to now draw them in. And yeah, like I say, I apologize for having to censor bits off. I want to be fair, you know. I find it bizarre how you could show characters with breasts. Look, it's not my rules, is it? They're fine with that. I know they're fine with that, but they're not fine if there's a little dot on it. They do say apparently that one day they're looking to make art as an exception, but whether they'll actually ever go and do that's a different question. Because yeah, I mean, I'd like to go over things and actually show things properly, but you know what it's like. I am reviewing reference sheets. We are closed for submissions today, though, unfortunately, Hecklejack, but I will be doing this again. Is there anything I should add? The only thing I could maybe think of adding is a few more expressions. But generally, no. I like that you've got the positives, you've got the negatives, you've got the height, you've got the little flags down at the bottom. Always love seeing the little pride flags. It's always great. Yeah, it's like as soon as you put a nipple on it, it's become... again, I have my own thoughts on it. Personally, I'd just be like, I don't care, but... if Twitch is going to enforce it on one gender, I'm just going to enforce it across all the others, because otherwise I feel it's a bit discriminatory. But yeah, like... No, I like that. You got the open mouth here as well, so people can see the inside. Back of the view there. The only thing is, obviously, if you put any patterns, depends on the patterns and stuff. It's just like, yeah. No, that's going to be a good reference. You're definitely on the right track. Definitely on the right track. All right, let me pop this one back over. There we go. So this one's Gaby. So again, a stylized reference. So we see the front and the back of the hands. Excellent. We see the bottom of the feet and the front of it. Excellent. We can see this pattern kind of come around here. It's a bit unclear where it would go around the back, but we just have to make an assumption there, I would say. I'd assume. Clear on the... And then again, I say it's clear on the tail. So we've got this like little corner here. Like there's this edge here, but then on this one, that reads like it's on the top. So I'm unsure as to exactly where that sits. Thanks. I'm gonna go and get some dinner. I'm glad it has, Pafati. You have a lovely dinner now, and thanks for being here. We got the color palette there. Absolutely fine. Again, not labeled. Hella cuddly. Again, see. One little thing. And that's already made me more interested in this character. It's just like, it's a cuddly character. Like, yay. You don't have to write an essay. You do not have to write an essay. That, if anything, writing an essay is a bad thing. Just something. Give me something to go. I remember this character because, boom. It's 4 a.m. Oops. Anyways, I have to go. Do you have a schedule anyway? I will try. Like I say, I've just come off like a 2-month break. I had a schedule which has been completely obliterated. So at the moment, I'm just streaming when I'm able to, because I do actually suffer from fairly significant anxiety. Ow! Just like that. But no, I do want to try and get myself a proper schedule sorted out soon. And I really want to get back into the flow of it because I miss streaming. I love it. And I love being able to do things like this for you. So yeah, it's not too bad.
Nice one, my furry
I don't like
friend.
I don't really feel like the like colouring on the beans is something that you really want to be doing on a reference sheet, but okay. Sibu, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Some of the no, that's actually no, because that's the arms backwards. No, that does work. Okay, so I'd assume on this tail, I'd actually assume this is the correct one as opposed to this one, just because of the consistency of the design across other bits. It's an okay reference. It's something things. Do you not want to read the 5 pages of backstory for Edge McLaudie the Fang Fox vampire? I'm not gonna be reading that at all. No. But yeah, like I say, if somebody gets invested in your character, absolutely send them more stuff to it. But like I say, the way I treat reference sheets and the way I've been talking about them all today, and I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm gonna keep doing it. It's your resume, it's your CV, it's your introduction. That artist is gonna be the that artist's idea of your character is only going to be that reference sheet, so it better be good. Is it weird that I missed hearing your laugh, kid? Oh, no, that's sweet. Oh, that's good information. That's one good information for 3D. Exactly. For me, I cannot cheat. I can't cheat your character. If you don't show me the feet, I can't just do a pose where I don't have to think about that. I have to model them. Like... So everything must be shown. That's what the perspective I've come from is for this. And again, I know not all 3D artists are like me. Some prefer the way more technical and cold references. This is just what I believe, and how when I deal with commissioners, what I would look for, and what I know a few other people look for as well. But again, it differs per artist. Right, now I need to go back to the channel. So we're there. So we're getting through it. So next up we've got Cookie the cat. Front, back, side view, excellent. Name, excellent. She, they, gendered, great. No height, don't know how tall they are. We've got the paws, so even if we can't see the bottom of them, we can see the shape of them, excellent. We've got the front and the back of the hands, excellent. We got the head without the hair, so we can see how the actual form of the head's meant to sit. Excellent. We've got the inside of the mouth. Excellent. We've got a color palette. Now, that's useful, but also not at the same time. But the rest of them are absolutely fine. Oh my god, I love that little. That's such a cute touch. I'm sorry, I'm gonna break my little break. Look, the hair's got a little heart in the twirl. That's actually really cute. We got an expression. Again, shows a little bit about the character. Shows a bit of bubbliness. Shows a bit more of that. Again, perfect, like I say, technical reference, absolutely fine. I mean, even though there's no real pattern on it, they're all just one colour. It's wonderful to see that. I love it. And we've got one with clothing on with a different expression. This is a good reference sheet. This is a good reference sheet. Again, only thing I would maybe add a little bit more detail about who the character is, what they like, maybe a little bit of that. Other than that, no, this is fine. Perfect. You can send this to any artist, and I can't imagine any of them would have an issue with this. Height, I did mention height. I believe if I didn't, it is something that, yeah, you will want the height on that sheet somewhere. Right, next one. Like I said, sorry, I am trying to get through them. So, you updated your ref. Oh, that was just a res upgrade. Okay. So next up is Bogie. So here we go. We've got Bogie here. So we got a color palette up at the top. We got Gus, bear-shaped boar. We got he, him. Have you recently stretched and got water? So I've got water, but I haven't stretched. So I might actually stand up for a second. Oh. And that's the last of my drink, so we better get through. We're on the last bits now. I want to get through yours. Because you've all been patient, watch through. So, we got Bogie. We got, oh wait, nipple. Ah, sorry. We gotta censor it. Because again, not all women have breasts, and not all men don't have them. So we're gonna get rid of them. So I'm gonna do a sneaky, and I'm gonna BRB. I mean, technically it's not against TOS because it's male presenting, but you know, I'm not here for that. You're gonna enforce it. You're gonna enforce it across the whole thing, aren't you? Bomb. Tell me if the hammering is in sync with the music, chat. Right, there we go. Okay, there we go. Right. So, we got the ball here. We got the color palette. We've got like the front of it. We can see around the side. We can see good body shape. We can see exactly like how they are. Hooved on the feet, legs. Fine. See the clothing. Like that's probably, again, we can kind of get away with this kind of clothing, to be honest, where it's like it's just a little bit. Although it would be useful just to see, because we can see a little bit of pattern here. Again, I'd like to see stuff. Seeing top scars and characters makes me happy. Honestly, if you got them, you wear them. Honestly. But yeah, like, but yeah, I love this. Like I said, this here, right here, a little bit of personality coming through it, right? Just a little bit of personality, and I love to see that. We've got our likes and dislikes, which is nice to see. Again, gives us a bit more about the character. That star is really cute. With 3 dots there. Like I said, we're just missing maybe a bit of the pattern, how this pattern kind of falls down from the belly onto the legs. Chest area is fine. It's fairly easy to see. We can see where this starts. It starts at the ears and it comes round. We've got this colour on here. We've got this little mark here. I would maybe mark that up or something, just to say like one eye lash has like a little thing through it. Height is missing. Yeah, you are missing height. Would always be useful to, like I say, 'cause it's useful to have height on reference sheets. The reason we're so I want to know the height is because if 2 characters are next to each other, I want to know how they compare. Is one much bigger and one much smaller? Like, where do they kind of sit with each other? Design seems consistent. We got a heart there as well. Friend. We got a bit there. Yo, Alien Dodge, welcome on in. I'm trying to find anything that I'd see wrong with it. Again, maybe I don't know that actually, because we've actually got the little which I really like. I really like that. Just deep in thought. And the expression on the, and again, you can get away with the expression here. And then this expression looks kind of like worried. Look at him. He looks so concerned. He do a concern. But yeah, no, I like the reference sheet. It's very clear. It's very easy. Again, if you wanna go for the most basic kind of like, I just need a reference sheet that's gonna work for a 3D artist. Boom, 2 3/4 views, sorted. Some of them will ask you for the front, side, and back view, but most will get you through with this. The eyebrow thing is on the bottom. Oh yeah, it's on there as well. Right. What's that little red dot on their arm? That's me. That's me accidentally being a nincompoop and drawing on the thing. Are we grading ref sheets? So I've been going through them and I've been giving critique on them, on what I would change, what I would improve, and what's been done well. Right, so Fru's reference sheet. So Fru's reference sheet is well, it's a game model, which you can. So I would not work with that as a 3D artist, but if you're absolutely desperate, this is one thing I will say: anything is better than nothing. If you want to get art of your character in a video game, at least sending them the pictures of that character from the video game is at least something. So at least that's a start, you know. And like, while this isn't something I would work with, it doesn't have any colours on it. The one thing, I mean, it has a name on technically, so at least we can kind of remember who it's from. But it doesn't have any of the details on. What I would do is try and substantiate this with as much information as you can. Not a grading of the character itself, nor the art style, just saying the 3D artist can make from this reference. And yeah, it's exactly that. It's just, I just want to make sure that people are understanding what goes into reference sheets and what we're going to think. Can we grade Bald Cade? Go on then. Go on then, chat. What do you rate him? I mean, it says right there in big bold text, but you know, it's for reference only. He's not actually bald. I am not bald, chat. Bald, pure horror, bald. Is that your rate? Is that the rating? Just bald out of 10. You are a cat. Is it? I reference all. I go through and give you my thoughts on all of these reference sheets, chat. On all of those, and this is how you decide to treat me. Wow, can't believe it. You're just so mean to me. actually mean? Wow. Anyways, back to the reviews. We've only got a few more to go through.
Nice one, my furry friend.
We got 3 more. We got 3 more left. You got Carrot, which I believe Carrot was somebody who, yeah, you updated it. I want to go and see if there's I want to go and see the old one because Carrot's learned from the old one. So it's Carrot. Oh, can I not just search from user? From user. From Carrot. No results. I mean, oh, no results. Scroll up. I want to find the old one because it's good. I like comparing where people have come from and where they got to. So where's Carrot? Where's Carrot? Where are they at? Scroll. There we go. So there's the old one. Okay. So this is the old reference sheet. And let's go down to the newer messages. There we go. So this is the old reference sheet, and that's the new one. So we can see the main difference. I remember saying that there was a lot of empty space, which was just left there for some reason last time. That's now been changed. And look, no beans on hands or feet. Because their character never really shows that was one thing I did raise, and they've added that in. That's nice. We've now got labels on what the colours are. You can see how that just makes it a lot easier to see what's what. Back of the ears has been added as well because it's got a very interesting ear style, so that's now being put on. Expressions are still there, height's there, and now we've got things like this. And hell, look, we've even got things that people can ask for. Stuff like this is nice, isn't it? It's good to see. Like, that's why I'm doing these. It's not to try and put any ears all down. I don't want to like put yours down. I just want to show how you can improve a reference. And even without redrawing it, only a few little additions. We went from that to that. And you can see there with the color as well, how the color of the background is a bit intense on that one. It's a little bit nicer to look at on this one. Like you could have that on for a bit longer, I would imagine. So yeah, pretty much without changing much, there you go. Now obviously a back view would be nice, and obviously seeing more of the stuff would be the thing. The update was done entirely because I did want 3D art, and the ref sheet was a huge help with that. Exactly. Like it's just that's why I'm trying to tell people these sort of things, because it makes it a lot easier for everybody. And it means you're not constantly having to tell your artist, oh yeah, this is like this. Oh yeah, that's like this. Oh no, you did this wrong. Oh no, this is wrong. Like, it's just there. It's just working. It's just done. I do like the fact that the ear gets red hot. Like, you blush and that gets red. I know that's a character thing, but that's a cute detail. I like that. I love seeing that kind of thing. Me with any artist. Look, you're just so... Jaggerboy, I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out on Twitch. You're just indecisive. Make up your mind. I think I need to update my own ref sheet. Hey, if you want to, go for it. Like, if this helps, if this has improved something for you, I hope it does. I hope it has. So, on to Waffle's ref sheet. So... there's a ref. So at least we've got the name on it. Version 2. So we've got, like I say, we've got the front of the hand, the back of the hand. That's fine. We've got the feet, patterns. That's fairly fine. It's a Protegent, so we can at least get away with some of that. Clean colors, no shading. Obviously, like I say, it's just a front view, though. It would be nice to have a back view, but my assumption would be that the back is just all orange. Since that bit's orange and that bit's orange. Protegent face, we got the ears there, no hair. It looks like we might have a horn there. If that is a horn, it's something that we could maybe do with seeing a bit more clearly. Obviously, a front-facing view and a side-facing view is beneficial to us, but that's perfectly fine. One thing I said in the last critique stream, which I don't really think I've said this time, the more typical your character is, like if you follow along with more typical things, like let's say you're a wolf, you're grey, you have black beans and a black nose, it's going to be fairly, you don't really need that complex of a reference because we've seen it so many times. The more unique your character becomes, the more detailed the ref must be. Now this is a Protegent. Protegents are incredibly common, so we can probably make a lot of assumptions from this drawing based on our knowledge of other Protegents. Not that you should. Again, the less assumptions that you can have an artist make is better. And hi, Theros. But yeah, generally that's fine. Again, front view, side view. Wondering what can make a good background color. So you've got an orange. So I would maybe go with like a... I'd maybe go with like a soft purple or something like that. Yeah, I'm going to be struggling to get it. Honestly, getting a good ref is hard. Because the one thing... See, I'm lucky. I'm an artist. I can make my own. One thing that's really difficult for most people is finding an artist who, one, matches the style that they like, two, actually has commissions open, and three, can afford those commissions. It's hard. It's really hard to get a good reference. Like... I mean, like I said, I just ended up making it myself. But yeah, like, generally, it is doable. Like I said, and at least with this critique, at least me telling you what I would look for, hopefully informs you in what you want from yours. Because if you're commissioning somebody, you want to tell them what you want and what you think, what you need. I have an asymmetrical sauna. Again, things like that make it difficult. But yeah, like I said, same thing as always. With this one, add some likes, add height, add little details like that. Just give us that little bit more information. Even, again, reference sheets in your draftsmanship. When I talk about draftsmanship, I mean literal skill with drawing with a pencil. If your draftsmanship isn't too there, it doesn't matter. You can get away with a lot. Salty Sea Foxes, for example, was a really good reference sheet, even if the draftsmanship was perhaps a little lesser than some other reference sheets. But his was better, because it showed a lot more information. This is what I mean. Reference sheet's primary job is information. So try and get as much information as you can possible across it. So there is a tiny one here. So this is our last little reference, and this is quite small because it's only the head. But we got colours. I like this. This is nice. This is a really lovely way of setting up your colour palettes. And this is nice. Like, honestly, when you get to this point, when you're literally doing a turnaround, this is what a reference sheet in a studio would look like. When we talk about furry ones, like I said, they don't follow along entirely with how studio reference sheets work. But look, I know you're all going to get hot for them. All right, I know my community too well, but but yeah, like this is a good reference. This is at least for the head, because this is giving us a good idea of like, you know, volumes, shapes. Very technical. It's not really showing all too much about the character, but that's, like I said, this one to me is already feeling way more like a studio reference. Which those, if you ever see a proper studio reference sheet, even just Google them. Google some characters from Disney and stuff. They are gorgeous. But they are very technical and very cold. That's the other thing about them. So as an application, they might not be the best bet, but this is good. I like the draftsmanship here is really nice. Just again, name, you know. I imagine this is a work in progress. Name, height, blah, blah, blah. We've talked about it so many times. I'd be wary of just Googling Disney character. I mean, to be fair, yeah, make sure that, you know, yeah. It looks like he gives good... Look, chat, you're getting horny for him. If I'm assuming it's a him. I maybe shouldn't do that, but Oh, God. And with that, that is the last ref sheet that we are going to be looking at this time. So how long have we been gone? So I was planning to go for 4 hours. We're now at like 4 hours and a half. So let's quickly zoom through all the reference sheets that we've looked at today. That's a lot of reference sheets. We got through a lot. But I do hope it was helpful. I genuinely hope that you've all learned even just a little thing. Something just to like, oh, I never thought about that. Even if you don't act on it, and you don't have to agree with what I've said either. Like, legitimately, you could just be like, no, I think just having technical stuff's fine. That's all I want. Great. Now you're at least able to argue the point. That's something that's important, I think, with art. That you... Even if you come to one of my streams and you disagree with my opinions and you disagree with what I think it should be, like it shouldn't really matter all too much. Oh, it shouldn't really matter because now you're able to argue your own point. You're able to say what you believe, and that's the thing. There's no one way to do art. Exactly, Zuki. Exactly. Quick tip, control tab. Oh, does it? Oh, well, now I know. There's no one way to do art. This is how I do it. I'll finish on how mine's laid out, just to go over my basic principle. Again, the big thing, you read from left to right, top to bottom. Most important stuff goes up at the top left, least important stuff goes down at the bottom. Make it so that your reference sheet, if need be, can be cut into smaller chunks, just because sometimes you don't need the entire life story of the character. Sometimes, if somebody's just drawing me a Telegram sticker, they don't need to know my negative traits. But if I'm applying to get like a really good big art piece done, I'm gonna want them to know everything about this character to see if they fall in love with them, and if they don't, they don't. But at least they have that option. Putting notes like this on it as well. For me, I am very much open for people to, you know, take liberties with Cade. I actually like it when people take liberties with Cade.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Snapbread, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Cade, am I able to send reference to you privately just for some small tips for how to send? Maybe, but I won't probably look at it today. I'll put it that way. I'm a bit burnt. I've done this for like 5.5 hours now. It takes it's quite difficult to constantly try and look and read them, but I will in future, absolutely. So yeah, art things there. I actually do. I put a little bit about myself just so people can know. Hey, I'm a 3D artist that does streaming and blah blah blah, and then they could also have a look at the character because technically, Cade in lore, he is a Protegent mechanic. He looks after Protegens. And yeah, positive and negative traits. I prefer positive and negative traits over likes and dislikes because it tells somebody much more about the character than likes and dislikes. If I say I dislike being kidnapped, I'm going to hold Sebi against that. That's such a good dislike. Where's his assistant? I need to actually make Ray again. I kind of want to make Ray Marcel though. I don't want to use a base. I'm kind of curious to make my own Protegent, but so many projects, I swear. Bald Cade is staring into my soul. Look, Bald Cade cannot hurt you. Some folk do like being... Apparently, if it needs to be said no, then yeah. And yeah, like, that's it. Height, age, blah, blah, blah. His age is wrong on this one. I'm now 28. I'm older. Yes, he can hurt me. Look at him. Look. Are you telling me that that isn't the face of a sweet, sweet little baby? Look at him. He's happy. He's all love. Why do you love Bald Cade so much? I don't get it. I genuinely do not understand your obsession, chat, with Bald Cade. Wait, 5'9", baby. Look, don't call me a baby, man. It's fine. I'm small. Bald. That's it. Is this how? That's how we're ending the stream, isn't it? It's how we're ending it. We're coming on to just calling me bald.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Wendy Gorgon, welcome on in. We are just finishing up, but thank you very much for the follow, and I do hope you're having a lovely day. And I hope you all had a lovely time. I hope you all learned something. Hope you all I hope you all had a little bit of fun, learned something, just chilled and vibed. And yeah, we are going to end it there. Thank you ever so much for coming. Thank you once again for all your support, for all your love. Thanks for everybody who submitted a ref sheet. Like, I genuinely appreciate you giving me the chance to cover it and help explain things to other people. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to the people that I give the feedback to as well. But question is, who are we gonna raid? Who's online? I know who we're gonna raid. One of my good friends has started a good old subathon. So we're gonna go and raid them. We're gonna go and give Feathered Flint a good old raid. So what's our raid message gonna be? Our raid message is gonna be, Bald Cade can't hurt you. So if you've got the emojis, there's the emotes, there's the message. If you want to grab and copy and paste that, absolutely go and grab that. Flint is, like I said, running a subathon at the minute. It'd be wonderful if you could go and give him some love, or them some love, I should say, because yeah, them. And yeah, you all have an absolutely fantastic day now. I hope you all enjoyed it, and we will be back at some point. Bye-bye now.